Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Door, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, and Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota.
Swings and lines it in the right center field. One run will come in to score. They will round the other runner. He will come to the plate. The throw not going to be in time. A 2-run single for Parker O'Brien gives the Govs a 9-7 lead.
Your baseball is also brought to you by American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE.
2-0 pitch. That'll be a line shot into left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and it's going to score Terwilliger. That's one way to bust out of a slump. Sunshine round second. He's on his way to third. The throw will come in. He will
Your
slide in.
baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, Envirotech, First Dakota National Bank, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, and Hunsley Auto Body.
Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off. Terwilliger will sky this one out to center field. Out towards the wall. It is going to get out of here for a 2-run shot for Cooper Terwilliger on an 0-2 pitch.
Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Oahe Federal Credit Union, Kone, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric.
2-0. It'll be a swinging base hit up the middle. Rounding third is Deal. The throw will come to the plate, but Deal slips and falls. The ball will still get away to the backstop. Deal will come in to score, and the Governors will win the ball game.
And now to the booth for the call of the game with KCCR award-winning sports director John Winkler.
And a good afternoon as we welcome you here to Fossum Field as we get set for our doubleheader. A beautiful day for some baseball as the Pierre Governors take on Aberdeen here in the first of 2 games at Fossum Field, and looking forward to this matchup. It's the first games of the season for the Aberdeen Smitty's team, who have had 3 different South Dakota doubleheaders postponed, so they will get their season underway. It's the 3rd time now, and that includes that first game of the season against Yankton, that Pierre is facing a team who is opening the season. And then if you look at what T, when they played T, it's their first South Dakota game. So really 3 teams that are opening up their season, and then you also have another 4th team that played their first South Dakota games against Pierre. So kind of unfamiliar territory, or at this point you start to see some stats on guys and see how each team did. But for another doubleheader, all you can look at is back to last summer and last spring of what Aberdeen did, and we'll talk about that game and the spring game that went 10 innings last year at Hyde Stadium before Weather Post canceled the other game. We'll talk about that later on. This Pierre Governor team comes in at 6-4 on the year, and again, Aberdeen playing their first games. The Governors have won 4 straight, and they were 2-4 after their 2 losses to Mitchell on Monday, and then came back and won both games Friday and then both games on Saturday out at the Sanford Sports Complex at the Border Battle, and where the Govs were able to get really great pitching all the way around. They allowed just 4 runs on that weekend, a 4-3 win over Lincoln, a 2-1 9-inning win against Grand Forks Central, a 1-0 win against O'Gorman, so 3 one-run wins, and then 8-0 win against West Fargo. So after, and we talked about it on the air back on Monday, or even today, talking about Will Danberg, who pitched really well against Sioux Falls Lincoln, and that was, by stat-wise, the worst performance of the weekend by the pitching staff. And then you think about what he did with going 5 2/3, allowing only 2 earned runs. That's a really good outing. If that's going to be your worst, that tells you just how good the pitching staff was for the Governors this past weekend, and they're going to try to do this again here today and continue that good stretch. And Brendan McCullough, who was very good over this past weekend, he's going to try to do the same thing again. He will be the starting pitcher in game number 1. It is going to be a different looking lineup. There's a lot of guys that are at track and field today out in Rapid City. So we're going to see a few guys that are out of the lineup that normally we see. Carter Shufflebine's not here. Porter Hunsley's not here. Jaron Deal's not here. There's a few other guys that aren't here today. Will Danberg be another guy that's not here as well? So a different look for this Governor team, but still an opportunity and what should be, and some of these guys that are in the lineup, they hit their way into this lineup today and can continue to hit their way into the lineup even when everybody's at full strength. And we'll talk about some of those guys coming up here quickly into the first part of the game, because Pierre has had some really good bats from some really young guys over the past weekend, especially at that Sanford Sports Complex at the border battle. But it is Pierre and Aberdeen coming up here from Fossum Field. We'll take a 3-minute break. We'll come back and tell you starting lineups and getting set for first pitch coming up shortly. Back in 3 minutes here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
As we welcome you back, as they are introducing the starting lineups, we'll go through both starting lineups for the Pierre Governors and the Aberdeen Smitties. As it is going to be Brett Confirman lead things off. He's playing shortstop here in game number 1 for the Govs. Jackson Goodman will bat second. He is the left fielder. Sunshine, the catcher, batting third. Trip Lindenkugel, the third baseman, will bat fourth. Parker O'Brien, the center fielder, is batting fifth. Bridger Babcock, the first baseman, will bat sixth. Hudson Schaefer, the DH, batting 7th. Hudson Stosher, the second baseman, batting 8th. And Aiden Johnson, the right fielder, is batting 9th. As Brendan McCullough will be the starting pitcher for the Pierre Governors, not in the batting order. For the Aberdeen Smitties, it is going to be J.L. Avilas, the center fielder, lead things off. Ridley Waldo, the DH, will bat second. He is hitting in place of the first baseman, Rivera. The third baseman and batting third is Jackson Post. Joe Cogley, the right fielder, is batting fourth. Wheeler Malsom, the second baseman, is batting fifth. Will Haskell, the shortstop, batting 6th. Mike Dudenhofer, the pitcher, batting 7th. Levi Hoffman, the catcher, batting 8th. And Donovan Kiso, the left fielder, will bat 9th for the Aberdeen Smitties. So, again, Rivera not in the batting order. They are going to go with their pitcher in the batting order, but DHing the first baseman for the ball game. So as those guys are making their way out to the field, they're going to have the national anthem. We will take a break. We'll come back in 3 minutes and have first pitch between Pierre and Aberdeen as you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Back in 3 minutes.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
As we welcome you back, we are set for first pitch between the Pierre Governors and the Aberdeen Smitties. John Winkler with you on this Thursday afternoon as we close in at 5 o'clock at KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station, as the Govs will be looking for their 5th South Dakota win, as we don't have the standings up to bring to you, but the Pierre Governors right now, let's see if we can get those standings up here in just a moment to tell you about them. But the Governors, again, will be looking for their 5th South Dakota win. Actually, I believe we'll probably have to get that to you next weekend, or this coming weekend, when the Pierre Governors take on Brookings on Sunday. Pull the image up, that is. I don't believe I even have the standings with me here. But the Governors right now sits in 9th place. Here, we'll pull it up on the other side of things. The Govs, and again, what we shared on Facebook showed that Pierre was in 6th place. They have now dropped to 10th place, but obviously with a lot of wins that changes, and all of a sudden, Pierre jumps right back up the standings, depending on how everybody else does on top of it all. As we are ready to go here from Fossum Field, as Brecken Furman will step to the plate to lead us off here in the top of the first. As Furman will be the starting shortstop. No Carter Shufflebein today, as he's out at the track and field meets out in Rapid City. 250 batting average for Furman. 2 hits so far, both singles. No RBIs yet. 2 runs scored for Furman. But a 75% quality at-bat percentage for the freshman as he digs in and waits on the first pitch from the lefty and Mike Dutenhofer as we're underway, as the first pitch will be outside for ball 1 as we are started at 4:59, right just a second sooner than 5 o'clock. Here's the 1-0 from Dutenhofer. That'll be on the outside edge of the plate for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. This Governor team, as they come in at 6-4, again, 4 wins in a row. Last Friday and Saturday, winning all 4 of those games, 1-run wins. This one's fouled away to the right side, and the count's now 1-2. Able to have great pitching, got decent hitting as well. They're able to score 15 runs in those 4 games. They won a 2-1 game and a 1-0 game. Here's a 1-2. That one is grounded foul on the third base side. Coach Scott Rowley making the kick save. And the count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. We'll have the defensive alignment coming up here in just a moment, as Furman will dig back in for the first at-bat of the ballgame. 1-2 pitch. That will bounce in. The count's now 2-2. These two teams somewhat met twice last year in a doubleheader, but it was only one game that finished, although they played, I believe it was 11 innings overall, 10 in the first game, and I think they got through 1 full inning and started to get to the top of the second before the weather caused them to cancel. 2-2 comes inside, and the count's now full at 3-2. But Dutenhofer did pitch in that game as he went 4 innings, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. And again, this is the opening game of the season for Aberdeen. 3-2. Here's a fly ball out towards right field, backing up just a couple of steps, making the catch is Cogley, and that will retire Furman. The leadoff man is retired to kick off the game. And it brings up now Jackson Goodman. As we look at your defensive alignment here from the Aberdeen Smitties, Keesaw is out left, Avilas in center. Cogley just made that play out right. Post at third, Haskell at short, Malsum at second, Rivera at first. Hoffman is behind the plate. Dutenhofer, the pitcher who retired, Brecken Furman on a full count for the first out. So Jackson Goodman will come to the plate. 667 batting average for Goodman. First pitch is outside for ball 1. He hit .714 this weekend. He had 5 hits, which 5 of his 6 hits came from this past weekend. 2 doubles. Does have a run driven in, a run scored. Here's the 1-0 to him. There's a swing and a miss. Pitch at the top of the zone, maybe a bit above the letters. And the count's now 1-1. But again, that just for what this Governor team wants to see, you hit the ball, and really any baseball team is. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2 here to Goodman. If you're able to swing and hits consistently, you're going to find a place in the lineup. They're going to put you somewhere defensively or even just as a DH. You're going to find your way into the lineup more times than not. 1-2 pitch that is flown out towards right field again. Cogley continues to go back on it. He will make the catch out in right field, and there's now 2 down and back-to-back flyouts to the right fielder. And it will bring up now the number 3 man in Sunshine, the catcher. 250 batting average so far for Sunshine. 8 hits, does have a double, 2 triples, which that came during the Mitchell doubleheader where he was hitting the cover off the ball in that first game. Even though the Govs lost 13-11, he had 3 runs driven in. He had 3 extra base hits. First pitch is over for strike 1. Trying to recreate that here in this doubleheader. 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the first. 0-1 count to the number 3 man, Sunshine. Lefty Dutenhofer looking for a clean inning. Here's the 0-1. That one's foul at the plate and quickly 0-2. And it is a chance here for Dutenhofer to get a quick inning. Aberdeen went 7-14 last spring. And again, it was a 3-2 10-inning win for the Govs over Aberdeen last spring. That one will miss high and outside, get to the backstop, and the count's now 1-2. Dutenhofer was trying to blow by Sun and Shine, but didn't test the zone, so it missed. And so now here's the 1-2 from Dutenhofer to Sun and Shine. Comes inside, and the count's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is 326 down the right field line, 367 out in right center, 380 out in left center as the 2-2 comes in. And this is skied out towards right field another time. Cogley will come in on this one. He'll make the catch, and he's got a record that will never be broken. All 3 outs recorded by the right fielder. 1-2-3 inning for Dutenhofer to get us started in this ball game. We head to the bottom of the first. No score between Pierre and Aberdeen. Back in a minute here on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Verding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Verding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Verding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the first. No score. The American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. As we look through the Aberdeen Smitty's starting lineup, Jalen Aviles will lead us off. He's a center fielder. Ridley Waldo, the DH, batting second. It is going to be Jackson Post, the third baseman, that will bat third. Joe Cogley, the right fielder, batting fourth. Wheeler Malsom, the second baseman, batting fifth. Will Haskell, the shortstop, batting sixth. Mike Dutenhofer, the pitcher, batting seventh. Levi Hoffman, the catcher, batting eighth. And Donovan Kiso, the left fielder, is batting ninth for the Aberdeen Smitties, as it is Brennan McCullough that is on the mound. And McCullough, so far, his full season stats will tell you the last time that he pitched as well, and he was excellent the last time he pitched. He's been excellent so far in the season. 20 innings pitched. This is his fourth start now. He's 2-1 overall. 19 hits, 10 runs, 6 of them earned. Just 2 walks in those 20 innings, 14 strikeouts. He does have a hit by pitch. ERA 2.1, a whip at 1.05, and a batting average against at 235. So really good first couple outings, as the first pitch will miss low for ball 1. And Brennan McCullough, so it's a lefty versus lefty matchup, both at the plate but also on the mound between the two guys. As there's a line shot that is going to get right into the glove of Brecken Furman, the shortstop, and a great play to get us going here in the bottom of the first inning. And there's one down here in the bottom of the first, and it will bring up Ridley Waldo. Ridley Waldo, one of those guys that returns from last year's team. He went 0 for 5, though, in that 10-inning loss to Pierre, 3-2. As the first pitch is missed outside for ball 1. You look at the first pitch strike percentage for McCullough, 58.33. The team average at 53%, near 54%, but he's fallen behind the first 2 hitters. He retired Aviles as the count is even at a ball and a strike. Here's the 1-1 now from McCullough. That one, I believe, was called a strike. I think the first one was called a strike as well. Kind of hard. Or is it 3-0? Okay, it's a 3-0 count. Here's the 3-0 pitch. That one's over for a strike at the bottom of the zone, and the count's now 3-1. First pitch, that was kind of close. That last pitch was close. That didn't get called a strike. Here's now the 3-1 from McCullough to Waldo. That will miss for ball 4, missing low, and there is the first base runner of the ball game from either side. And Waldo will go down to first. That's just the third walk of the season issued by Brennan McCullough. Jackson Post, the third baseman, will come to the plate. As we will go back to look at the last time that Brennan McCullough threw, as Jackson Post steps to the plate. Pickoff attempt and back in safely. Bridger Babcock over at first. Somewhat of a dive to make sure that he made that catch. McCullough threw in that 1-0 win against O'Gorman on Saturday. Gave up just 4 hits and 5 strikeouts. A complete game shutout for McCullough. As again, that one will miss for ball 1. He only threw 83 pitches, which everybody was going to be available anyway. And I mean, he was barely over the threshold of having to rest for 4 days. Here's the 1-0 now from McCullough. That one will miss as well, and the count's now 2-0. Jackson Post did not play last year in that game against the Govs. Here's the 2-0 now from McCullough. Slide step, and that one's right down the middle for a strike. The count's now 2-1. Looking for a ground ball, maybe get out of this inning here quickly. The 2-1 count with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Here's the 2-1. That one's fouled at the plate, and the count goes to now 2-2. By the way, I was talking about the dimensions of this field. It's 324 down the left field line, so it's 2 feet farther hit it down the right field line than it is the left field line. But it's a good 13 feet farther in left center field than it is in right center field. 2-2. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. There's the first one of the ball game for McCullough. Post will go down. There's now 2 down, and it brings up Joe Cogley, the right fielder. So Cogley, as he digs in, he went 1 for 4 in that ball game against Pierre last year. Here's the first pitch, swing and a miss. Cogley was behind the fastball by McCullough, and again, that's the first time that he's gotten ahead of someone. But on the other side of things, it's for him the slide step seems to be the most efficient way to quickly get the pitch, and he's looked good getting the zone on those slide step pitches. As that one will miss high after a higher leg kick there from McCullough, and the count's 1-1. McCullough will come set from the stretch. Here's the 1-1 pitch, another high leg kick. That one will just miss outside, and the count's now 2-1. Not that McCullough needs to only slide step, but the good news is that, and being a lefty, you can pretty much really do whatever you want over there. There's a quick slide step. That's a strike, and the count's now 2-2. Again, slide step has been effective for McCullough. But the quicker deliveries to the plate also helps keep guys on, where if he can only find with a high leg kick, another quick slide step, that'll miss low, and the count's now 3-2. And it's a full count, and that will get the runner at first and Waldo moving. But he's got to make sure that McCullough goes home. 3-2 pitch from McCullough. Here to Cogley. Fouled back. It's the top of the netting. Comes back down in play. And the count remains at 3 balls and 2 strikes here with 2 outs. In the bottom of the first, no score between Pierre and Aberdeen. A 1-2-3 inning with all flyouts to right field for the Governors in the top of the first. A 1-out walk. They've got the man picked off here. The throw from Babcock over to Furman. He'll run him all the way back. It's now going to be Babcock who got out of the baseline, and he will slide in safely. Babcock had gone over to it, and then he was able to dance around. And Coach Rowley maybe comes out and is going to ask if he's out of the baseline or not. Maybe just talking to Bridger Babcock, but a huge play for Waldo to get back in safely, who was picked off, but was able to get back in safely. Brecken Furman did a really good job of limiting how many throws are going to be made, as the 3-2 again is fouled away. And right now, all this does is add on to the pitch count for Brennan McCullough, even though we're in the bottom of the first. These pitches, even if he does retire Cogley here does add up at the end of the ball game. 3-2 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and McCullough will get out of the inning without any more damage. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left on base. One completes. No score between Pierre and Aberdeen. Back in minutes on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
4, 5, and 6 here for the Pierre Governors in the top of the second, as it is going to be. Hey, there we go. We'll get that all taken care of right. It is going to be Trip Lunakugel, Parker O'Brien, and Bridger Babcock, the first three hitters, after all three of those Governors flew out to right field in Cogley in that top of the first inning. Trip Lunakugel leads things off here for the Govs, and he had himself an excellent weekend as well in Sioux Falls. He hit .600 and led the team in hits with 6 hits. He's 7 for 13 so far, a .538 batting average. The only guy that's got a better batting average, you could say, is Jackson Goodman right there, but otherwise Carter Shufflebein at .528 with 19 hits as a first pitch will miss low for ball 1. So if you look at guys that probably qualifying right now, it's just right around probably more than 10 at-bats, or 10 at-bats or more, 10 plate appearances or more. It's pretty much here just, here's a ground ball to the left side. That'll be foul. And the count's now 1-1. But it pretty much is Lunakugel, Shufflebein, and Goodman, with Goodman at .667. Lunakugel at .538, Shufflebein at .528. Here's the 1-1 to Lunakugel. Here's a ground ball back up the middle. That's a base hit, and Trip Lunakugel leads things off with a single. First base runner of the ball game for the Governors. And a good start to this top of the second. It brings up Parker O'Brien, the center fielder. O'Brien getting the start in center field. We've seen him play third base majority of the time, but Porter Hunsley not here at the track and field meet as well. So guys are moving around in different spots, and maybe, especially for Parker O'Brien, who's kind of a versatile guy that can go anywhere in the field, they're able to move him to the center field spots. Again, you're trying to maybe move guys around, but move those veteran guys around that have had plenty of innings to make, they'll be more comfortable quickly moving different spot. Here's a fly ball to left field. That will be caught by the left fielder in Kiesel. And so there's one down, and back to first will be Lunakugel. And there's one away here in the top of the second. And it brings up Bridger Babcock. A quick line shot to left field. So Bridger Babcock to the plate. He's hitting .91 so far, just one hit and 11 at-bats. Does have 2 runs scored. First pitch will come upstairs for ball 1. Runner on at first here with 1 out in the top of the second. As the senior digs in, here's the 1-0 from Dudenhofer. There's a line shot towards left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it's going to be first and second. Station to station go the Govs. And there's his second hit of the season, second hit of the inning for the Governors. And it brings up Hudson Schaefer, the DH. Hudson Schaefer is still looking for that first hit of the season, does have an RBI. He's walked 3 times. He has scored once as well, and big opportunity here for Schaefer. As the first pitch, that will get away from the catcher, and it'll be second and third now with the 1 away. And so now Schaefer's got a big opportunity to drive in a run. After the pass ball will get away, and it's a 1-0 count. And a chance here for Hudson Schaefer. Dudenhofer will now go to the windup. As the 1-0 pitch will come in. Ground ball, the third base side. That is a foul ball right down the line. Lindekugel would have been caught kind of in no man's land because he really, where that ball was at, couldn't get back to third base in time. So he had to go home, which he did immediately start going home. That was the right decision to make, but it would have been interesting to see where that now with the infield coming in all the way around, he can at least see what happens in front of him. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll miss inside, and the count's now 2-1. He's just a couple of steps in front of that third baseman in post. So again, a ground ball right there. He's pretty much going to have to go. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one will be missing outside. The count is now at 3-1. On deck is Hudson Stoscher, the second baseman. Number 8 man, the batting order. That'll be Aiden Johnson, the right fielder. 3-1 pitch from Dudenhofer. Upstairs for ball 4, and it is now the bases loaded with 1 out. Does set the double play back up, but it's Hudson Stoscher to the plate. It's a hard guy to try and double up on the base pass. So Stoscher to the plates. 160 batting average. 4 hits so far. Does have a run driven in. 8 runs scored, though, overall for Stoscher. As the first pitch will come in. Ground ball, that is going to be fouled down the third base line for strike 1. And Dudenhofer's got a big first pitch strike against Stoscher, trying to retire him. You're looking for the strikeout right now with Aiden Johnson, the right fielder, on deck. Here's the 0-1 from Dudenhofer. That one's fouled out of play, and the count's now 0-2. And Dudenhofer's got a lot of room to work here. Can't allow one to get to the backstop, but can go pretty much anywhere in and around the zone and try and get Stoscher to chase. Corners are in, middle is back. 0-2 pitch from Dudenhofer. That'll miss upstairs. Came in the catcher's glove right at the letters, but crossed over the plate too high. 1-2 pitch now. Dudenhofer looking for his first strikeout. Stoscher trying to give the Govs a lead. Swing and a miss, and there is a strikeout. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the second, and it's up to Aiden Johnson to try and get this first run of the ball game in. Johnson 0 for 3 so far in the season. And Johnson's got a chance to get his first RBI, first couple RBIs if he gets a base hit here. First pitch. There's a fly ball towards left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases. It's going to drive in at least 2. Here comes the Schaefer rounding third. He's going to come in to score. Johnson trying to get to third. He's got a bases clearing triple, and it's a 3-0 lead for the Governors here at the top of the second. Clears the bases on the first pitch that he sees, and it's a 3-0 advantage here for the Governors. And here is now the top of the order in Brecken Furman. That's a big first of the season, big first RBI of the season for Aiden Johnson. And still an RBI opportunity here for Brecken Furman, who flew out to the right fielder and Joe Cogley in his first at-bat. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. Good block there by the catcher in Hoffman. Furman 0 for 1. Hitting .250, as I mentioned, coming into this ball game. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one's down the middle for a strike. And the count's now even at a ball and a strike here to Furman. Big 3-run triple for Aiden Johnson. Here's the 1-1. That is high and outside, and the count's now 2-1. And Brennan McCullough, who will start the bottom of the second, facing 5, 6, and 7, has himself a crooked number and a chance for a big shutdown inning. 2-1 pitch. That one will catch the zone in the bottom right at the knees in the inside corner. The count's now 2-2. Dudenhofer had the strikeout of Stosher to get the second out. He was basically one pitch away from getting out of that inning, but instead turned into a 3-run triple. As Furman will put that out towards right center field. That one will be caught by the right fielder and Cogley in the right in the gap to end the inning. But it is a 3-run top of the second on 3 hits, no errors, and a man left on base. Pierre takes a 3-0 lead at the end of an inning and a half. Back in a minute, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
As we welcome you back, it is a 3-0 lead for the Pierre Governors on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard as Wheeler Malson will step to the plate first to get us started here in the bottom of the second. A 3-run triple by Aiden Johnson with 2 outs in that top of the second. Gets the Govs on the board first as the first pitch is popped up on the right side. Long run for Bridger Babcock. It will land out of play. But there is a lot of foul territory on the right field side here at Fossum Field. And that goes a long ways, and Bridger Babcock had a long ways to run. As Brennan McCullough will deliver the 0-1 pitch here quickly to Wheeler Malson. Ground ball to the left side, fielded by Brecken Furman at short. Throw the first baseman, and Bridger Babcock's able to pick it out. And a 6-3 put out to get us started here in the bottom of the second. 1 down. And it will bring up Will Haskell, 5, 6, and 7. Malson, who has just retired. Will Haskell, the shortstop, batting second. Mike Dudenhofer, the pitcher, will be the third man to the plates here in the bottom of the second inning. Here's the first pitch from McCullough. That one will be taken for strike 1. Haskell did not play in that first game against Pierre way back last spring. There's a swing and a miss on a breaking ball, and the count's now 0-2. So a quick 2-0 count here to Will Haskell, the shortstop. Here's the 0-2 from McCullough to Haskell. That one's a pop up to the center fielder, Parker O'Brien, moving over to his left. He'll make the catch. 2 down here in the bottom of the second. And it brings up the pitcher and Mike Dudenhofer. We look around the horn defensively here real quick for the Pierre Governors. Jackson Goodman's out left, Parker O'Brien in center, Aiden Johnson to right, Linda Kugel at third, Brecken Furman at short, Hudson Stosher at second, Bridger Babcock at first, Sun and Shine behind the plate. First pitch is fouled back from Brennan McCullough to Mike Dudenhofer. Pitcher against pitcher. Here with nobody on and 2 outs in the bottom of the second. 3-0 advantage here for the Governors in game 1 of our doubleheader. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss just low, and the count's now 1-1. Dudenhofer went 2 for 5 last year, and it was way back on April 17th, so literally a year ago, being April 16th right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one will miss low, and the count's now 2-1. He went 2 for 5, had a double in that game. Did not drive into the run, a run. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That will be just missing low and away, and the count's now 3-1, I believe. Here's the pitch from Brennan McCullough to Mike Dudenhofer. That one is missing for a ball 4. Must have missed inside. So no clean inning for McCullough. Second walk that he has issued. As Levi Hoffman, the catcher, to the plate. Hoffman went 1 for 4 last year against the Govs. And again, they played just that one game. The weather stopped him from playing a second game, and also the fact that there was 10 innings played in the first game helped the weather keep them from playing that second game too. That first pitch is at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's 0-1. Which, by the way, the weather is impacting tomorrow's game against Brookings. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one missed outside, and the count's now 1-1. They will not play Friday. The plan is to play on Sunday. However, there might be a snag in that as well. And that everything, while seemingly was confirmed, maybe not so much confirmed now. Could still be playing on Sunday, but we'll give you any updates as we know. And we'll let you know on Facebook. We'll keep you updated. Probably not anymore tonight on this doubleheader, but maybe tomorrow morning or as the afternoon goes on. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball down the third base line and just foul. It remains at a 1-2 count. Here to Levi Hoffman, the catcher. But if they do play those games Sunday, that's a 2 o'clock start. Be on the air at 1:45 Sunday afternoon from Hyde Stadium for the home opener against Brookings, which was supposed to be tomorrow, but they will not play tomorrow with the winds that will be as high as they are. The wind chill is going to be in the 20s by the time the games will start, or move into the 20s as the game goes along, so not conducive for baseball weather. 2-2 pitch. This will be popped up on the infield, back towards the outfield. Furman is going to roll off of him, and it will be a base hit as Furman lost his balance. He fell down, the ball rolled around on his back, and nearly could have been caught by the left fielder in Goodman, although he moved to the other side of Furman. And so it's first and second now here with 2 away, and that'll be a base hit. Well, they will give Furman an error. And so no hit yet for the Aberdeen Smitties. And it's first and second. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, Donovan Kiso, the number 9 man in the batting order, the left fielder, steps to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Kiso. That one's over for a strike on the outside corner. Lefty-lefty matchup. J.L. Aviles, the center fielder, top of the order, is waiting on deck. That one is missing inside. The count's now 1-1. First and second, 2 away here in the bottom of the second. 3-0 lead for the Governors. 1-1 pitch. This will be popped up on the left side. Trip Lindenkugel's got room, and he will make the catch, and that will retire the side as he caught it in foul territory, and it ends the inning. No runs, no hits, an error, and 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the third, and it is a 3-0 lead for the Governors over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Stulken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stulken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the third and a 3-0 lead for the Pierre Governors on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. as it is going to be 2, 3, and 4. Jackson Goodman, Sudden Sunshine, and Trip Lindekugel. 7 guys came to the plate last inning. A 3-run triple by Aiden Johnson made it a 3-0 game. And it is an opportunity for the Govs to add on to it, as the Govs have 3 hits so far. It's 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. No runs, no hits, no errors for Aberdeen to this point through the 2 full complete. Mike Dudenhofer, again, he gave up those 2 singles, then the walk that made it a bases-loaded jam. He got the strikeout of Hudson Stosher and felt like, hey, here we go. We got a chance to get out of it. And then the first pitch that Aiden Johnson saw, who had not had a hit all season yet, put it out in the left center field over the head of Aviles and all the way towards the wall, and it turned into a 3-run triple. And it's now going to be Jackson Goodman. He also flew out to the right fielder. The top 3 hitters are 0 for 4 with 4 flyouts to right field, as the first pitch from Dudenhofer will miss low for ball 1. 3 nines in that first inning. Fly out from Furman, Goodman, and Sunshine, all to the right fielder Cogley. As the 1-0, there's a swing and a miss, and it's now 1-1. But then Furman finished off the top of the second, flying out to the right fielder again. So it's been 4 flyouts from the top 3 guys, all to right field. There's a line shot right to the shortstop in Haskell, who almost looked like he didn't see it to the last second, and it found his glove. But Goodman hits the ball hard and is out for the first out of the top of the 3rd inning. And it brings up Sudden Sunshine. The really nice play from the shortstop in Haskell, who again looked like he almost was stunned by that ball coming in him so fast. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. And those are the frustrating outs as a baseball player. But as a coach, you can tell that the guy is seeing the ball really well. He's hitting the ball hard every time he's at the plate. As that one's missing outside the sun and shine, the count's now 2-0. Those are the hardest ones as a coach to tell your hitter that it's okay to be out, because game of baseball is a game of failure. That one's upstairs. The count's now 3-0. And that's just the way baseball goes sometimes. You hit the ball right on the nose and you end up still getting out. 3-0 count here to Sudden Sunshine. The lefty will deliver. That'll be upstairs, and that will be ball 4. A 4-pitch walk issued to Sunshine. There's one down here in the top of the 3rd, and it brings up the 3rd baseman, Trip Lindekugel, who got things started for the Govs. In that top of the 2nd, got the single to lead things off. Moved to 2nd on the Bridger Babcock single. Got over to 3rd on a wild pitch, but as part of the bases loaded on the Hudson Schaefer walk. And Lindekugel, who's 1 for 1, steps back to the plate. Here's the first pitch, pickoff attempt, and diving back in safely. I believe Eli Anderson is the one running for Sunshine. Thought it looked like it was number 22. Here's the first pitch. That one's fouled back, and the count's 0-1. Again, you look up and down this lineup for the Pierre Governors, and they are a little bit younger than what we've seen, or at least a little less veterans in the lineup than what we've seen in the past, although there's still some guys there. A lot of guys at track and field today out in Rapid City. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That was upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. Carter Schuffelbein not in the lineup. Porter Hunsley not in the lineup. Looks like Will Danberg not here as well, all at track and field. I think there's a few other guys that I might be missing too. But moving guys around in a different looking lineup. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Lindekugel. That is grounded down the 3rd base line, and that will skip into left field for a base hit. Anderson will get to 2nd, and it is a 1st and 2nd opportunity now here for Parker O'Brien. And Lindekugel's now 2 for 2 in the ball game. And it brings up Parker O'Brien, who flew out and lined out to the left fielder. O'Brien 0 for 1. Actually, Landry Van Rokel is the one running in place of Sun and Shine. Apologize, and said Eli Anderson was Van Rokel that is at second. First pitch is missing for ball 1. First and second. 1 out here in the top of the third. Governors are threatening to add on to this 3-0 lead. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Dudenhofer. There's a fly ball towards center field. Aviles going back. It's going to be caught over the shoulder by Aviles. Tagging and getting to third is Van Rokel. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the third. And Aviles makes a great over-the-shoulder catch out in left center field. And it's first and third now with 2 away. And it brings up Bridger Babcock. And a good job by Van Rokel, too, running in place of Sun and Shine. Saw the catch be made, saw it was over the shoulder, that Aviles wasn't going to be able to turn around because you don't want to make the third out at third, but it was clear that Van Rokel was going to make it to third base. As Babcock will pop this first one up, that'll be foul on the left field side, and will get out of play, we believe. We get a loose side of things on the third base side into left field. Counts 0-1 here to Bridger Babcock. He did single, and now a second single in this ball game for Babcock would make this a 4-0 ball game. But also a wild pitch, pass ball, maybe even a double steal could get a run in. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Dudenhofer to Babcock. That one's over for a strike. Froze Babcock, and the count's now 0-2. Lyndon Kugel at first. Van Rokel running for Sun and Shine at third. Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off, swing and a miss, and that will retire the side here in the top of the third inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. And at the bottom of the third, it is a 3-0 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in minutes here on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of, make that the bottom of the third inning as the Pierre Governors still lead it here 3-0 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard. It is going to be the top of the order for Aberdeen. J.L. Aviles, Ridley Waldo, and Jackson Post. He might reach his base. It'll go to Joe Cogley. And then Wheeler Malsum, the number 5 man. A line out by Aviles in his first at bat. The first pitch will miss low for ball 1 from Brennan McCullough, the lefty, who's working with that 3-0 lead right now. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Aviles. That one is over for a strike, and it evens the count at 1-1. Again, Sunday, right now, tentatively going to be playing Brookings at 2 o'clock for that first pitch. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-1. If anything would change, we'll let you know. It was mostly kind of confirmed, but maybe not so much. Here's a ground ball up the middle, and there's Aberdeen's first hit. As Aviles, who hit the ball hard the first time, will hit the ball hard again this time, but reach base. And it's a runner on at first to kick off the top of the bottom of the third inning. Ridley Waldo to the plate. He drew a walk in his first trip. Brandon McCullough has got a walk in each of the 2 innings so far. Would love a ground ball right now. Waldo is showing, but Lindekugel is charging all the way in right now. Waldo will pull it back, and he'll take it outside for ball 1. The hot corner got a little bit hotter there for Lindekugel, who, if Waldo ends up pulling back and trying to hit it down the third base side, that's going to be a really quick reaction time from Lindekugel as he fouls that one back, and the count's now 1-1. Lindekugel played at third most of the weekend last weekend. And the 8th grader is filled in just nicely. Not even filled in, just moved in real nice for this Governor team. 1-1 pitch, runner takes off. Pitch is high, the throw to second. It's a high bounce, and Aviles will steal it. Stosher had to go up high to feel it off the bounce. And then by the time he put the tag back down, Aviles was safe at second. The count goes to now 2-1. And it's a runner on at second here with nobody out. And Aberdeen's got a man in scoring position. Here's the 2-1 pitch, a swing and a miss, and the count's now 2-2. Waldo looking to drive in the first run of the ball game for Aberdeen. 2-2. That one to be flown out towards center field, right center field. Parker O'Brien going back to make the catch. The runner will tag up to third, and Aviles with the speed that he has, there's no chance to get him, and there's now one down here in the bottom of the third inning, so the first run 90 feet away. One down here in the bottom of the third, and it brings up Jackson Post. So Waldo now 0 for 1 in the ball game. Post has got an opportunity now to make this a 3-1 ball game. That steal of Aviles could be a big one. Fundamental baseball right now. A steal of second, moving over to third on a fly ball to right center field. Well, they use another productive out. Aviles looks like he's going to try and steal home almost as the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1. McCullough, he's trying to maybe make McCullough rush to the plate a little bit more and either throw one right down the middle or end up walking Jackson Post. 1-0 pitch. There's a hard shot just past Lindekugel over at third, and that will be a base hit that will score a run. And it's the first run of the ball game for the Aberdeen Smitties, the first run of their season. It is a single, and it's 3-1. An RBI single for Jackson Post. So here is Joe Cogley to the plate. Cogley struck out swinging in his first at-bat. Now you're looking for the double play opportunity here to get you out of the inning quickly. Runner takes off for second. That's a ground ball right past Lindekugel, right below his glove, and it will be an error probably charged to Lindekugel. That'll make it first and second now with one away. It was a hard hit ball, but it skipped up on Lindekugel. And it'll be an error charge to Lindekugel, and it brings up, well, they're giving it a base hit right now on the scoreboard, but Wheeler Malsom to the plate with runners at first and second. And one out here in the bottom of the third. Again, looking for a ground ball, nearly had that first time. They will bunt the ball. It'll be picked up here. The throw will have to go to first, and a great job by McCullough, who picked it up, looked to third first, but did not hesitate and did not double clutch on this throw to first with Stosher covering. And there's now two down, but both runners move up, and they will have two guys in scoring position with a chance to tie the game up here in this bottom of the third inning. But as a lefty, and it's 1-4 on the sacrifice bunt, as a lefty, you feel that you have an opportunity to throw the ball to third without having to take an extra step. As this one is popped up on the left side, Brecken Furman will back up. Parker O'Brien will call for it. He'll make the catch, and that will retire the side, and the Govs will get out of danger here in the bottom of the third inning. One run does score on 2 hits in the inning. There was one error, and 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the fourth, a 3-1 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
As we welcome you back, it is going to be Wheeler Malsom to the mound here for the Aberdeen Smitties. As we'll get you a full breakdown of the pitching change here in just a moment. And for Mike Dudenhofer's first outing of the season, he will move over to first base, and we'll give you the full changes as well after that. And he will deal with Wheeler Malsom. 7, 8, 9, Hudson Schaefer, Hudson Stoscher, and Aiden Johnson, the first three hitters. So Waldo, the DH, will move into the field to play second. So that means Rivera, who was playing first, is now out of the ball game. As we look at Dudenhofer's stats, 3 innings, he gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks and 2 strikeouts, throwing 53 pitches for Dudenhofer. And again, this first outing of the season, so you think at this point of the year, guys have got a couple of outings in, and sometimes teams will limit how many pitches you have in your first outing, kind of get you back into game shape. And, by mid-April, you're feeling like, okay, well, they've probably pitched once or twice so they can extend their outing out. Well, this is the first game of the season still for Aberdeen. They've had the misfortune of every time they were supposed to play, they've had bad weather. As Schaefer will dig in, first pitch swinging, popped up on the left side, and that will be foul over on the left field side. Did not get out of play, but strike one to Hudson Schaefer. But again, because this is the first game, and for Aberdeen's sake, Pierre's played 10 games. They've played 5 different dates of baseball so far, and only one, tomorrow being the exception, one up to this point has had to be postponed or canceled. Tomorrow's games have been moved to Sunday as of now, as that one is fouled away by Schaefer over the left field side, and it's now 0-2. And so for the Smitties, they're trying just to find good days of baseball. And this has been a beautiful day for baseball. As the 0-2 pitch will come in, swing and a miss. It will get away from the catcher. The throw to first is going to be wide of the bag, and it'll be a drop third strike, a strikeout, but a runner on at first with nobody out here in the top of the 4th inning. And a good start for the Governors, although it's not exactly how you draw it up, but they still have a runner on at first with nobody out. And it brings up Hudson Stoscher, who struck out swinging his first at-bat. You're looking at 78 degrees right now here in Aberdeen. It feels like 73. You can't ask for better weather for baseball in April. Here's a ground ball through the hole on the left side for a base hit, and it's first and second with nobody out. First pitch swinging for Hudson Stoscher. And the Govs are in business here in this top of the 4th inning with first and second, nobody out, and Aiden Johnson, who has already tripled home 3 runs, has got an RBI opportunity here in the top of the 4th inning. Top of the order, Brecken Furman, Jackson Goodman waiting. But now it's going to be an opportunity for Aiden Johnson once again to try and get his 4th RBI of the ball game. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. Johnson hit that 3-run triple over in the left center field gap. So if he hits it again, he can pick up RBIs 4 and 5. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one is grounded foul, and it's now 1-1 the count. And now Coach Riley will come and talk with his batter and Aiden Johnson as he walks down the line. A little bit of a different speed than what Dutenhofer had for now Wheeler Malsom. Runners at first and second, nobody out here in the top of the fourth. The Govs are trying to extend this 3-1 lead against Aberdeen here in game 1 of our doubleheader. Game 2 will follow 20 to 30 minutes after game number 1. 1-1 pitch. Johnson showing bunt, drops it down right back to the mound. Only play will go to first. Dudenhofer is on the bag, and it will move both runners into scoring position. And it's second and third now with one away. And a little bit of small ball for the Governors to bring up the top of the order and give a couple opportunities to try and drive in at least one or both of these runs here at the top of the fourth inning. So 1-3 on the sacrifice bunt, one down here in the top of the fourth. Brecken Furman, who's 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts to right field. Not that you're saying, hey, go hit the ball to right field again, but this time if you do, you should be able to drive in Hudson Schaefer if you hit the ball out to right field for a third time, as the first pitch will miss low for ball 1 to Brecken Furman. Governors at 4-4 in South Dakota play, looking to get over 500 in South Dakota games for the first time this season. Infield is in all the way around here for Smitty's, as that one will be down the middle for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. And Pierre dropped the first 2 games of the season to Yankton, came back and won the next 2 against T, then got swept by Mitchell, and then won the next 2 against both Lincoln and O'Gorman. 1-1 pitch to Furman. Has a high chopper. They will come home with it. The throw is going to be off the catcher's glove, and it's going to get to the backstop, and both runs are going to come in to score. And then over to second will go Furman, and it will be a 5-1 lead here for the Govs. And so it's now a 5-1 lead. It'll be an air charge to the catcher in Hoffman, who end up also getting not necessarily hit, but slid into by Schaefer, who was coming home. He's blocking the plate and ended up missing the ball coming to him. And it turns into an E2. Both runs score. It's now a 5-1 lead for Pierre, and still a guy in scoring position here for Jackson Goodman. Swing and a miss. He was well out in front of that first pitch, off speed by Malsom. So Furman on at second. He took second after that ball got to the backstop. Able to jog his way over to second, watch that second run score. Goodman again is fooled by the pitch by Walsom. And the count's now 0-2. Runner on at second, one away here in the top of the fourth. Sudden sun and shine. The catcher is on deck. Goodman 0 for 2 so far. That one will be off the end of the bat. It'll be to the right side of the mound. So Furman is able to move over to third. The play is made by the pitcher. And Malsom over to Dudenhofer. There's now 2 down. And it brings up Sun and Shine, a chance to try and make this a 5-run lead for the Govs. The second 1-3 put out in this inning, although this one not a sacrifice bunt. First pitch from Malsom to Sun and Shine. This will be popped up on the right side. It has got playable for Dudenhofer, who will make the catch, and that will retire the side here in the top of the fourth. But 2 runs do score in the inning on just 1 hit. There are 1 error and 1 man left on base. It is a 5-1 lead for Pierre at the end of 3.5. Back in a minute, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the fourth inning, and the Pierre Governors lead it 5-1 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. 7, 8, and 9, Mike Dudenhofer, Levi Hoffman, and Donovan Kiso, the first three hitters, as the first pitch will miss low for ball one from Brennan McCullough. And of course, Dirk Campbell always going to be talking about the Major League Baseball and talking about his last place, Chicago Cubs. 1-0 pitch. Miss inside, and the count's now 2-0. Now, don't do this very often, so you might have to record the little bit that I'm actually not talking bad about the Cubs. But they are, while they are in last place, they would be in second place in the NL East because every team in the NL Central is over 500. Here's a fly ball over the head of the left fielder all the way to the wall. It hits the base of the wall by Dudenhofer, and it will be a leadoff double for Dudenhofer. And a great start to the inning here for the Aberdeen Smitties, as Dudenhofer gets a double, and it brings up Levi Hoffman, the catcher. And so it will be runner on at second. Levi Hoffman, the catcher who reached out to Aaron his first trip to the plate. Both teams with 2 errors so far in this ball game. Here's the first pitch. That's a fly ball towards left field. That's going to get over the head of the left fielder, and that one is going to get out for a 2-run home run by Levi Hoffman. Back-to-back big hits by Aberdeen. One hit the base of the wall for Dudenhofer, and then it is going to be Hoffman with a 2-run homer over the left field wall, and it's now a 5-3 ball game. And Hoffman goes deep for the Smitties and cuts the lead in half with just 2 swings in this inning. And we'll bring up now Donovan Kiso, the number 9 man. 7-8 did that work for the Aberdeen Smitties. Here's first pitch to Kiso. That's going to be over, I think, maybe inside for ball one. Looked like it was nearly down the middle, but missing for ball one. This will be fouled out of play, and the count's now 1-1. Here we'll go back to the Chicago Cubs being 9-9, but being in last place in the NL Central. They would be at least in third place in every other division, or maybe fourth place in the AL Central, as that one is missing, and the count's now 2-1. They would be second in the NL East, but because they are in the NL Central, they are in last place. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one's over up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. Kiso goes now 1 for 2, 3 straight hits for the Smitties. And it will bring out Coach Scott Rowie to have a conversation with his starting pitcher. They do have some activity out in the right field bullpen, but it just started, so probably not going to be taking McCullough out, just trying to settle him down and slow things up. You're listening to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station. So there's my good talk of the Chicago Cubs for the next 5-6 years. But I do enjoy that they are still sitting in last place anyway, right where they should be. It is the top of the order for the Aberdeen Smitties, and for Tail Aviles, who is 1 for 2. He's hit the ball hard twice. He lined out to Furman to open up the bottom of the first, and he hit a base hit up the middle in the third inning. Would expect that he's got the speed, though. The thing, too, is that he's hit the ball hard, but he could easily drop down a bunt and able to beat it out. Center fielder for a reason, leadoff man for a reason. He's got some good speed to allow him to, even if he wants to drop down a bunt, he's got a good chance of beating it out. They will pick off the man. The throw will go to second. Now Stosher will start to run him back. He'll fake the throw. Now he'll go back to Bridger Babcock again. Babcock will throw it. So the tag will be applied. They got him out at second. Furman will make the tag, and they will get the first out. Not conventionally where you want to get the guy out, but they do get him out at second. And that'll be 1-3-4-3-6 on the pickoff. And one down here in the bottom of the fourth. As the first pitch now to Aviles, he'll roll over to Bridger Babcock. The flip to McCullough, and just barely getting there in time was McCullough to step on the bag. And there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Talk about the speed of Aviles. That was very, very close. And McCullough making sure that he had... where McCullough was stepped and where Aviles had stepped, almost stepped on the bag, on top of the bag, each top step on top of the bag, which can be dangerous for both guys, but everybody is okay. There's now 2 down now here in the bottom of the fourth as the first pitch to Ridley Waldo, a miss inside for ball 1. So after the leadoff double and the 2-run home run to make it 5-3, and then the single by Kiso, McCullough was able to pick him off and then get the 3-1 ground out, and quickly is trying to get out of this inning. Counts now 2-0 here to Ridley Waldo. Did not see who went out to warm up in the right field bullpen. 2-0 pitch. This will be flown out towards center field. Parker O'Brien going back, and he can't make the catch. It will get over his head all the way to the wall. The throw will come in. It will be a double for Ridley Waldo. And there's now a runner on at second with 2 outs. So O'Brien was tracking it all the way towards the wall, but unable to make the play. And there's now a runner on at second with 2 down here in the bottom of the fourth. And it will bring up now Jackson Post. First pitch to Jackson Post. This will be popped up. It'll be a tough play for everybody. It's going to drop in for a base hit. The throw coming from center is not going to be in time. The throw back to second is also not going to be in time. And it's going to be 5-4. And after a deep double to left center field, then a bloop single for the RBI. And it's now a 5-4 ball game. And still a runner on at second. O'Brien trying to gun him down at home. Sonnenschein stepped up and then tried to throw it back to second. So an RBI single for Post, then he went to second on the throw. And it's now a 5-4 ball game as that first pitch, I think, was called a strike. It's either outside or a strike. As the count's 0-1 here to Joe Cogley, who's 0 for 2, also reaching on an air. Good block there by Sonnenschein, a pitch in the dirt. And the count's now 1-1. So this is now 5 hits in the inning, 3 extra base hits along with 2 singles. And Aberdeen has scored 3 runs and have made this a 1-run ball game as that one's over for a strike. And I believe the count is 1-2. Well, the scoreboard shows what we show. But it is a 1-2 pitch upcoming here from McCullough, and that'll be fouled away. So for sure there's 2 strikes now. And it is a 1-2 count. Runner on at second. That is Post, who's got 2 hits and 2 RBIs so far. 1-2. That one is off the end of the bat, and staying alive was Cogley. He was fooled on the off-speed pitch, but got a piece of it just to stay alive. McCullough will shake off the first side. He'll come set in the 1-2. Ground ball to the left side. That's through for a base hit. They will round the runner at third. Now stop him. The throw will be picked up by Lindekugel as it was coming in. It's now first and third. Cogley gets his first hit. Runners are in the corners for the now pitcher Wheeler Malsum. And it brings up Malsum, who is 0 for 1. He also had a sacrifice bunt. And Malsum's got a chance to get this game tied here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Pierre enjoyed a 3-0 lead, made it 3-1 for Aberdeen in the bottom of the 3rd inning before 2 runs in the 4th. However, there's 3 runs that have scored here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So delayed steal. And first pitch, I believe, might have missed. Or no, maybe it was a strike. Runner does take second. So second and third, and a chance here for Aberdeen to get the lead with a base hit. First, the next pitch to Malsum is over for a strike. And the count is 0-2 here to Wheeler Malsum. McCullough trying to get out of this jam to keep the Govs in front. 0-2 pitch. Ground ball, left side. It'll be fielded by Furman, but it bounces off of him. It'll be an air charge to the shortstop Furman, and the game is now tied 5-5. Here in the bottom of the 4th, a 4-run 4th inning for Aberdeen. And the 9th man to come to the plate with a chance now to make this a 6-5 lead, but we will have a pitching change. So McCullough will come out with a 5-5 game with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. We'll have the relief man come in. We'll tell you the changes here in just a moment. Back in a minute, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Well, 4-run 4th has made this a 5-5 game, and we're not quite done with this 4th inning yet. Carter Templeton will come on to pitch here for the Governors with runners at first and third and 2 away. As Templeton will come in relief. This will be the second time he has come in relief. 4th appearance overall. He's got a 1-0 record. 9 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. 7 walks and 12 strikeouts. An ERA at 2.21. A whip at 1.26. A batting average against at 200 for Carter Templeton. And he pitched on Saturday. He had a 6-inning shutout as the Govs won 8-0 over West Fargo because of the all the games that were played at the Sanford Sports Complex and it not being a South Dakota game. They had the, 15-run rule after 4, 10 after 5, and 8 after 6. So they end up with an 8-0 win. But Templeton threw all 6 innings, giving up 3 hits, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. 80 pitches in those 6 innings. And to get that win in a shutout. That one's over for strike 1. The runner will take second. And it's now runners again at second and third with 2 away. A base hit again could make this a 2-run lead for Aberdeen. 0-1 pitch. That one's at the top of the zone, missing upstairs, and the count's 1-1. Templeton trying to keep this game tied. McCullough can no longer get the win, but he is responsible for the two guys that are on base right now. 1-1 pitch. That's over for a strike. The count's now 1-2. Also means that Dudenhofer will not factor into the decision. So both starters, well, I can't say both starters not factoring in quite yet. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Templeton. That'll miss low. And the Deuces are wild here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. 2 on and 2 outs, and a 2-2 pitch here to Will Haskell, the shortstop. Templeton delivers, swing and a miss, and a strikeout. Haskell was fooled on it, just trying to get some kind of contact, but he does strike out and end the inning. But it is a 4-run fourth, as Aberdeen will end up with a total of 6 hits in the inning, along with also an error. And it ends up being 2 men left on base. We head to the 5th inning. It is a brand new ball game, 5-5 between Pierre and Aberdeen. Back in a minute, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pierre Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pierre Closets at 605-223-5855 for free in-home design consultation. Pierre Closets, organized for life.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zanders has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zanders, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 5th, and it is a 5-5 game on American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Pierre and Aberdeen all squared up as we have 4, 5, and 6 for the Govs. Trip Lindekugel, Parker O'Brien, and Bridger Babcock. So now both starters will not factor into the decision one way or the other in this ball game. Brendan McCullough's final stats, 3 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts on 75 pitches for McCullough. So he will have 3 days rest. And so that doesn't really factor at all, because even with 4 days rest, he'd still be available for Huron next Tuesday and would not be available for Sunday's game against Brookings, which going into today, the thought wasn't, hey, if we keep somebody for just 2 days rest, we can have them pitch again, because the Brookings game was scheduled to be tomorrow, but has now been moved to Sunday. If there's any changes to that, which there is still a possibility of that, but if there's any changes, we will let you know. But otherwise, it'll be a 2 o'clock first pitch on Sunday. We'll be on the air at 1:45 against Brookings for the home opener at Heights Stadium. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Trip Lindekugel. Here's a line shot to center field. That's going to get over the head of Avilas and all the way to the wall. 1 hops off the wall for Lindekugel, who will stop at second. He's going to lead off double, and the Govs are in business, so get the lead back here to open up the top of the 5th inning. And another hit for Trip Lindekugel, 3 for 3 ball game. 6 hits last weekend. He's now got 10 hits overall, 9 since last Friday for Lindekugel. And there's a runner on at second and nobody out here in the top of the 5th. And Parker O'Brien will step in to try and give the Govs the lead right back here in this 5th inning. Here's the first pitch from Malsum to O'Brien. That is at the top of the zone for strike 1. O'Brien's 0 for 2, flew out to left and also flew out to center. Looking for that first hit in this ball game, looking to drive in the run. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one shakes the knees of O'Brien, but misses for a ball that counts now 1-1. 7 runs driven in for O'Brien coming into this game, which is the team lead, second on the team. Sun and Shine has that team lead with those 9 RBIs. That one is over for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. The 2 runs that were scored were both on an error on Brecken Furman's hit, so he doesn't get the RBIs. But Aiden Johnson does have the base hits to the triple. 1-2 pitch. As the 1-2 will come in, swing and a miss. Is a pitch in the dirt. 4 strike 3. Linden Kugel not going to third on the throw to first base, and there's now one down here in the top of the 5th inning. As Hoffman did a good job of corralling that pitch in the dirt, and one down to bring up Bridger Babcock, who is 1 for 2. So Bridger Babcock looking to try and get the Govs the lead off double by Linden Kugel. He's still over at second base. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. Hudson Schaefer, who's been on base both times, has scored twice. He is on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll miss low as it scoops in, and Hoffman scoops it up. 2-0 count. Here to Bridger Babcock. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll be fouled by Babcock, and the count's now 2-1. Watertown picks up their first win, 10-0 over T. We'll try and get you score updates from around the states. Watertown picking up a win. 2-1 is upstairs, and the count's now 3-1. A 10-0 in victory in 5 innings. They scored 7 runs in that 5th inning. Mitchell's leading Huron 4-0. Harrisburg leading Jefferson 5-1 right now. And O'Gorman leading Roosevelt 3-1 as that one's fouled back to the netting, and the count's now 3-2. Brookings softball, they beat the Governors 22-6 earlier. As the Govs fall to 2-2 now in the season. That was a 3-inning game, a 14-run second inning for Brookings. Here's a 3-2. There's a fly ball towards right center field. That drops in for a base hit. That one's going to be missed by Avila, so Linden Kugel will take off for home. The throw will come in. It will be up the line. Linden Kugel will be safe, and then taking seconds on the throw as well will be Bridger Babcock. And the count is now, or excuse me, the score is now 6-5. And that will be a base hit for Bridger Babcock. Might be an air charge to Vilas to allow Linden Kugel to score, but it is now a 6-5 lead. And there's still a runner on at second here.
6-5 lead for Pierre. They strike right back after the RBI.
So the
7th hit of the ball game for the Governors.
base hit for Babcock. The Govs get the lead back. This will be popped up foul out of play on the left side. Schaefer, who is 0 for 1, but he's been on base both times. He walked in the second and struck out in the 4th. But he got on base on a drop third strike. He came around to score both times. 0-1 pitch. Here's a line shot. That's going to get down for a base hit for Schaefer. Rounding third, they're going to try and score. Bridger Babcock is cut off by the third baseman. No throw to the plate. And it's an RBI single for Hudson Schaefer. And the Govs now lead it 7-5. Another 2-run inning for the Govs. And Schaefer's first hit of the season comes up big to get the RBI. And Bridger Babcock hard around third base. Able to score without a throw. And now Hudson Stosher to the plate. He is 1 for 2 in the ball game. 2 big hits there for the Governors. An RBI for Bridger Babcock, an RBI for Hudson Schaefer. Pickoff attempt and diving back in safely is Schaefer over at first. Couple big hits here for the Govs and a really good job to turn things right back around here in the top of the 5th inning. A 4-run 4th, a 2-run homer on top of all of that in that 4th inning. The momentum was on the side of the Aberdeen Smitties, but Linden Kugel led off with that double, an RBI hit from Bridger Babcock, and then a RBI single for Schaefer as Schaefer was off with a pitch, but it is fouled down the third base line by Hudson Stosher, and the count is now at 0-1. Number 8 man in the batting order, Aiden Johnson, who is waiting on deck with that 3 RBI triple back in the top of the 2nd inning. Gov scored 3 in the second, 2 in the fourth, and now 2 here in the fifth. But still just 1 out and a runner on at first. 1 in the third for Aberdeen, 4 in the fourth. As Malsum will come set from the stretch, here is the 0-1 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 1-1. And Malsum in for Dutenhofer through 3 innings. Gave up the 3 runs on 4 hits. Now Malsum, who is giving up 2 runs in the fourth and 2 in the fifth now. He's on the hook as this will be a step off and a throw to first base. And again, Schaefer will dive back in safely. As the count remains at 1-1 here to Hudson Stosher. And this is game 1 of our doubleheader here in Aberdeen at Fossum Field. 1-1 pitch, runner takes off, fouled back, and the count's now 1-2. Schaefer on at first. He's trying to steal twice, both times a foul ball by Stosher. We'll see if he maybe goes again on this pitch. Governors with 7 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for Aberdeen. 1-2 pitch, not running this time. Ground ball on the left side. Be fielded by the shortstop. Throw to second for 1. Back to first is not going to be in time. It will be a fielder's choice. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning. And still a runner on at first base. To now be Aiden Johnson to the plate. Stosher now 1 for 3, but on base for the second time. 6-4 on the fielder's choice. Haskell, the shortstop, almost didn't feel like he had made that play. He was able to throw it over to Waldo, the second baseman, to get that lead runner. Runner takes off. The throw will go to second, diving head first, and sliding in safely is Stosher with a stolen base. And he is now in score position here. A 1-0 count on the stolen base here by Hudson Stosher, and Aiden Johnson's got an opportunity for his 4th RBI of the ballgame. A 3-run triple in the top of the second. Sacrifice bunt in the top of the 4th. 1-0 pitch. That one's outside, and the count's now 2-0. 3-run inning here for the Governors. Oh, 2-run inning for the Governors. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Or make that the 2-0 pitch. That misses, and the count's now 3-0 to Aiden Johnson. Brecken Furman is waiting on deck. He was able to help score those 2 runs in the top of the 4th by putting the ball in play, and Air scored those 2 runs, but Furman had put the ball in play to make that possible. 3-0 pitch, Johnson taking all the way. That one is down the middle for a strike. The count's now 3-1.
Also 35 pitches.
Stosher leads away from second. It is the pitch to Johnson. This will be grounded back to the pitcher as Balsam will throw to first, and that will retire the side here in the top of the 5th inning. But it is 2 runs scoring on 3 hits in the inning, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It is a 7-5 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Did you know a well-maintained AC will last up to 40% longer? Save money and extend the life of your equipment with AirTech Heating and Cooling. From Oneida to Fort Pierre, we help homeowners and businesses slash their energy costs with high-efficiency cooling systems and precision maintenance. Don't let a dirty filter or low refrigerant drain your wallet this summer. Experience the AirTech advantage. Call AirTech today at 605-945-0160 to join our maintenance program. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned, keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the fifth, and the Pierre Governors now have the lead with a 7-5 advantage here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Carter Templeton is back on the mound to work for the Governors as he was able to get out of that inning in the strikeout of Will Haskell and keep that a 5-5 game. And it will be a 7-8-9 that got everything going for Aberdeen in the bottom of the fourth inning. Dudenhofer, Levi Hoffman, and Donovan Kiso. A double, a home run, and a single by those first three guys. And started that inning to get them right back into the ball game and tie things up. Ground ball over to the right side as Bridger Babcock stays down on it. 1 pitch and 1 out as he'll take it to the bag himself for the first out. 3 unassisted. And a good start to this bottom of the fifth inning for Carter Templeton. And it brings up now Levi Hoffman, the catcher. Hoffman hit the 2-run home run. That made it a 5-3 ball game in that bottom of the fourth inning before 2 more runs came in to score. As that one's over for strike 1. It was a string of an inning of 6 hits for Aberdeen. That one will miss low, and it counts now 1-1.
3 extra base hits. 6 total in the end. 1-1.
That one is over for a strike, and the count's now 1-2 here to Levi Hoffman. Templeton looking for his second strikeout. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one will miss slow, and the count's now 2-2. By the way, for those on KCCR, tomorrow we'll have, instead of baseball, we've got the play-in tournament for the NBA. We'll have both games, the last 2 elimination games of that play-in tournament. 2-2 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. And Sun and Shine will put the tag down. And there is now 2 down here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And it brings up now Donovan Kiso, who was 1 for 2. He was picked off between first and second after he got a base hit in that fourth inning. Number 9 man the batting order as the first pitch will come upstairs for ball 1 to Kiso, again, who's 1 for 2 in this game. I believe coverage starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Here, this one will be popped up on the left side. Coming in is going to be the left fielder to make the catch, and Goodman, and it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the fifth inning for Carter Templeton and the Pierre Governors. They lead at 7-5 as we head to the top of the 6th. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Back in a minute.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
As we head to the top of the 6th inning, and there is a 7-5 lead for the Pierre Governors on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Top of the order for the Govs, Brecken Furman, Jackson Goodman, and Sutton Sun and Shine. As it is now going to be Jackson Post on the mound for Aberdeen, so the third pitcher to be used here in this opening game of the season for Aberdeen. And again, yes, it is the opening game. They've been the misfortune of every time they've tried to play baseball, it's been bad weather. And the Governors on the other side have had the good fortune of basically playing every time that they have had good weather. Harrisburg's the only, again, outside of tomorrow, but to this point, Harrisburg's the only doubleheader we haven't played in 10 games now. And tomorrow's games have been moved to Sunday's games, so even that will still be played, as of now, still be played. Well, let's get you the full totals for Wheeler Balsam, as he threw 2 innings, gave up 4 hits, 4 runs, but only 2 of those were earned. No walks and 2 strikeouts. As Jackson Post, they're checking his glove. It's kind of a whitish glove, but they've got white jerseys anyway, so it really doesn't blend in too much with the baseball. But Malsum, again, 2 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Carter Templeton has thrown just 13 pitches in an inning and a third with those 2 strikeouts. And the Governors will try and add on to the lead for him here in the top of the 6th inning. So Post will go from third to the mound, which then will put Waldo over to third. And then from, looks like maybe that we'll see if Malsum will go back to second. Brecken Furman will lead things off. Well, Haskell stays over there. It does look like maybe, well, it can't be Waldo who was at second.
Top of the lineup due up here for the Governors.
Maybe Rivera's moved into the lineup or on the field. Here's the first pitch. That's over for a strike to Brecken Furman. The count's 0-1. We've not had to play, well, technically, even though Waldo's moved 3 times, not have to play the game of where's Waldo because we've seen where he's at throughout this entire ball game. This count's now 1-1. We're just trying to figure out where the third baseman might, or the second baseman might be. Furman is 0 for 3, flew out of the right field twice, and also reached on an error. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 1-2 to Furman. Reached on that error that scored the 2 runs in that top of the 4th inning, which gave the Govs that 5-1 lead. 1-2 pitches upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. Let's see if we can tell you exactly. I believe maybe it is Malsum that's over at second base. This will be flown out towards center field. Aviles comes in on it. Now he'll backpedal and he'll make the catch. And the first out here in the top of the 6th inning. The leadoff man is retired, and it will bring up now Jackson Goodman to the plate. Goodman is 0 for 3 as he flew out to right field, lined out to the shortstop, and then he grounded out to the pitcher. At that point was Malsum. First pitch swinging, ground ball to the right side. It will get through the hole on the right side for a base hit, and it's a 1-out single for Goodman. Going the other way with it. Good piece of hitting there for Goodman. And there's 1 on and 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. And it brings up Sun and Shine. Sun and Shine is 0 for 2. He flew out to right, walked in the third, and then he popped out in foul territory to the first baseman in the top of the 4th inning. Here's the first pitch to him. There's a line shot. That's a base hit in the left field. It's going to make it first and second. 1 hop to the left fielder in Kiso. Back-to-back singles and back-to-back pitches for the Governors, and they're in business here in the top of the 6th inning. And Trip Linda Kugel to the plate, who is 3 for 3 in the ball game. So it's runners at first and second. 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Trip Linda Kugel. 2 singles and a double so far. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. Trying to go 4 for 4 in this ball game. And also pick up his first RBI. Runners at first and second here with the one away. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. Avila's playing back out in center, and after that double went over his head, he'll rather come in on the ball than try and go back towards center. Again, it's 380 out in left center field here in Aberdeen. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one's fouled back to the screen. The count's now 2-1. And Linda Kugel, an 8th grader, is not, well, one, he doesn't look like one standing up at the plate, but two, he has not, you haven't really seen him feel the pressure of playing varsity baseball for the first time that you would maybe see in as a junior, sophomore, junior, or senior. That one will miss low, and the count's now 3-1 here to Linda Kugel. A 3-1 count to Linda Kugel. Parker O'Brien, who is 0 for 3, waits on deck. As Post delivers a 3-1, that'll miss low for ball 4, and the bases are now loaded here with one away in the top of the 6th inning. And it will bring up Parker O'Brien, as Hoffman will go out and have a chat with Post. Parker O'Brien's got a chance to break this thing open here at the top of the 6th inning. He lined out to left, he flew out to center, and he struck out swinging in the 5th. And a chance to erase all of that with a base hit to make this a big lead here for the Govs. Goodman's over at 3rd, Sun and Shine at 2nd, Linda Kugel over at 1st. Well, running for Sun and Shine at 2nd base. Here's the first pitch that is the top of the zone for strike 1. Landry Van Rokel is running for Sun and Shine. 0-1 count here to Parker O'Brien, the center fielder. 0 for 3, but a chance to get an RBI right here. 0-1 pitch. This will be fouled out of play, and the count's now 0-2. There's a big pitch here upcoming from Jackson Post. Like a ground ball back to you or a strikeout if you're Aberdeen. Parker O'Brien just anywhere up or away from the pitcher, the corners. He's got the speed to at least make it a fielder's choice to get a run home. 0-2 pitch. Good take there from O'Brien. The pitch hit the dirt before it got to the plate. He stayed back on it and, as they would say, spit on the ball as it came to the plate. And a good block by Levi Hoffman, too, but the count goes to now 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Here's a line shot. That's going to be up the middle for a base hit. One run will come in to score. They're going to try and round the other one. They will hold him at 3rd. Good job by Coach Rowley the last second to hold Van Rokel. And it's an RBI single for Parker O'Brien. It's now an 8-5 lead. And it remains the bases loaded here with one away. And it brings up Bridger Babcock, who is 2 for 3 with an RBI single. Station to station. 2 singles, a walk, and now another single. And Bridger Babcock, a chance for a 3-hit day and potentially a second RBI or more. And Rokel leads away from 3rd, Linda Kugel at 2nd, and now over at 1st is O'Brien as the first pitch is over for strike 1 to Bridger Babcock. 3-run lead for the Govs. They have scored a run in each of the last 3 innings. 0-1 pitch. That's upstairs, and the count's now 1-1.
Babcock, a 2-hit day, struck out in the 3rd, but got a hit his last time.
11 hits for the Govs. 8 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors, 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for Aberdeen. 1-1 pitch to Babcock. Swing and a foul tip in the mitt for a strike, and the count's now 1-2 here with 1 out. Hudson Schaefer, who got his first hit of the season, waits on deck. It is Post that will come set from the stretch. The 1-2 pitch, that is up high. And the count's now 2-2. Couldn't get the curveball to snap and try and drop in for a strike. Missed too high and outside. So now a 2-2 count. The bases loaded, 1 out here at the top of the 6th. Guys have already got 1 run in. Here's the 2-2. There's a fly ball that is going to be fouled down the third base line and into left field. As Babcock tried to inside out that one to left field. Bases are loaded here with one out in the top of the sixth inning. Jackson Post will come set from the stretch. 2-2. This is fouled off of the plate by Babcock, who stays alive. And a good job by Babcock to hang in there and continue to make Post throw pitches here in the top of the sixth inning, trying to extend this lead for the Governors. This, while it's a 3-run ball game right now, this is a big portion of this game. It's not out of reach by Aberdeen by any means. As there's a ground ball to the second baseman. He'll turn to throw to second for one. Back to first. It is not going to be in time. At one hop to the first baseman, and it might have cost the double play for Aberdeen. And it's now a 9-5 lead. A fielder's choice. Good hustle down the line by Bridger Babcock. And it allows the Govs to now take a 9-5 advantage on the RBI fielder's choice. Second RBI of the ball game for Bridger Babcock. 4-6 on the fielder's choice. 2 away. Hudson Schaefer now to the plate. With his chance to try and make this a 10-5 lead. They'll pick off, attempt over to first, and Babcock will dive back in safely. Boy, what a good job by Babcock to get up and down the line. Haskell, the shortstop, again, if that's without a hop, it might beat Babcock, but it slowed up on the bounce in front of first base, as Babcock will steal second on the first pitch that's outside for ball one. And it's now runners at second and third with 2 away.
That's pretty much an automatic steal when you're going trying to get that guy.
So now Schaefer of the base hit could drive in both runs. Does have an RBI so far, been on base all 3 times. 1-0 pitch will bounce in. Another good block there by Hoffman. And the count goes to now 2-0.
Schaefer today walked, reached on an error, and singled.
Lyndon Kugel's at third. Babcock at second. Hudson Schaefer trying to extend this lead to maybe a 6-run advantage. Govs have scored 2 runs in the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings now. Here's a 2-0 from Post. Schaefer, there's a swing and a miss. It goes off to the right side. Lyndon Kugel will come in to score. It's now a 10-5 lead as the count goes to now 2-1. But a good job by Lyndon Kugel. Saw that bounce to the left. Hoffman was not going to get there in time. Lyndon Kugel comes in to score. Babcock's over at third base. And a 2-1 count with 2 outs. And now, really for sure, a base hit makes this a 6-run lead for the Govs. 2-1 pitch. That's upstairs and outside. And the count's now 3-1. On deck would be Hudson Stosher, who would be the 8th man to come to the plate in this top of the 6th inning.
So Pierre, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 3 now in the 6th. Lead 10-5 after the Smitties.
Post will come set from the stretch. Here's the 3-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 3-2. Swinging at ball 4 with Schaefer. So now it's a full count. Only runner on at third. So Babcock will not take off with the pitch. But here's a 3-2 now from Post to Schaefer. Misses outside for ball 4, and the bases make that first and third. With 2 outs, and time will be called again, and Hoffman will go back out and have a conversation with his pitcher Post. 4th time that Schaefer's been on base in this game. Hudson Stosher, who is 1 for 3, he comes to the plate. You expect that Schaefer would get the steal here with runners at first and third. And 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning to try and move him into scoring position. Stosher looking for an RBI. First pitch, Schaefer takes off. That is missing outside and no chance to even attempt a throw. So still on base now for Schaefer, and it's back to second and third with 2 away. And And the Govs are trying to extend this lead out. Still not out of reach, though. The Govs did lead 5-1 before a 4-run fourth tied the game at 5. So this is still this isn't game over right now, as that one's over for a strike, and the count's now 1-1 to Stosher. But they can continue to build the momentum if they can get a couple of base hits, or at least one more base hit here in the top of the 6th inning. Here's now the 1-1. Stosher over to left field, but it's right to the left fielder, Kiso, to make the catch, and it will retire the side here in the top of the 6th inning. But it is a 3-run inning for the Govs, as they were able to get 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the 6th, a 10-5 lead for the Govs over Aberdeen. Back in a minute. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Hey you, are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the 6th. Carter Templeton still on the mound for the Governors after a long inning that saw 8 guys come to the plate and 3 runs scored. It is the top of the order that is due up for the Aberdeen Smitties to start this bottom of the 6th inning. And so it is a chance for Aberdeen to try and get some runs back here quickly. J.L. Aviles will lead things off. Ridley Waldo and Jackson Post. First pitch is missing outside for ball 1. Aviles 1 for 3 in the ball game. They come in to score in that. He did score the first run of the ball game in the 3rd inning. This will be fouled out of play on the left side. The count's now 1-1. Aviles, Waldo, and Post. Anybody reaches base, so it'll go to Cogley, the right fielder. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll come inside on Aviles, and the count's now 2-1. Yeah, this is game 1 of 2 of our doubleheader. Game 2 will follow here as we continue in this doubleheader, as that one's missing high and outside, and the count's now 3-1. 3-1 here from Carter Templeton to J.L. Aviles. Line shot to left field. That's going to get down for a base hit in front of the left fielder, Goodman. Leadoff single for Aviles, and that'll be hit number 10 for Aberdeen. And Aviles is on to kick off this bottom of the 5th. Make that the bottom of the 6th, excuse me. He's now 2 for 4 in the ball game, and it brings up Ridley Waldo. Waldo is 1 for 2. He walked in the 1st, flew out to center in the 3rd, and then he doubled in the 4th. That started, actually didn't really get started. He got started again, as this one is going to be flown out towards left center field. That's going to get over the head of Parker O'Brien all the way down and out to the 380 sign. Aviles will round 3rd. He will come in to score. It's another double for Ridley Waldo, and it's now a 10-6 ball game here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Second double for Waldo. First RBI of the ball game. And the speed of Aviles had no question that he was going to score on that one. And it brings up Jackson Post. And told you that, this, while the Govs added on to that lead, those were big insurance runs to have, because if you don't get those 3 runs, it's now a 1-run ball game. But instead, Pierce still got a 4-run cushion. But the way this ball game has gone in this game, that you need that extra cushion, because what Aberdeen has already done in the 4th inning and now threatening to kind of do here in the 6th. This will be fouled out of play on behind home plates, and the count is now even at a ball and a strike. Jackson Post is 2 for 3. He's got 2 RBIs, a single and an RBI in the third, and an RBI hit in the fourth inning as well. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Templeton. That was a line shot, and that's going to get up the middle for a base hit. O'Brien is able to stop it, and the runner will go to third. He had to freeze the line drive, did Waldo. And Post is now 3 for 4 in the ball game, and it's first and third now with nobody out. And Joe Cogley, the right fielder, who is 1 for 3, will come to the plate. He also reached on air in that third inning. RBI for Cogley in that fourth inning. Pickoff attempt, and the throw a little wide of first base, and no attempt for the tag for Bridger Babcock. Do have some activity out in the left field bullpen for the Govs, or the right field bullpen for the Govs. Here's the first pitch that'll miss. No, that'll be at the bottom of the zone for a strike. And the count's 0-1. Good first pitch strike there for Templeton. That's a tough pitch to try and hit unless you're going to be playing some golf. 0-1 pitch. That one will miss low, and a good block there by Sun and Shine. Kept the ball in front. Runner at first did not take off. So the count is even at a ball and a strike. Maybe Jonathan Newharth could potentially warm it up again. Can't really see exactly who is out there in the right field bullpen other than it's just being a lefty. Here's a line shot. That's a base hit to make it 10-7. Another hit here for Aberdeen as first and second with nobody out. And 4 straight hits to open up the bottom of the 6th inning. And we are far from over in this ball game. 10-7 our score now. And it's Wheeler Malsom to the plate, who is 0 for 2. Had a sacrifice bunt in the third inning, grounded out and also reached on air. He's grounded to the shortstop twice, but reached on air on one of them. This would be a good time for another ground ball to try and start a double play. First pitch is over for strike 1. So the tying run's already up to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning after a 5-run lead going into this bottom of the 6th. 4 straight hits, 2 runs have scored. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. 0-1 pitch. That one, a good curveball that had somehow missed the bottom of the zone as it broke across the plate, and the count's now 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Templeton. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. And a big opportunity here for Templeton to try and get a strikeout of Wheeler Malsom. First and second, nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. 1-2 pitch from Templeton here to Wheeler Malsom. That will miss upstairs, and the count's 2-2. 10 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for the Governors. 7 runs, 13 hits, and 3 errors for Aberdeen. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Templeton to Malsom. Swing and a miss. There's a big strikeout for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th. And now all of a sudden you're a ground ball away from getting out of this jam as Coach Scott Rowley will come out and maybe make a pitching change. It looks like Jonathan Newharth is done warming up, and they will make the change. So it is going to be a change here for the Govs. We'll tell you that when we come back. 10-7. The Governors lead it by 3 here in the bottom of the 6th. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
So Jonathan Newharth will come in relief for the first time this year, and he'll do so with runners at first and second and one out in the bottom of the sixth inning in a 10-7 game. He has thrown 7 innings so far on the season for Newharth. He has not had a win or a loss in his 2 starts. No decisions on both of those starts. 5 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts. ERA is at 3, a whip at 1.43. And a batting average against at 192. 43% first pitch strike for Jonathan Newharth. His last time out against Grand Forks, he threw 5 innings in that 9-inning game, 3 hits, 1 run allowed on 2 hits and 3 strikeouts. So for Newharth, looking to continue what he did this past weekend. And he's got Will Haskell, the shortstop, the first man to greet him. Number 6 man in the batting order, who was 0 for 3 with 2 flyouts to center, and then a strikeout victim. First pitch, top of the zone for strike 1. 2-run inning so far for Aberdeen. The Govs scored 3 in the top of the 6th, but 2 here in the bottom of the 6th for the Smitties. Pickoff attempt over at first, and trying to backpick that runner over at first base was Cogley, who dove back in and kind of dove in a awkward way because I don't think he was expecting Bridger Babcock to come from behind him and be on the bag. But a lefty, it's an easier pickoff potential if you can time it out right. 0-1 pitch is flown out towards right center field. That's going to get down to the gap for a base hit. 1 run will come in to score. The runner will round third, going to try and come in to score. Over to third, the throw will come in. Lindenkugel will put the tag down. He is out at third. There's now 2 down, and it's a 10-9 game, a 2-run double for Will Haskell. But Lindenkugel on a great throw from Hudson Stosher right on the money to Lindenkugel. Gets Haskell out by a couple of steps. So there's nobody on, but it's still a 2-run double, and there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And so Haskell's first hit of the ball game of the season brings in 2 runs. It is 9-4-5 on the putouts. 2 down, nobody on. And it is now the number 7 man, Mike Dudenhofer. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. So now Newharth, and that will officially close the book on Carter Templeton, who could still factor in the decision. As we'll look at his full stats here in just a moment as the pitch is upstairs and the count's now 2-0. Dudenhofer, who in this game, as he's played, he's 1 for 2. Walked, double, and then he also grounded out to the first baseman. 2-0s upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. Templeton goes an inning and 2/3, giving up 4 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, no walks, 3 strikeouts on 30 pitches. So he is available to pitch again on Sunday. 3-0 pitch is at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. You are listening to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station, as we're past 7 o'clock on this Thursday night. 3-1 pitch coming here from Newharth to Dudenhofer. This will be a fly ball to center field. Parker O'Brien will camp underneath it. He'll make the catch, and that retires the side here in the bottom of the 6th. It is a 4-run inning again for the Aberdeen Smitties as they get 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and no one left on base. We head to the top of the 7th. Pierre is clinging to a 10-9 lead here in Game 1 of our doubleheader. Back in a minute, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 7th, and Joe Cogley is now on the mound for Aberdeen, as it is going to be Cogley, the 4th pitcher to come to the mound. And we'll tell you all the changes here in just a moment for this Aberdeen Smitty teams, as Cogley comes from right field into pitch. But again, being the first game of the season, that means that you're going to see a few more guys that are going to be coming into the game. As let's see here if we can find the stats in total for Jackson Post, who end up going 3. Make that 12. They don't have. We'll try and get over here for. Let's see here. We got. We'll get it figured out here in just a moment. It is going to be 9-1-2. For this Governor team here at the top of the 7th. There we go. Jackson Post did go just 1 inning, giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts. He threw 32 pitches, 37 for Wheeler Malsom. Didn't finish that one out earlier. So it will be Aiden Johnson, Brecken Furman, and Jackson Goodman that will come to the plates, being 9-1-2. So Waldo will move out to right field. Malsom is at second. Post goes back to third. And those are your changes with Cogley now on the mound. I kind of a, not necessarily a dumb joke, but the joke of where's Waldo, and Waldo's moved from second to third. He was a DH, then he moved to second, then he was at third, and then he was in right, so he really has moved around a lot to try and find him. Levi Hoffman, Donovan Kiso, and J.L. Vilas will be 8-9-1, the bottom of the 7th. So if the Govs want to try and extend this lead here in the top of the 7th inning, as Aiden Johnson will take strike 1 to start this top of the 7th inning. It's much different than last year's game 1 of their doubleheader, and of course the weather is going to hold up for us to play a second game, as this one will miss, and I don't know if we're going to have a better night of baseball all year than what we have right now. Maybe it starts to get chilly by the end of game number 2, but this is about as good of baseball weather as we can see probably in the entire season. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Johnson. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. But last year they went 10 innings in game 1, and it was a 3-2 win for Pierre over Aberdeen. We passed that 3-2 score in the top of the 4th inning when it was 5-1 for Pierre, and now it's 10-9. I mean, we've seen more runs score in 1 full inning of play than we did in 10 innings of that game last year. This will be fouled off the umpire's mask. He is okay, and it will be a quick walk in front of the plate for the catcher and Hoffman, just to give the home plate umpire a little chance to catch his breath. Aiden Johnson walked farther away from the right-handed batter's box. 1-2 pitch here from Cogley to Aiden Johnson. That will bounce in, and the count's now 2-2. Game 1 of our doubleheader, and with some activity on the right field bullpen for the Governors, by the way. Here's the 2-2 pitch. There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout of Aiden Johnson. And there's now 1 down here in the top of the 7th, and it's back to the top of the order. 5th time through the order now here for the Governors. Brecken Furman here at the top of the 7th inning. 0 for 4, 2 flyouts to right field. He also flew out to the center fielder and reached on an error in that top of the 4th inning. 10 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. 9 runs, 14 hits, 3 errors for Aberdeen as the first pitch will miss upstairs for ball 1. 19 combined runs, 25 combined hits, and 5 combined errors. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll be over for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Governors overall have left 7 men on base. Aberdeen has also left 7 men on base. Here's the 1-1 to Furman. That will miss slow, and the count's now 2-1. 2-1 count to Brecken Furman. 1 out, nobody on here at the top of the 7th, a 1-run ball game. Governors are trying to hold on for this Game 1 win and trying to add on to this 1-run game right now. The count's now 2-2 as Furman fouls that one back behind home plate. Clips the 2-hour mark of Game 1 of our doubleheader. In Game 2 will be somewhere around 20 to 30 minutes between after Game 1 concludes. 2-2 pitch is chopped to the plate, foul, remains a 2-2 count. And coming up will be Sunday right now. It's going to be the home opener for the Governors. They were scheduled to take on Brookings tomorrow, but weather will dictate that to not be played. And it's tentatively scheduled for Sunday at 2 o'clock. If you don't hear anything or see anything on Facebook as Furman fouls that one away again, or on kccrradio.com, you can then know that if you're planning on going to the game, you can see if the YouTube live stream is set and ready to go. And if it is, you know the game's going to be happening. If we get on the air 15 minutes for Game 1, then you can head over quickly to Hyde Stadium. This will come inside and hit Furman. Maybe just got the jersey, but got a piece of him to make this a runner on at first, and 1 out here at the top of the 7th. The first man that's been hit by a pitch in the ballgame from either side, as it's Jackson Goodman to the plate. Jackson Goodman 1 for 4. He singled in the 6th inning. Came around to score. He started that rally for the Govs. Furman takes off for second. This will go off the glove. Furman is over at second as he's slowed up. He stays at second. And now Furman thought about it again. Then he almost got himself picked off at second. Holy moly, that turned into a near disaster for Aberdeen and for Pierre. The ball went off the glove of the catcher Hoffman as he was trying to stand up to maybe throw to second. So Furman got there standing up. But then he had a chance to maybe go to third, did not. Then the ball got away from Cogley for a moment, started to go to third, and then when he was starting to go back to second, he got tripped over his own feet, started to lose his balance. And then Cogley threw to second and almost got Furman out at second. So now there's a 2-0 count to Jackson Goodman. RBI opportunity, man in scoring position. That one will be off the handle over to the right side. It'll be fielded by the first baseman, and the only play is the step at first, and there's now a runner on at third as Furman will make his way over to third base. So a productive out does move the runner over to third, and it brings up Sutton Sunshine, who is 1 for 3 in the ball game. Governors would like to add to that batting with runners in scoring position. Just 260 as a team, 277 overall hitting as a team for the Govs, but 260 with runners in scoring position. It's not terrible, but you'd love to see that average go up, as you're really going to start seeing runs score at that point. For Pierre coming into this ball game, this doubleheader, 17 2-out RBIs in the season. And Sunshine trying to add to that as the 1-0 pitch is upstairs and the count's 2-0 to Sunshine. Furman leads away from third. Sun and Shine right at the back of the batter's box. That comes inside. The count's now 3-0, and Hoffman turned to his side and looked back, maybe trying to see if Furman would think that that ball got away from the catcher, Hoffman. Cogley, 3-0 pitch here to Sun and Shine on its way, taking all the way, and it will miss inside for ball 4. And it's now runners at first and third. Second time that Sunshine has drawn a walk. Landry Van Rokel will make his way out to first base to run for Sun and Shine as a courtesy runner. And Trip Lindenkugel to the plate. So Lindenkugel, who is 3 for 3 in this game, also drew a walk, so he's been on base all 4 times. Does not have an RBI yet, but this is a golden opportunity to extend this one-run lead here in this top of the 7th. 10-9 our score. Pickoff attempt, and it's going to get away from the first baseman, and it will make its way out towards right field. And now rounding second is Van Rokel over to third. The throw is going to go off the glove. Now Van Rokel is going to try and score, and he will come in to score, and both runs will now score to make it a 12-9 ball game. 2 errors by Aberdeen scored 2 runs, and it's a 12-9 lead for the Govs. So the pickoff attempt over to first will be charged to the pitcher Cogley on the throw. And then it'll be a throwing error by the first baseman and Dudenhofer, throwing it over to third and throwing it high. And so 2 errors, scored 2 runs, and it's a 12-9 lead with 2 outs here at the top of the 7th as the first pitch is a swing and a miss by Lindenkugel. Well, Lindenkugel doesn't get the RBI opportunity anymore, but he still can go 4 for 4 in this game. Here's the 0-1 pitch here from Cogley to Lindenkugel. That one will hit Lindenkugel, and so he will get over to first. It's the second hit batter of the inning by Cogley, and it's a runner on at first with 2 away. And it brings up Parker O'Brien. So the Govs have scored 2 runs without a hit. They've only put the ball in play once on the ground out by Goodman. A hit batter, a walk, a hit by a pitch, and those 2 errors that have scored the 2 runs. Here's the first pitch to Parker O'Brien. As that one is going to be over for strike 1. O'Brien had the RBI single in the top of the 6th. That helped extend the lead out for the Govs. It was a 5-5 game, but Pierre then scored 2 in the 5th inning, another 3 in the 6th to take a 10-5 lead before a 4-run 6th inning made it 10-9. Now it sits at 12-9. This will be a wild pitch that will get Lindenkugel over to second. He rounds second, but he will stay there. And now it's a 1-1 count to Parker O'Brien and a runner on at second here with 2 away. O'Brien looking for his second RBI. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Cogley. That's upstairs, and the count's now 2-1. We'll see if Jonathan Newharth comes out for the 7th inning. There was some activity out in the right field bullpen. Those guys are still standing out there. Here's the 2-1 pitch inside, and the count's now 3-1. And Cogley almost hit his 3rd batter of the inning. Yeah, a strikeout of Aiden Johnson, then a hit by a pitch, a ground out of Goodman, a walk, and a hit by a pitch. 3-1 pitch. That'll be upstairs, and it's now first and second on another walk issued. And it brings up Bridger Babcock, who is 2 for 4 in this ball game with 2 RBIs. And a mound visit. And we'll see, and it'll be just kind of settle everybody down here and settle Cogley down. 12-9 here at the top of the 7th. This is the 4th pitcher for Aberdeen. And again, this being the first game of the season, it is a lot harder for this Aberdeen team to, again, they got to I wouldn't say necessarily, I mean, they're being wise by not overthrowing anybody, but they've had probably more pitchers throw in this game than they were hoping to have in the first game of the doubleheader. Because you're just not going to throw a lot of guys a lot of pitches in the first outing of the season, even though we're in mid-April. And again, Pierre's playing their 11th game, but Aberdeen's playing just their first game. So you're trying to get out of this inning as the first pitch is upstairs for ball one. There's not much more of a, hey, this guy's just going to have to eat the inning because, again, you're probably on a pitch count, and you can't just let him keep going regardless of where you're at, what you're wanting to do. Is this one will bounce off the umpire. It got behind the catcher and Hoffman, but it went off the umpire's shin guard and bounced back in front of the plate, so Lindenkugel cannot take off for third. And it's first and second here still with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Bridger Babcock's got 2 hits. He's looking for his third RBI as well. That's upstairs in the 2-0 pitch, and the count's now 3-0. On deck is Hudson Schaefer. And how close Cogley was to get out of this inning without any damage at all. But now that 2 runs have scored, Aberdeen's got their work cut out for them in the bottom of the 7th inning. 3-0 pitch is upstairs for ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk, and the bases are now loaded here with 2 away in the top of the 7th, and it brings up Hudson Schaefer to the plate. Schaefer has been on base all 4 times, 2 walks, a single, and also struck out but reached on the drop third strike. Cogley will go back to the windup here with the bases loaded. First pitch comes high and inside, nearly hits Schaefer, and that will miss for ball 1. Again, no hits in the inning. Governors have put the ball in play just once on a ground out by Jackson Goodman. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Schaefer. That one missing upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. 6 straight misses here from Cogley. 2-0 pitch. That is upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. And Hudson Schaefer taking all the way. Hudson Stosher is on deck.
3-0, bases loaded.
And here is the 3-0 pitch. That'll miss inside for ball 4. And it makes it now a 13-9 game. Bases loaded walk and RBI for Schaefer. And this will spell the end of the day for Cogley on the mound. So they'll have a pitching change here with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. And they will bring Waldo in to pitch from right field. We will take a break. We'll come back in a minute. 13-9. Pierre leads here in the top of the 7th. Back in a minute on KCCR. And you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
It is Ridley Waldo that is on the mound here for the Aberdeen Smitties in the top of the 7th inning, as it is a 13-9 ball game. A 3-run top of the 7th, 4-run lead. Waldo will pitch with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
35 pitches for
Cogley threw just 35 pitches, but all threw it in that 1 inning. And for Cogley, you can't close the book on him yet. He is going to be still in line for these 3 guys that are on base. 2/3 of an inning. No hits. It is 3 runs, all 3 of them earned right now. 4 walks and 1 strikeout. Hudson Stosher will be the first man to come to the plate for Waldo. And then it'll be Aiden Johnson, who already hit in this top of the 7th inning, struck out swinging in that top of the 7th.
The batter right now is Hudson Stoser.
Lights are coming on here at Fossum Field before we get through game 1. We're looking for a near 8 o'clock start for game 2 at this point. So the base is loaded. First pitch to Stosher. That will miss inside for ball 1. Stosher is 1 for 4 in the ball game. Struck out swinging in the 2nd. Base hit in the 4th. Fielder's choice in the 5th, and also flew out to left in the 6th. Ground ball that'll be off the shortstop Haskell into center field. 2 runs are going to come in to score. Another error in the inning for Aberdeen. Another 2 runs will come in. It is 15-9 for the Govs here in the top of the 7th inning. And they will hit around, and it will bring up Aiden Johnson back to the plate. No RBIs that time for Hudson Stosher. For the 3rd error in the inning for Aberdeen. And now it's going to be Aiden Johnson, who had a 3-run triple in the top of the 2nd that got everything started for the Govs. And in the ball game, the first 3 runs that scored, it was a 3-1 game after 3, by the way. We're almost halfway done. It was a 3-1 ball game. Now it's 15-9. A lot of scoring in this first game, as this one's fouled back, and the count's now 1-1. On at second, it's a Schaefer. Stosher's over at first. Aiden Johnson trying to score the Hudsons. And try and make this an 8-run lead for the Govs if he can find a gap somewhere. 1-1 pitch. That'll miss low and inside, and the count's now 2-1. Newhart, who got the final out of the 6th inning. He's had a long wait to go for the 7th, as this one is flown out towards right field. It is going to be Cogley that will be over to make the catch and retire the side here in the top of the 7th. But it is a 5-run inning for the Govs, as they will do that without a hit in the inning, 3 errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the 7th, and Pierre's got a 6-run lead as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Back in a minute, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
As we welcome you back, we head to the bottom of the 7th, and the Pierre Governors are looking to hold on for a Game 1 win. 15-9 our score on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. Jonathan Newhart will be the man on the mound still, and it's 8-9-1. Levi Hoffman, Donovan Kiso, and JL Avilas, the first 3 hitters of this bottom of the 7th inning, as the first pitch will miss low for ball 1.
Another big inning. They scored 4 in the 4th, 4 in the 6th. 1 there in the 3rd.
15 runs on 11 hits and 2 errors for the Govs. 9 runs, 14 hits, 6 errors for Aberdeen. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-1 here to Levi Hoffman. The catcher hit a 2-run home run back in that 4-run 4th inning. Another 4-run 6th inning for Aberdeen after scoring 1 in that 3rd. Here's the 1-2 pitch. There's a line shot that is going to be fouled down the 3rd base line. And the count is remaining at 1-2. Trip Lindenkugel over at third. The sun where it's setting is pretty much difficult for him and maybe the left fielder in Jackson Goodman. Might be a little bit for Brecken Furman as well, but I think that sun's mostly going to be the hardest part for probably Lindenkugel at third. Reaching for it and poking it into center field for a base hit. Good two-strike hitting for Levi Hoffman. And it's a runner on at first to kick off the bottom of the 7th. And it will bring up now Nevin Kiso to the plate. So Kiso, who is 1 for 3. Now the 15th hit of the ball game for Aberdeen. They're outside of this one going to extra innings, as this one will be away from Sun and Shine. It missed for a ball, went off the umpire, and didn't get far enough away. But when it got past Sun and Shine, Hoffman was able to take second. Here is the 1-0 pitch to Kiso. That's upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. But again, outside of the Govs getting another chance to hit at this point, that Aberdeen's going to out-hit the Govs, and really, even if the Govs get to hit again, it's going to take a really, really big inning for Pierre to out-hit Aberdeen. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 2-1, mostly because they've been out-hit by 4 right now, and they're down by 6 as Aberdeen. So if Aberdeen ties this game up, they're going to have to put a lot of hits together. Here's the 2-1. That'll miss low, and the count's now 3-1. Here is the 3-1 pitch to Kiso. That one off the glove. There's a throw, will go to third. The tag a second time by Lindenkugel, and he stayed on the bag both times. It was ball 4. And so it's now first and third with nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Hoffman's safe at third. And that was a very dangerous play for Hoffman. So if he was out, I mean, they're down by 6, and you don't want to make that first out at third base. That one's over for a strike to Aviles, who is 2 for 4 in the ball game. 6-run lead here in the bottom of the 7th for the Governors. Newharth will come set from the stretch. 0-1 pitch. That one just a bit upstairs, maybe a little bit outside. And the count's now 1-1.
15 hits on the ball game here. And runners on the corners and no one out.
Runner at first and third. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. Newharth comes set. The 1-1 pitch is fouled away, and the count is now at 1 ball and 2 strikes. We can officially close the book on Cogley, by the way. We'll get you the totals of all of that here in just a moment. As he ends up throwing, again, those 2/3 of the inning, gives up 5 runs, 3 of them earned. As this one's lined up, or a ground ball back of the middle, there will be on the transfer. The runner will be out at second. Run will come in to score. It was a one-hopper back to Newharth, threw it to Furman at short, and as he tried to make that quick turn, because you had to make it quick to try and get Aviles out at first, he was unable to get that from his glove to his hand. It was on the transfer, so the runner is out. A run does come in to score. There is one out, and it's now a 5-10 ball game. Here's the first pitch upstairs for ball 1. So still 5-run lead, 15-10. Governors lead over Aberdeen. Does go for an RBI for J.L. Aviles. It was 1-6 on the fielder's choice. That one is over on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Jonathan Newharth trying to finish out this ball game, get the final, now 2 more outs. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one is skied out to center field. Coming in now is O'Brien. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 down. He started back, came flying in, and had to stop quickly. And the Govs are now out away from their first win of the day. And brings up Jackson Post.
Post has had a nice day, 3 for 4.
Jackson Post, 3 singles in his last 3 at-bats. An RBI in the 3rd and 4th inning on those hits. Has come in to score twice. Runner takes off for second. The throw will go to second. The tag is going to be just offline and not applied in time. And Aviles will steal second. And again, with with it being a 5-run game, nobody else on base, might think, hey, we'll give it to him. But at the same point, as the runner takes off, here's a ground ball. That's going to get passed and into left field for a base hit to make it now a 15-11 game. Aviles was off with a pitch. He comes in to score, and it's an RBI single. And it is now a 15-11 ball game. 4 hits now for Post, 3 RBIs for him as well.
And that's the 16th hit for the Smitties. It's a 15-11 game.
And it brings up now Joe Cogley. First pitch to Cogley is upstairs for ball 1. So still 4-run lead for the Govs. Still some cushion here in this bottom of the 7th inning, but how big it was to score those 5 runs from a 10-9 game to now 15-11 game. That one will miss low, and the count's now 2-0. Carter Templeton, who pitched an inning and 2/3, he is available to pitch on Sunday. Brennan McCullough not available to throw. He will have to be 3 days off, and Sunday will be that 3rd day. So he can't pitch against Brookings, but would be available to go on Tuesday against Huron. Anybody that pitches today would be available on Tuesday. That will miss upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. And the only thing that's, right now for the Governors is if Newharth wants to pitch again on Sunday, that one will be over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. He has thrown 28 pitches now, so he still is okay to pitch on Sunday. If he can go up to 2 days of rest. So really can't get to 65 pitches, I believe it is. 3-1 pitch, that is fouled back, and now the Govs are a strike away from winning game 1 of our doubleheader. So our second game we'll have, or between games, we'll hear from News Director Zach Nelson, what would be his 5 o'clock news. We'll hear that later on. We'll have a break about 20 to 30 minutes. This will be upstairs for ball 4, and it's now 1st and 2nd. And all of a sudden, that tying run has moved to the on-deck circle. And Coach Scott Rowley will make his way out to have a conversation with his pitcher and the entire infield. And with 2 outs and 2 on here in the bottom of the 7th inning. So it is still 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. It is a 15-11 lead. 15-11 lead here in the bottom of the 7th. 2 outs, 2 on. And we'll see if the Govs can finish out this win. It's 2.5-hour ball game. 26 runs, 27 hits combined. This is popped up into shallow right field. Moving over to make the play, make the catch is going to be Aiden Johnson, and that retires the sign and wins the game for the Pierre Governors in game number 1. 15-11 is our final. Governors hang on to take game 1 of our doubleheader between Pierre and Aberdeen. We'll step aside. We'll come back in 2 minutes to wrap up game number 1. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
As we welcome you back, it is a final score in game number one, and a wild final score, 15-11. Pierre beats Aberdeen with that 15-11 final score. As we'll pull up the box score for you. 3 runs in the second inning. I've also messed that up already. It was 1 run in the bottom of the third for Aberdeen. 2 runs in the fourth, before a 4-run bottom of the fourth to make it a 5-5 game. That was highlighted by the 2-run home run by Levi Hoffman. And then it was a 2-run 5th inning for the Govs, followed by a 3-run 6th, and then a 5-run 7th with another 4-run score in the bottom of the 6th. Made it a 10-9 game, but it ended up being a 15-9 going into the 7th. 15-11 was the final score. Pierre's out hit 16-11, but as you see on the right side of that far right box, 6 errors for Aberdeen, 2 errors for the Pierre Governors. That's a big difference. Well, 4 different errors and a 4-run win for Pierre. 9 men left on base for the Governors, 7 left for Aberdeen. As Carter Templeton will get the win, Wheeler Malsom will pick up the loss. And Jonathan Newharth, I believe, will end up with the save overall for the Governors. It's an odd save to have, but he did come in and keep that a 1-run ball game. So Newharth will end up with the save as we look at the pitching totals here real quick. Brendan McCullough started the game 3 2/3, 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 errors, 4 earned runs, 2 walks and 2 strikeouts and 75 pitches. Carter Templeton went an inning and 2/3, 4 runs, 4 hits, 4 of them earned, 3 strikeouts on 30 pitches. Jonathan Newharth, final inning and 2/3, 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, and 31 pitches for Newharth. They had 5 different pitchers used for Aberdeen. Mike Dudenhofer went 3 innings, giving up 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Wheeler Malsom, who picks up the loss, went 2 innings, giving up 4 runs on 4 hits. Only 2 of those runs were earned with 2 strikeouts. Jackson Post went an inning, giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts. 2/3 inning for Joe Cogley, giving up 5 runs, 3 of them earned without a hit, 4 walks. He also hit 2 guys. And Ridley Waldo finished out the final out, not allowing a hit or walk or strikeout or anything in the 6 pitches that he had. He only retired Aiden Johnson, even though Hudson Stosher reached on an error as well. Governors got a 3-for-3 day from Trip Lindenkugel, 3-for-3 game. He was also walked and hit by a pitch, so he reached base all 5 times, scored 4 runs for Trip Lindenkugel. But it was the big 3-run triple by Aiden Johnson, got the first 3 runs of that ball game in the top of the second. For the Govs, scored 2 runs without an RBI on a 2-out error, or excuse me, a 1-out error that scored the 2 runs to make it a 5-1 game at the time. An RBI single for Bridger Babcock in the 5th, an RBI single for Hudson Schaefer in the 5th inning. And then it was an RBI for Parker O'Brien and Bridger Babcock in the 6th inning. And then you had only one RBI in that 5-run 7th. There was a RBI walk with the bases loaded for Hudson Schaefer. So he had 2 RBIs in the ball game. Governors will pick up a 15-11 win in 2 hours and 28 minutes of game number 1. So game 2, right around 8 o'clock. And maybe a little bit, right around 8 o'clock, I would say, for game number 2. We'll have it for you here on KCCR. Maybe a little after 8 o'clock, but we'll have it here for you on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. If you are watching on YouTube, don't go anywhere. We're going to keep the live stream going. This year we're going to keeping the live stream going for the doubleheader. We'll keep the video up and rolling for each doubleheader. You'll hear from the news from this morning or from today and the ads that will roll through, and then we'll get set for game number 2 coming up in just a little bit. So we'll send it back to the station. We'll hear from News Director Zach Nelson on his 5 o'clock news that will be played here near 8 o'clock tonight. Then we'll start to get you set for game 2 of our doubleheader between the Pierre Governors and the Aberdeen Smitties. 15-11, game 1 final score win for Pierre as they are now 7-4 on the season. Aberdeen will drop their first game of the year as they are now 0-1. On the season, on the young season for the Aberdeen Smitties that play in their first game overall. So it is a 15-11 win. We'll come back and hear from News Director Zach Nelson. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP. 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
Some changes in state law has put county auditors and finance directors in the tough spot of not having ballots ready for the start of absentee voting. Hughes County Finance Officer Thomas Oliva says Hughes County should get its ballots in the next week or two.
All of our proofs are approved, and we've submitted our ballot order to our vendor. My understanding is that once your ballots are approved and finalized, it's going to be a minimum 5 days before printing can begin. So at this point, there is no way that we will have ballots in time for absentee voting this coming Friday. We are doing everything we absolutely can to keep the process moving and prevent any further delays to our voters in Hughes County.
Oliva intends to follow state law and not permit sample ballots to be used temporarily to be recreated by a resolution board.
After review of state statute, it looks like that option only applies the precinct or voting center runs out of ballot stock on election day. The auditor is to then bring samples to them to use in lieu of the official ballots. I just don't want any challenge to come down the line to those ballots that were recreated off of samples because we didn't have the official ballots in time.
State law requires county election officials to distribute absentee ballots within 48 hours of their arrival to the office, which Oliva intends to follow.
If anybody is concerned, I would suggest that they call our office. We always have the option of mailing a ballot to voters if they would like to fill out an absentee ballot request application. So they don't have to come back to the courthouse and take time out of their day. Otherwise, if they do come to the office, we will certainly take down a name and telephone number and call everybody who has inquired upon the arrival of our official ballot stock.
If you have questions about the ballot situation, you can contact the Hughes County Auditor's Office at 605-773-7451 or the Stanley County Auditor's Office at 605-223-7780. Pierre Regional Airport continues to see consistent use of SkyWest Airlines and United Express service under the Essential Air Service program. However, the future of funding for the program may again be in the crosshairs of the Trump administration, according to Pierre Mayor Steve Harding.
I just heard this week that the Essential Air Service is being looked at again for a budget cut this year. And so we'll be talking to our senators and Congress people at the federal level to ensure that that essential air service is funded, because for rural routes, you know, in Pierre here, for Watertown, Aberdeen, and Pierre, that's truly essential air service. Without that incentive, we would probably not have commercial airline service.
Essential Air Service provides federal subsidies to regional air carriers like SkyWest to serve communities like Pierre, Watertown, and Aberdeen with connections to the greater national airline network. Morris Incorporated crews continue to take advantage of fair spring weather to stay on track with the reconstruction of Euclid Avenue. TJ Gallagher with Morris says storm drain work on Winoka Street is about a block from its connection at Euclid.
We started down by the gulch with the RCP pipe, the concrete pipe. Right now we're up into Highland Avenue, and by the end of the week we'll be through that. So our crews are working through there. The traffic control is still set up with everybody heading through Evans and Mary Lane and up through Euclid from Broadway. We're getting ready to start the undercut down by North Evans, and get the gravel installed, and our asphalt will be following up here shortly.
Details on the paving of Winoka should be announced next week.
We'll be making another announcement where we'll be closing Highland again and closing Evans so that we can start getting ready for asphalt to come there. Our asphalt will start at the Gulch and start working to the west, up towards Euclid Avenue. And we'll be flip-flopping intersections again there. But the good news is, once we're done, it'll be open for the duration. So that's big changes coming to Winoka, how you get to the Catholic church and the school. And pretty soon it'll be asphalt, probably the first week in May.
Work on Euclid is nearing Seneca Street.
The water line, it is almost to Seneca, so they've got a block and a half completed. Everything from Oak Street to East Winoka is now on the new water, and we're working towards the north, getting that section of block hooked in now. The storm drain is moving pretty quickly. They will be up into Seneca Avenue and through that by the end of the weekend. So those two utilities are moving pretty quickly. The grading crew in the undercut has started back at Winoka Street, and they're removing all the dirt to get ready for the gravel to come in.
Gravel and concrete operations for new curbs should begin next week if the weather continues to be favorable. The Pierre Fort Pierre Kiwanis Club is getting ready for its annual movie day this year on Saturday, April 25th at the State 123 Theater in Pierre. Families and community members taking part in the event will enjoy Minions: The Rise of Gru for the value cost of $3 per ticket. Movie times are set for 12:30 p.m., 2:45 p.m., and 5 p.m. Kiwanis Club member Kirk Albertson says the goal of Movie Day is to create a fun, affordable experience for families while continuing the Kiwanis mission to serve children in the community. Proceeds will go to support local Kiwanis programs and initiatives that benefit children and youth in the Pierre Fort Pierre community. Seating is limited and comes on a first-come, first-served basis. The Pierre Fort Pierre Kiwanis Club has hosted Movie Day for over 60 years. The organization has been in central South Dakota for over 100 years. And the Pierre City Commission approved 3 motions this week to assist in the transferring of a city public parking lot to the Pierre Economic Development Corporation, or PEDCO. PEDCO will then sell the lot on the city's behalf to Stencil Group, who's planning a 92-unit apartment complex on the former Pierre City Hall site. City Administrator Christy Honeywell.
State law does allow a municipality's economic development group to help divest of real property in this way. Because our engineering estimate to rebuild the parking lot is almost $200,000, we are recommending the property be sold for $10,000. This transfer and development project will improve housing options, eliminate the need for the city to rebuild the lot, begin to generate property tax on the parking lot, and revitalize downtown.
An access easement is included with the changes approved by the commission. Commissioner Todd Johnson asked what notification on the proposed sale was given to businesses surrounding the parking lot.
A letter from Stencil they gave us notice that they need new parking. When was the first time the city was made aware that we need additional parking for that project?
Mayor, I don't have an exact date that we spoke to them. It's probably been within the last, 4 or 5 months.
What's our obligation to share that information with the businesses that are in that same area that utilize the same space?
I can tell you I don't have anything in writing from them. It was phone conversations. I can tell you that it was a discussion that was had.
As the commission began the process of approving the 3 motions needed to move the transfer forward, Pierre attorney Ed Haruska spoke up.
Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. As a point of order, is there going to be a public comment on these motions?
No, there is not. This is not a public hearing. It was on the agenda. And
Just wondered. Thanks.
okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Huizinga?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Reitzel?
Aye.
Mayor Harding?
Aye, motion carried.
Haruska remains seated following the conclusion of the meeting. With your Riverfront Broadcasting News, I'm News Director Zach Nelson reporting. News anytime online at kccrradio.com.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pierre Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mud rooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pierre Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pierre Closets, organized for life.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
When the South Dakota sun is beating down, your home should be your sanctuary. But a broken air conditioner can turn your living room into a hot oven fast. Whether you need a quick repair or a full system replacement, AirTech Heating and Cooling is on the job. Our licensed technicians are available 24/7 for those unexpected emergencies. We pride ourselves on 100% customer satisfaction and quality service you can trust. Call 605-945-0160. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned and keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
We are ready to go for game number 2 as you're listening to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station, as Aberdeen Smitties have taken the mound. Donovan Kiso will be the starting pitcher for the Aberdeen Smitties in game number 2. As we look at the starting lineup for this Governor team, Brecken Furman will lead things off. He's the shortstop in game 2. Jackson Goodman will bat second, the left fielder. Sutton Sonnenschein, the third baseman, batting third. Tripp Lindenkugel, the third baseman, will bat fourth. Parker O'Brien, the center fielder, batting fifth. Will Eilers, the DH, batting sixth. Alec Eilers, the first baseman, batting seventh. Aiden Johnson, the right fielder, batting eighth. And Hudson Stosher is the pitcher, batting ninth. Making his varsity debut, but not in the batting order, will be Maddox Dockin, who will be playing at second base in game number 2 of this game. But again, will not be in the batting order as Will Eilers is DHing for him. Keesaw is on the mound, and we look around the horn defensively for the Aberdeen Smitties here in game 2. Joe Cogley is out in left. J.L. Aviles is in center. Ridley Waldo is in right. Wheeler Malsum at third. Jackson Post at short. Will Haskell at second. Jayshawn Rivera is at first. And then it's going to be Levi Huffman behind the plates for game 2. And on the mound is Donovan Kiso. So it is Game 2, just after 8 o'clock. That wind is blowing out towards right field. As we look at our game time temperature, 72 degrees here for our second game. We should stay near the 60s by the end of our doubleheader here. And again, tomorrow's game against Brookings, it will not take place tomorrow. It is scheduled for Sunday, but they were trying to confirm that, and they'll wait to make sure that everything is confirmed. We should have an answer by tomorrow morning, by the time that we would get up back on the air for the morning show after a quick turnaround. But we will not be playing Friday night now, and potentially playing at 2 o'clock on Sunday. And we'll have those games for you on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. So as we start game number 2, the lefty will get set and deliver the first pitch as Kiso will deliver strike 1 for game 2 of our doubleheader. As the first pitch is over for strike 1 at 8:04. Here in game number 2. Game 1 took 2 hours and 28 minutes. Game 2 starts here at just after 8 o'clock on this Thursday night. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Furman. That'll miss slow, and the count's now even at a ball and a strike. As it is Furman that went 0 for 4 in game 1. Flew out to right twice, flew out to center, reached on an air, was hit by a pitch. And the 5 times that he came to the plate in game number 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll be missing low, and the count's now 2-1. Looking at some of the winds, because you can see some of those winds kind of starting to try and peak up a little bit more, or get going a little bit more. It's gusting at 14, so not quite really windy here. As that one will be taken for a strike, and the count's now 2-2, even though it was missed on the catch by Levi Hoffman. So it's a 2-2 count here with nobody out. Leadoff man here in the top of inning number 1, game 2 of our doubleheader. Jen Brazili is back at the station. John Wickler with you on this Thursday night. 2-2 pitch to Furman. Swing and a miss. And that is strike 3, and there is one down now here in the top of the first inning, and we'll bring up Jackson Goodman, the left fielder. So Goodman comes to the plate. He had a hit in game number 1, went 1 for 5, singling and then scoring in that top of the 6th inning. One down, nobody on here in top of the first in game 2 as the sun sets here in Aberdeen. First pitch will be taken for strike 1. Keesaw going against Stosher, who is on the mound opposite of him for the Governors. As Hudson Stosher, when we get to the bottom of the first inning, we'll tell you about him, but that'll be his first start of the season on the mound. He's pitched in 2 games in relief to this point. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one, they will not check him. And the count's now 0-2. Or did he say he didn't swing? No, they say he did not swing. So the count is now 1-1. It looked like he had said that he did swing, but he didn't end up saying he did not go around, did Goodman. So the count's 1-1, and here's the pitch from Keesaw inside. And the count's now 2-0, Keesaw, excuse me. So the count is 2-1 to Jackson Goodman.
2-1 coming up.
Keesaw, the lefty. The 6th different pitcher for Aberdeen here in this doubleheader. 2-1 pitch. There's a chopper to the left side, fielded on the backhand by Post, the shortstop. The throw to first is going to be in time. Good stretch by the first baseman in Rivera. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the first inning. Good play there from Rivera as well. Really good play from Post. And it's a 2 quickly down here in the top of the first inning, and it will bring up now Sun and Shine. The catcher here in game 2, he's caught pretty much every inning for this Governor team. Sun and Shine in game number 1 went 1 for 3 in the ball game. First pitch will miss low and inside for ball 1. He singled in that top of the 6th inning, but was retired in the 1st and 4th. He walked in the 3rd and 7th inning.
O'Brien to follow. Your game 2.
Here's the 1-0 pitch.
1-0 pitch upcoming. It's
That will get outside to the backstop, and the count's now 2-0. So the number 3 man in the batting order here in game 2.
every Smitty's baseball on the YouTube channel.
Here's the 2-0 pitch now from Kiso to Sutton Sunshine.
2-0 pitch coming up here, Kiso.
That's over for a strike, and the count's now 2-1.
Just painting the black there is Kiso.
The 2-1 count here with 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the 1st inning. 2-1 pitch. That'll miss. Oh, that'll be a strike. The very bottom of the zone, and the count's now 2-2. So Sutton Sunshine will have to protect here with 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 1st inning. Kiso started his windup and then stopped. And everybody will have to reset here. So now a 2-2 pitch here from Kiso to Sunshine. That one will bounce in. The count's now full at 3-2. Full count here with 2 outs. Number 3 man in the batting order as Kiso's trying for a 1-2-3 top of the 1st inning. Here is the 3-2. Oh, missed for ball 4, and that will be a 2-out walk and no clean inning here for Kiso in this top of the 1st, and it brings up Trip Lindekugel. Lindekugel has not been retired yet in this doubleheader. 3 for 3 in game 1. Also walked and was hit by a pitch. He scored 4 times in game number 1. An opportunity for his 4th hit today. He's had 9 hits dating back to this past weekend. So 2 games Friday, 2 games Saturday, and then the game here, he's got 9 hits of his 10 on the season in the last 5 games as the first pitch is outside for ball 1. Hitting .538 coming into this doubleheader. And he's just an 8th grader. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll be high and outside. The count's now 2-0. And as Kiso started out as well as he did with a strikeout and a ground out, he's now starting to struggle to find the zone here. Kiso, the lefty, will check the runner. And now will come set. Here's the 2-0 pitch instead of check over at first. And diving back in safely is Van Rokel over at first base, who's running again for Sunshine to do the walk as a courtesy runner. Lindekugel again playing third base here in game 2 of our doubleheader. Here's the 2-0 pitch. As that one, I think it missed for ball 3. So a 3-0 count here to Lindekugel. Waiting on that one. That's at the bottom of the zone, and the count's now 3-1. And a good hitter's count here for Lindekugel to try and do something with it here with a 3-1 count. And 2 outs here in the top of the 1st inning. Here's a 3-1. That'll miss inside for ball 4, and it's now 1st and 2nd. Back-to-back walks here with 2 outs from Kiso. And it brings up Parker O'Brien, the center fielder here, with 2 outs and runners at 1st and 2nd. Parker O'Brien with a chance to give the Govs the first lead here in game number 2. O'Brien went to 1 for 3 and make that 1 for 4 with an RBI in game number 1. Time is called, and now we'll have a conversation from Hoffman to Kiso. Again, the defensive positioning for Aberdeen. Joe Cogley is in left. J.L. Vilas in center. Ridley Waldo in right. Wheeler Malsom at third. Jackson Post at short. It is Will Haskell at second. Jay-Sean Rivera at first. Levi Hoffman behind the plates, who finishes conversation with Donovan Kiso. And Parker O'Brien will step back in, waiting on that first pitch of his first plate appearance here in game number 2. Kiso will come set and deliver the first pitch. That's upstairs for ball 1. A ground out by Jackson Goodman, the only ball that's been put into play right now here in the top of the first. First 2 are retired, a strikeout of Furman, ground out of Goodman, then a walk to Sun and Shine Lindenkugel. Van Rokel is leading away from second, running for Sun and Shine as a courtesy runner. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That comes inside, but taken for a strike, and the count's now 1-1.
Count 1-1 here to Parker O'Brien. It was a strikeout, ground out, walk. That's how this inning.
Looking for a base hit to give the Govs their first lead here in game number 2.
They improved their record to 7-4. First 2 games of the year for the Smitties.
Here is the set from Kiso. The 1-1 pitch. There's a line shot. That's a base hit in the right field for O'Brien. Rounding third and coming in to score is Lindenkugel. Make that Van Rokel. Lindenkugel will stay at second. And it's an RBI single for Parker O'Brien. And the Govs will take the lead 1-0 here in game number 2 on the RBI from Parker O'Brien. It's second of the day. And here is now Will Eilers to the plate, the DH here in game number 2. Both he and Alec Eilers in the lineup. Will Eilers, 3 for 18 so far on the season, 167 batting average. Does have an RBI, 2 runs scored for Will Eilers as he waits on that first pitch from Kiso. This will get to the back. No, it hits Eilers. And so it will be the bases loaded now with 2 away. And so another runner on base. Govs have done this all with 2 outs. A walk, an RBI single for O'Brien, and now hit by a pitch of Eilers, Will Eilers, and it brings up Alec Eilers. He's got 3 hits, a double, 3 runs driven in for Alec Eilers. He's the first baseman here in game number 2. That first pitch is inside from Kiso. 1-0 lead here for the Govs. Bases are loaded, 2 away in the top of the first. As Kiso, as he'll go from the windup, he will come set and now deliver the 1-0 pitch. That one will miss inside. The count's now 2-0. And boy, Kiso was looking real comfortable in the first 2 batters, and then since things have started to unravel for him here at the top of the first. This will be pitch number 27 of the first inning here for Kiso. Swing and a foul by Alec Eilers. Off of the catcher Hoffman. The count's now 2-1. Lindenkugel at third. O'Brien at second. Will Eilers at first. Alec Eilers trying to drive in at least another run. 2-1 pitch. That one is off the end of the bat. It is going to be rolling up the first base line, and it does die up that first base line. If that grass had been very short or if it had been turf, it probably would have spun its way back to being a fair ball. The count's now 2-2 to Alec Eilers. Looking for a strikeout and finish the inning here is Kiso. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball back to the mound. He'll throw it to the plate and will get the final out of the inning, and that will take care of the top of the first. So run does score with 1 hit, no errors, and 3 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the first. 1-0 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
As we welcome you back, it is a 1-0 lead. The American Family Insurance Printing Shuffle by scoreboard. Hudson Stosher is on the mound for the Governors as he will make his first start of the season. Inning in 2/3 so far in 2 relief appearances. He is 0-1 on the year. 1 hit, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 4 walks, and 1 strikeout. So that ERA at 8.4, the whip at 3, and the batting average against at 143. First pitch strike percentage at just 9%. So this is a big opportunity here for Hudson Stosher to get ahead of hitters here early on, and then lower that ERA quickly because he's you look at the stats, not a lot of things against him. The biggest thing is the walks that he has allowed in inning in 2/3. But if he can settle into this game, maybe get that start, maybe be able to get some guys are really good coming out of the bullpen. Some guys are really good as a starter. And we'll see if Hudson Stosher can be very good as that starter here in game number 2 and to give the Govs an opportunity to not just win this game at the end, but give this Governor team a chance to see what they saw in this past weekend, where they got a great outing from every pitcher that threw for the Govs on that Friday and Saturday. J.L. Vilas will lead things off. He's the center fielder here in Game 2. Ridley Waldo, the right fielder, batting second. Jackson Post, the shortstop, will bat third. Joe Cogley, the left fielder, batting fourth. Mike Dutenhofer, the DH, will bat fifth. Will Haskell, the second baseman, batting sixth. Levi Hoffman, the catcher, will bat seventh. Jayshawn Rivera, the first baseman, batting eighth. And Wheeler Malsum, the second baseman, batting ninth, as the first pitch will miss low and outside for ball 1 to Aviles to start game number 2 of our doubleheader. 1-0 pitch. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now at 1-1. Aviles in game number 1 went 2 for 5 with an RBI. That one to be fouled back, and the count is now at 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Aviles. 2 singles. Reached on a fielder's choice with an RBI as well. Lined out and also grounded out the 2 times that he was retired. 1-2 pitch is upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. Here to Aviles. Leadoff man here in game 2, just like he was in game number 1.
Bottom of the first inning, Pierre leading by a run.
Here's the 2-2. That one is just missing low and away, and the count is now full at 3-2. So now Aviles with a full count pitch upcoming here from Hudson Stosher. 3-2 will be upstairs, and it'll be ball 4. The leadoff walk is issued here by Stosher to Aviles, and Ridley Waldo to the plate. So Ridley Waldo in game 1, he moved around defensively everywhere. He started out as the DH, but he ended up at 2 for 4 in the ball game with 2 doubles with an RBI. Also flew out of the center fielder twice. He walked, so every time he put a good drive to the ball every time, whether he was retired or end up with the extra base hit. Runner takes off the first pitch. It is inside, and no throw coming from Stosher. And it's a stolen base for Aviles. And he is in scoring position here with nobody out in the bottom of the first, and he's already the tying run that is in scoring position. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This will get instead out to center field. The throw will come to third, and it will skip away from Lindenkugel. But Aviles will stay at third base. And so it'll be an air charge to Stosher. And almost from O'Brien to throw it to third base. Nearly had a chance to go get him at third base. But Aviles ends up now at third. And they're already charged here to the Govs. So a runner on at third here with nobody out. 1-0 pitch. That's upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. And Aviles is trying to get in the head of Stosher, and somewhat worked with the fact that he tried to pick him off and threw it away. Bouncing around over and down at the third base line. 2-0 pitch will be outside, and the count's now 3-0. Jackson Post is on deck, the shortstop, with a 3-0 count. As the 3-0 pitch will miss, it will get to the backstop, and it's a 1-1 tie. And so over to first base will go Waldo. And it's now a 1-1 tie here in the bottom of the first inning. It was a walk, stolen base, an error, and then a wild pitch that got Aviles all the way in. Waldo's over at first with nobody out. And it brings up now Jackson Post, the shortstop. Here's the first pitch. This will be popped up. That'll get out of play. Well, it didn't get out of play, but no real chance for Sunshine to go after that ball. As it counts 0-1. Post had 4 singles, 3 runs driven in game number 1. All 4 of those hits came in after he was retired in the first inning with a strikeout. Then he got 4 singles in a row. This will be popped foul. That will get out of play on the right side, and the count is now at 0-2. Joe Cogley waits on deck. I mean, this would be a good strikeout opportunity here for Stosher, or at least getting a ground ball to try and start a double play. Stosher will come set from the stretch. Here's the 0-2. That one is fouled straight back, and the count remains at 0-2 here to the number 3 man. As the home plate umpire needing some baseballs back into play. So the 0-2 pitch upcoming here from Stosher, but home plate umpire wait for more baseballs to come into play. And having some difficulties to try and find more baseballs. And I guess we're starting to get a little bit late in the evening. Nobody's real thrilled about how this is going with the lack of baseballs. And so the home plate umpire says he needs more baseballs. And then the Aberdeen coach said if there's no baseballs, I guess we just go home. And some sarcasm everywhere around. It is 8:30. It's starting to get past bedtimes for some people. Counts 0-2. And we got some baseballs back into play here. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 1-2. J.L. Aviles will go coach third as they're scrounging for more baseballs. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Stosher delivers. That one's fouled at the plates and remains at a 1-2 count. Again, Pierre will be scheduled to be in action right now on Sunday and not tomorrow. You will not be able to get into Hyde Stadium tomorrow, and it will be pretty chilly to stand outside of Hyde Stadium waiting for a baseball game to come on Sunday. That's when they will play against Brookings. The 1-2 pitch is upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. 2-2 count. Nobody out. Here's the pitch from Stosher to Post. There's a high fly ball to right center field. That's going to get over the head of the right fielder and all the way out to the wall. Rounding third and trying to score. Post will make his way over to third. It is an RBI triple for Jackson Post, and Aberdeen leads it 2-1 here in game number 2. And so Aberdeen will take the lead for the first time here in this doubleheader. Waldo scores on the RBI triple from Jackson Post. And it brings up Joe Cogley to the plate. Cogley, the left fielder, looking to try and make it a 3-1 game. That first pitch is on the inside edge for strike one. Cogley went 2 for 4 in the ball game. In game 1, had an RBI single in that 6th inning, also drew a walk in the 7th. This will get to the backstop, and another run will come in to score. It's now a 3-1 lead for Aberdeen. And so Cogley will now hit with nobody on base. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. And so more baseballs will make their way in for the home plate umpire to have, and Coach Conley will make his way back over to third base. Aviles rounded one guy in to score after he came in to score, as there's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. If that's the way to go for your third base coach, coaching positioning for Aviles, you score, then you help bring in 2 more guys. So the count's 1-2 here to Cogley. That one will bounce in. Good block there from Sun and Shine, but is now a 2-2 count. There is going to be activity out in the right field bullpen. I believe Bridger Babcock is the one that went out to warm up. He's got the hoodie on, so wouldn't you be able to see the number, but I think it's Bridger Babcock. 2-2 pitch. A miss low and away, and the count's now 3-2 here to Cogley. On deck, Mike Dudenhofer, who was the DH here in game number 2. 3-2. Upstairs, that's a walk. Third walk of the inning. And it's a runner on at first and nobody out here in the bottom of the first. And so we'll see as Coach Rowley make his way out. And Bridger Babcock, who I believe it's him warming up out in the right field bullpen. But right now just trying to settle down Hudson Stosher and getting him into settling into this ball game. 3-1 is our score here in the bottom of the first. Still nobody out. Runner on at first. And it's going to be Dudenhofer, the DH, to the plate. This would be a great time for a ground ball here for Hudson Stosher. Here's the first pitch. This will bounce in for ball 1. Stosher will come set from the stretch. Here's the 1-0. That's upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. Two-0 count here from Stosher to Mike Dudenhofer. There's the pitch. That one's off the end of the bat. It's on the handle. Not off the end of the bat, but off the hands and fouled away to the right side. And the count's now 2-1. Leading away from first is Cogley. 2-1 pitch here from Stosher. There's a ground ball up the middle. Be fielded by the second baseman. A throw and a flip to second for one, and no throwback to first. A good job by the second baseman, Maddox Dotkin. Took a little bit of a hop on him. He was able to stay with it and just underhand flip it to Furman and make sure they got that first out. And there's one down here in the bottom of the first, and it's still runner on at first for Will Haskell. One down, Will Haskell, second baseman to the plate. In game one, Haskell had a 2 RBI double. Here he swings and misses to the first pitch. He was well behind the fastball by Stosher. Counts 0-1 here to Haskell. He had the double that made that a 10-9 game at the time. That one will miss high, maybe a little bit inside. The count's 1-1. Leading away from first is Dudenhofer. 1-1 pitch is going to be at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. Another ground ball would be great here for Stosher. Trying to turn something up the middle and get out of this inning. 1-2 pitch. It'll miss outside, and the count's now 2-2. Lights are on. Sun is set here in Aberdeen. Smitty's lead at 3-1 in game two after the Govs won 15-11 in game number one. 2-2 pitch. That one is taken for strike three at the knees, and there's now two down, and a big strikeout there for Stosher. That might be the first backwards K of the day that we've had. Nobody struck out looking in game number one, but first one going down looking here in game two. And Levi Hoffman to the plate now with two outs. And a runner on at first. First pitch is at the top of the zone for strike one. Hoffman had a two-run home run in the bottom of the fourth inning in game one. This will be fouled off the mask of the umpire, and the count is now at 0-2. And it is now a chance here for Stosher to get a strikeout and get out of this inning. 0-2 upcoming here from Stosher. That's high for a ball, and the count's now 1-2. Stosher looking for his second strikeout. Get out of this bottom of the first inning. 1-2 is upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. Both pitchers have struggled to get out of that first inning. But Aberdeen has scored 3 runs. Pierre left the bases loaded in that top of the first inning. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Stosher will get back-to-back strikeouts. Retires the side. 3-run score on just 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. 1 completes here in game number 2. Settle in for a long night here at Fossum Field. 3-1 lead for Aberdeen over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR. You're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
It is the top of the second, and it is a 3-1 lead of the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard for the Aberdeen Cougars over the Pierre Governor. Aberdeen Smitty's Aberdeen Cougars. We're going to hockey now all of a sudden. Not even the school team, but Aberdeen Smitty's lead at 3-1 over Pierre. Aberdeen Cougars did have a good hockey season, and Wheeler Malsom part of that team. Let's see, I believe that's the only guy maybe Ridley Waldo too was part of it, but they got third place at the state tournament this past year. Really good season, coming in the 7th seed. They were the hottest team going into the state tournament. Got an upset of the 2 seed, then also beat Brookings in the 3rd place game. So a really good season for Aberdeen. And the Aberdeen Smitties have a 3-1 lead here in the top of the 2nd. It is going to be 8-9-1. Aiden Johnson, Hudson Stosher, and Brecken Furman, the first 3 hitters. Anybody reaches base, it'll go to Jackson Goodman. As Johnson comes in at the 3 RBI triple in game 1 that got the Governors on the board in that 1st inning, or in that 2nd inning in game 1. Aiden Johnson waits on the first pitch. That'll miss low for ball 1. Johnson, even after that with that 3 RBI triple, he had a sacrifice bunt, then he went 0 for 3 the rest of the way, so still 1 for 4 game. This will be off the glove after it was hit back up the middle, and it will be Johnson that will reach first. That'd be interesting to call that a hit or an error because it's a tough play for the pitcher to make. Kiso got it off the glove, and if he feels it cleanly, it's definitely an out, but they will give it an error. It's a tough play for a pitcher to make, but the error will be charged to Kiso, and leadoff man is on to kick off the top of the 2nd inning. And it brings up Hudson Stosher. Hey, that was a hard hit ball, but it was a check swing on top of it. And as Johnson takes off for second, it was scooped in, and then that throw to second, not going to be in time. And sliding in without a tag applied, as the first pitch will miss for ball 1. And so Johnson's already in scoring position here with nobody out and trying to get one of those runs back in the top of the 2nd. Hudson Stosher in game number 1 of our doubleheader. He got a hit, went 1 for 2 in the ball game. Excuse me, as that one's taken over for a strike. Stosher went 1 for 5 in the ball game, but reached base 3 times. Single in the 4th. He reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th, and also reached on an error in the 7th. He struck out in the 2nd and flew out to left in the 6th. Kiso will come set from the stretch. Here is the 1-1 pitch. That one will miss low, and the count's now 2-1. Kiso's got to be a little careful with a runner on at second. He looks back, but he moves up and then stops, and then completely gets set. Now, he's been doing that every time, but that could be seen as moving over. That one was better. He didn't really move much at all to look back to second. There's a swing and a miss by Stosher. The count's now 2-2. And once you start the motion to come set, you have to come set. Every once in a while, he looks like he moves that leg back, stops to look, and then he'll come all the way set. Here's the 2-2. Again, much better there from Kiso that time. 2-2 pitch from Kiso to Stosher. Fouled back. And again, we'll do it again here at 2-2. Now I know where all the baseballs are going. They've fallen in the trash can. Rolled off the netting and fell right in the trash can. That's Stosher actually put it right in front or right next to his dad and fell right in the trash can. 2-2 pitch. Stosher will foul that one out of play on the right side, and we'll do it again here at a 2-2 count. Number 9 man the batting order. We followed by Brecken Furman. While they do have the DH in the lineup, the number 9 man being the pitcher is a historic National League lineup. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That'll miss inside. The count's now 3-2. That would be a historic National League lineup unless you're Tony La Russa in the late 2000s whenever he was always batting as pitcher 8th, and Brendan Ryan, the shortstop, was batting 9th because he was always hitting below the Mendoza line. So the pitcher had a better chance of getting on base than Brendan Ryan did. Here's a 3-2. That one will be a curveball that will freeze Stoscher for the first out as he goes down looking, and there's one down here in the top of the second inning. And it brings up Brecken Furman, who struck out swinging in his to lead off the ball game at the top of the first. So Kiso's second strikeout bookends that first time through the lineup. Still runner on at second here with one out in the top of the second inning. Brecken Furman on the curveball will take it and take it low and away for ball one. The runner on at second, that is Aiden Johnson. He reached on an error, then he stole second base. He's been at second for quite some time. The 1-0 pitch will miss inside, and the count's now 2-0. Furman looking to be on base for the first time in this game, looking to reach base for the third time today overall.
2-0 count. 1 out.
Here's the 2-0 pitch.
Checks the runner. Long look in.
That was a ground ball to the third baseman. It's going to bounce away, and then Johnson will take third. It went to the left of Malsum, and then the ball will get away from the third baseman Malsum as they threw it to the base, and standing over at third was Johnson, and Malsum couldn't field it. So then taking second is going to be Brecken Furman. There could be 2 errors that could be charged here to Aberdeen in this. It might have taken a odd hop away from Malsum. It'd either be a base hit and an error or 2 errors that make it second and third right now. And so to the windup will go Kiso. This will be fouled out of play by Jackson Goodman for strike one. So it is an E5 and then an E7. That makes it second and third with one away. And Jackson Goodman's got a chance to tie the game up. 0-1 pitch, ground ball. That one will be fielded by the third baseman. Great play by Malsum over there. He will make the play to first. The run will come in to score. Over to third will be Furman. And there's now 2 down here in the inning, but it is a 3-2 ball game. But that's a great play by Malsum to scoop it up over at third base. And there is now 2 away. And Sudden Sunshine will come to the plate. So an RBI for Jackson Goodman in the 5-3 ground out. And Sudden Sunshine here to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on at third. First pitch will bounce in. Good block there by Hoffman. Just got to keep it in front of you with that runner on at third. And he does so to make the count 1-0. Sunshine drew a walk. He came around to score the game's first run. And now it's a 3-2 lead for Aberdeen here with 2 outs at the top of the second inning. Kiso from the windup delivers the 1-0 pitch. That will get away from the catcher and Hoffman, and that will tie the ball game up. And so now a 2-0 count, nobody on base, and a wild pitch will score the run. It's a 3-3 game here at the top of the second. We might need a pitch clock or something to help us move along in this game. We've 43 minutes into this ball game. We're an hour only an inning, not even an inning and a half into this game. Not that the pitchers are really working slow. It's just this game has moved rather slow as the 2-0 pitch will be upstairs and the count's 3-0. I think most of that, too, is the fact that we've got 2 pitchers that have thrown nearly 50 pitches each at this point. Here's the 3-0 pitch. That'll miss inside for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk, and Sunshine has walked twice now in this game. And it will bring up Trip Lindenkugel, who also walked, as Landry Van Rokel will be running now for Sunshine. 38 pitches in the first inning for Hudson Stosher. That was pitch number 47 for Kiso. And so he will most likely pass the 50-pitch mark in 2 innings. As he comes set and will deliver the first pitch here to Trip Lindenkugel. Runner takes off. That will bounce in and no play as Landry Van Rokel will steal second easily. Another opportunity here for Lindenkugel to drive in a run. Again, 3 for 3 in game 1. He's been on base all 6 times he's come to the plate. Van Rokel was off the base and not on the rubber was Kiso. Now he'll toe that rubber. Kiso will lead away from, or make that Van Rokel lead away from second. Kiso will come set from the stretch. 1-0 pitch. That'll miss maybe a little bit high. Maybe a little bit outside. The count's 2-0 here to Lindenkugel. 2-0 count. 2 outs here in the top of the second. 3-3 is our score. Here in game 2 of our doubleheader. Governors are looking for the sweep. 2-0 pitch. That will be on the outside edge for a strike, and the count's now 2-1. 3 runs on 1 hit for both these teams. 1 error for the Govs and 3 errors for Aberdeen. All 3 coming in this inning. No hits in this inning, but the Govs are threatening to score their 3rd run. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one will be upstairs, and the count's now 3-1.
3-1 here to
On deck is going to be Parker O'Brien, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI. He's got the lone hit that did drive in the run of Van Rokel, who is running for Sunshine.
led 1-0 after the top of the first. Smitty struck for 3 in the bottom of the first.
Coming set from the stretch will be Kiso. He'll deliver the 3-1 pitch here to Lindenkugel. That'll miss inside for ball 4. Another time on base for Lindenkugel. It's now 1st and 2nd. With 2 away here in the top of the 2nd. Time will be called. We'll have a mound visit. And Parker O'Brien will make his way to the plate. The runners at 1st and 2nd here with 2 away. After the mound visit will conclude, it will bring up Parker O'Brien, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI. And again, trying to just settle everybody down on the mound and in the infield for this Aberdeen Smitty's team. Parker O'Brien, 2 hits so far today. 2 runs driven in. 1 in each of those 2 hits. Perfect time for a 3rd hit and a 3rd RBI today. Give Pierre the lead right back in this top of the 2nd. Van Rokel's at 2nd. Lindenkugel over at 1st.
Parker O'Brien. He's been a busy man in center field today.
Here's the first pitch to O'Brien. That will miss low for ball 1. Again, can't see down the left field line to see if anybody's warming up for the Aberdeen Smitties. But you got to expect that just by pitch count alone, that somebody might be warming up with it being pitch number 54 upcoming here for Donovan Kiso. Runner will take off for 3rd. The throw that will get to left field. A run will come in to score. It's now a 4-3 lead. The 4th error of the inning by Aberdeen. And the Govs have scored 3 times without a hit in this inning. So a 2-0 count now. And so Van Rokel will score. The error will be charged to the catcher on the throw. Linnekugel moved up to second. Backing up was the left fielder in Cogley. 2-0 count to Parker O'Brien. A chance to score a fourth run now with a base hit. Here's a 2-0 pitch. That one's at the letters for a strike, and the count's now 2-1.
Like you said, you can kind of just feel it cooling down by the minute.
2-1 count. Linnekugel leads away from second. Parker O'Brien waits on the 2-1. There's a fly ball. That's a ground ball that will get past the shortstop into left field. Another error will be charged to Aberdeen. Excuse me, it'll be a hit for Parker O'Brien, and it will be now a 5-3 lead here for the Govs. And so another RBI for Parker O'Brien. Hard to see where that ball had gone off the bats of O'Brien, but he does get a base hit, scores the run, makes it now a 5-3 lead for the Govs, a 4-run second. And it's now Will Eilers to the plate. First pitch will be outside for ball one. Eilers was hit by a pitch in his first trip to the plate. Eighth man to come to the plate here for Pierre in the top of the second. 1-0 pitch. That'll be over for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Kiso now moving up into the near 60 pitch count mark in this second inning, or not just to the second inning, but trying to get through 2 innings. That one will be flown out towards right center field. Back is the right fielder, still going back. It's over his head, and that will score another run. On his way to third, it'll be Will Eilers with an RBI triple as it went all the way out to the right center field wall. And Eilers has got himself a triple, and it's a 6-3 lead now for the Govs. And it brings up Alec Eilers. Only the second hit of the inning, but the 5th run to score for the Govs. Will Eilers with the triple and the RBI. Now here's Alec Eilers to the plate. First pitch is over for strike one. That was pitch number 60 for Donovan Kiso. Alec Eilers grounded back to the pitcher, Kiso, to end that first inning with the bases loaded. This will be fouled away to the left side, and the count is now quickly 0-2. Only one earned run against Kiso right now, and that was in that first inning on the RBI from O'Brien. All these runs are unearned against Kiso here in the top of the second. This is popped up on the right side, foul territory. First baseman will move over, and the catch will be made by Rivera, and that will put an end to the inning. But a 5-run inning on just 2 hits, 4 errors, and 1 man left on base. We head to the bottom of the second. It is a 6-3 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
It is the bottom of the second, And it is a 6-3 lead for the Pierre Governors. A 5-run inning. 5 runs, 2 hits, 4 errors, and 1 man left on base for Pierre in that top of the second. And it will be 8-9-1. Jay Sean Rivera, Wheeler Malsum, and J.L. Vilas. Somehow it feels like we should be the second or third time through the order for Aberdeen at least. It's still the first time through the order. Only 8-9-1 here in the bottom of the second. A 5-run top of the second has put the Govs up by 3 here after it's a 3-1 game. And not sure what the first base or the field umpire has had to make his way. I'm not sure if he went to the bathroom or what it might have been, but the base umpire make his way back out. So it is the start of the second, bottom of the second inning. And this ball game is already 54 minutes in, and we're just now the first pitch of the bottom of the second, but it's over for strike one to Jay Sean Rivera, the first baseman. First time that he has come to the plate. He was the DH in game 1, but then as everything moved around, he did not come to the plate at all. Or excuse me, he was fielding. He was being hit for, and then never came into the ball game to actually hit, as the count is 1-1 here to Rivera. So this is the first time that Rivera is hitting in this game. And there's a line shot, and he's got a base hit. So Rivera, first time to the plate, he gets a base hit right back up the middle, right where it came from, and leadoff man is aboard to kick off the bottom of the second. Even though we've got 9 runs scored, that's only the 5th hit combined between these two teams. We've got 5 hits and 5 errors combined between these two. But 9 runs have scored so far here in the bottom of the second inning. Wheeler Malsum will take strike one of the knees. Malsum in game number 1, he went 0 for 4 with a sacrifice bunt, but he didn't reach base on an error. That 0-1 pitch will come inside. The count's now 1-1. You are listening to KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station. Settle in for a late night here to finish out your Thursday. In the bottom of the second, there's a pickoff attempt, and diving back in safely is Rivera over at first. As we are just into the bottom of the second of game 2 of our doubleheader. Pierre won the first one 15-11 over Aberdeen, and we're on pace to exceed those run totals with a 6-3 ball game here in the bottom of the second. This one will be off of the umpire, off of Sunshine and the umpire, and it stayed right by the plate, so Rivera had to stay at first because I'm not sure if he truly saw that ball get away from Sunshine, which it really didn't get away from, but he just didn't catch it cleanly. So Rivera stays over at first. And here's the 2-1 pitch to Malsum. That's upstairs, and the count's now 3-1. Pierce scored 1 in the first. Aberdeen end up with a 3-run bottom of the first. Then a 5-run top of the second for Pierre on just 2 hits, but they used 4 errors to help score those 5 runs. As that one will miss for ball 4, and it's now first and second here with nobody out. A single and a walk. And we're back to the top of the order for J.L. Vilas, who walked, stole second, went to third on a throwing error, and then scored on a wild pitch. They had tied the game at 1-1 before Ridley Waldo even got to first base, who is the number 2 man in the batting order. First pitch is missing outside for ball 1. Vilas was shaking his head it was a ball before Sunshine had even caught the ball. 1-0 pitch. That one will be taken for a strike. Again, he was shaking his head that it was going to be a ball, but it was called a strike. And the count's now 1-1. 1-1 pitch from Stosher. That one will hit Avilas. And the bases are now loaded here with nobody out. And so it'll be the bases loaded with nobody out here in the bottom of the second, and already threatening to try and tie this ball game up here in the bottom of the second with nobody out.
Somebody warming up in the Pierre pen earlier.
And Coach Scott Rowie on his way out to talk with Stosher, and I believe it is going to be the end of the line for Hudson Stosher on the mound, and he will just move over to second base. And so we've got our first pitching change of game number 2. Maddox Dockin will make his varsity debut on the mound. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a minute. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
Maddox Dockin is on the mound now for the Pierre Governors as the bases are loaded with nobody out here in the bottom of the second. And Dockin is going to be trying to keep this a 3-run lead, or at least the Governors in the lead, with the bases loaded on a single walk and hit by pitch. Can't close the book on Hudson Stosher quite yet. But Maddox Dockin on the mound, as he will come set from the stretch and deliver the first pitch. This will get away from Stosher. Rivera will come in to score to make it now a 6-4 game. And so that's not how you wanted to start the outing, but a wild pitch makes it 6-4. And the tying run is now in scoring position here with nobody out in the bottom of the second. Here's the 1-0 pitch now from Dockin. That'll be high and outside. The count's now 2-0. Dockin's varsity debut has not appeared in any game at the plate or on the mound until today. That one will be on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's 2-1 here to Ridley Waldo, who walked and then came around to score on the RBI triple by Jackson Post. Here's the 2-1. That one will miss outside, and the count's now 3-1. Stosher is in charge, or is still on the hook for the two guys that are on base. He goes just one complete inning. 3-1 pitch. That was his foul ball on the check swing, and the count's now 3-2. That's somewhat of a break for the Governors a couple different ways. The fact that it's a strike, but then also probably being a check swing. That's why it got away from Sun and Shine, but it had gone to the backstop. So 3-2 count here with nobody out in the bottom of the 6. Runners at second and third. 3-2 pitch. That one is taken for strike 3, and there's one down. A big strikeout for Dockin. After the wild pitch to start his appearance, he ends up coming back and getting a strikeout of Waldo. And so now Jackson Post, who had the RBI triple, with a chance to try and tie this game up. He is 1 for 1, but has got a base hit in his last 5 trips to the plate. He's 5 for 6 today, as the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1. 3, make that 4 RBIs today as well. 3 in game 1, and now an RBI here in game 2, and 2 RBI opportunity. That one just misses outside. The count's now 1-1. I believe, or is it 2-0? Be 2-0, excuse me. Vilas leads away from second. Over at third is Wheeler Malsum. Post Waits on the 2-0 pitch from Maddox Dockin. That was at the top of the zone. The strike called, and it counts now 2-1. 6-4 here in the bottom of the second. 3 hits so far for the Govs, only 2 hits so far for Aberdeen. Post has one of those 2 hits. 2-1 pitch. That one is over for a strike, and the count's now 2-2. And now it's looking for another strikeout here is Dockin. Be a big strikeout. 2-2 pitch. Dockin comes set from the stretch. He'll deliver. Curveball, a swing and a miss, and Sun and Shine will tag and post out for the second out. And there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the second. Back-to-back strikeouts for Dockin. And it brings up Joe Cogley to the plate. That is huge, 2 strikeouts for Dockin. And now all of a sudden, anywhere can get you out of this inning without allowing any more than just that 1 run to score. First pitch is missing outside for ball 1. Cogley drew a walk. He was retired on the fielder's choice. The first 4 guys reached base. Technically, the first 5 guys reached base, but 1 out was recorded. Everyone's fouled back, and the count's now 1-1. 1-1 count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. 6-4 lead for the Governors over the Aberdeen Smitties. Here is the 1-1. This will be a high fly ball to the right side. It is going to be Johnson that will camp underneath it. He'll make the catch, and that will retire the side. And a great job by Maddox Dockin to get out of the jam. The wild pitch is the only reason why that 1 run scored. 1 run on 1 hit. There were no errors and 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the third, a 6-4 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back. The sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the third, and it is for the Governors a 6-4 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard. And it is going to be a new pitcher, Ridley Waldo, on the mound. He'll face 8, 9, and 1 to get us started in this top of the third inning. Ridley Waldo back on the mound, so we've got a chance to close the book on a couple guys. We'll first start with Hudson Stosher, went just 1 inning, 2 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, 4 walks and 2 strikeouts on 49 pitches. He is available to come back and pitch again on Sunday. Kiso will go with 62 pitches. He goes 2 full innings, 4 hits, 6 runs. Only 1 of those were earned, 4 walks and 2 strikeouts. Ridley Waldo has already pitched in game number 1. He only threw 6 pitches, though. Got the lone out that he had to get out of the top of the 7th inning. So only 6 pitches from Waldo, so he's got 95 pitches to work with if at the max right now. So it's pretty much a first appearance almost for Waldo, just a little bit of a warm-up from game number 1. Aiden Johnson will lead things off here in the top of the third. He reached an air to kick off that second inning. First pitch is popped up. Going to be a tough play out into shallow right field. Rivera will make a catch. Jay-Sean Rivera going back over his shoulder, makes the catch and lays out. And a very difficult catch for the first baseman to start the top of the third inning. You're not going to see many better than that play by Jayshawn Rivera. Being able to make that play on the run over the shoulder and then laying out to make that play. Here's a ground ball over to the third baseman. Walson will field the throw to first. Will get him out. And Hudson Stosher is retired. And there's now two quickly down. 2 pitches and 2 outs. I would expect that Brecken Furman will at least take 1 pitch. As Brecken Furman, who is 0 for 2, reached on an error, will take the first pitch low for ball 1. So no 3-pitch inning for Ridley Waldo. I think he's a little upset that he didn't throw a strike to try and maybe get a 3-pitch inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one's over on the outside edge for a strike, and the count's now 1-1 to Brecken Furman. Only the 5th pitch of the inning for Ridley Waldo, trying to make this a quick top of the third. That one will miss low, just missing as it came across the plate. Counts 2-1. Brecken Furman still looking for that first hit here today. Been on base 3 different times. 2-1 pitch, that's upstairs, and the count's now 3-1. And for Furman, he was coming in hitting .250, 2 of 8 on the season. 3-1 pitch from Waldo. That'll be ball 4 to Furman. So after a 2-pitch, 2 outs, top of the third, it's now a runner on at first with 2 away. And it brings up Jackson Goodman. Goodman's 0 for 2 and an RBI ground out the top of the second. Here's the first pitch to Goodman. Runner takes off for second. The pitch is wide. The throw to second. They're going to get him. They will throw out Brecken Furman trying to steal seconds. And that will retire the side. An unconventional 1-2-3 inning. 4 guys came to the plate, but it is the minimum face in the top of the third inning. 6-4. Pierre leads Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR. And you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
We head to the bottom of the third. It is a 6-4 lead of American Family Insurance. Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. 6 runs, 3 hits, and an error for the Govs. 4 runs, 2 hits, 4 errors for Aberdeen. The first 0 that we've seen in this ball game. And it's the first 0 that we've seen since the bottom of the 5th inning from either team. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1 to Mike Dutenhofer. As it is 5, 6, and 7 to get us rolling here in the bottom of the third. As that temperature that continues to drop here this evening. It was a great day for it's 0-2. That was a strike. So 0-2 count here. As Dockin looks for the strikeout, that'll be high and outside. The count's now 1-2. But the temperatures were great to start this doubleheader. And now we've got the wind picking up and the temperatures starting to drop. 1-2 pitch taken for strike 3. Dockin will get the third strikeout. And there's one down here in the bottom of the third inning. That's already the 5th strikeout by the Governor pitching staff. That's the Stosher had 2 in his outing, and now 3 already for Maddox Dockin. Will Haskell to the plate. First pitch is over for strike 1. It's 61 degrees still here in Aberdeen, but it feels like 51, and that at least the air temperature will stay in the 50s should stay in the 50s until after the game. 0-1 pitch is over for a strike. The count's now 0-2. And I say that because the temperatures will go below 50 at midnight, so we should be done by then. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Haskell. That's upstairs, and the count's now 1-2. And again, tomorrow night, no baseball for Pierre. They were scheduled to take on Brookings. Right now it's being scheduled for a 2 o'clock Sunday game. 1-2 pitch. That one is taken for strike 3. Another breaking ball that drops in for Maddox Dockin, and he's got back-to-back strikeouts looking of both Dudenhofer and Haskell. And Maddox Dockin has got 2 outs, back-to-back strikeouts, 4 strikeouts already in this outing for Maddox Dockin. And Levi Hoffman to the plate, who is also a strikeout victim in his first trip to the plate. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. This is his first time on the mound in varsity baseball for Maddox Dockin. And he's had himself a really good start, but wants to not just have a good start, he wants to have a full good outing. Here's a ground ball through the hole on the left side, past a diving shortstop of Brecken Furman into left field, and a base hit for Levi Hoffman to keep a 1-2-3 inning from happening for Maddox Dockin here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So now it's Jason Rivera. He singled and then came around to score on the wild pitch. He got everything started leading off that 2nd inning with the base hit. And they score on the wild pitch for the lone run in that 2nd for Aberdeen. That made it a 6-4 game. Here's the first pitch to Rivera. That one's at the top of the zone for strike 1. Rivera, who again was limited in his action in game 1, being hit 4, but then coming out of the game fairly quickly with all the different pitching changes. Playing first in game 2, has made his mark in this game with a single and a run scored, and then also a big catch in the right field, running back and diving to make the catch. There was a pickoff attempt by Maddox Dockin, but he really was kind of lethargic throwing it over to first base, not showing any good move to try and pick off the man, as that one will drop in for a strike, and the count's now 0-2 to Jason Rivera. Hoffman leads away from first. Rivera looking to get a base hit, but Dockin looking for his 3rd strikeout of the inning. That one's upstairs, and the count's now 1-2. Watertown ends up with a sweep of T, winning 6-4 in game number 2. We'll have more score updates coming up here in just a little bit. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And 3 strikeouts of the inning for Maddox Dockin. He's got 5 already in the ball game. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. A scoreless inning between these two teams. A rarity. And it's a 6-4 lead for Pierre going into the 4th inning. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the fourth inning, and it is for the Pierre Governors leading 6-4 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. And it is going to be for the Govs 2, 3, and 4. Jackson Goodman, Sun and Shine, and Trip Lindenkugel. As Goodman was at the plate whenever Furman was thrown out trying to steal second. But a 6-4 lead for the Govs. Ridley Waldo on to his second inning in this ball game, third inning overall. I guess technically only threw a third of an inning in game number 1. And so it is, again, that wind is really starting to pick up. It's blowing out towards right field. And by the way, again, we're going to go through scores here in just a moment around the states. That wind is blowing out of the north, 18 miles an hour. And it is gusting at 31 miles an hour here at Fossum Field. Lincoln and Washington is tied 5-5 right now. Let's looking at some other scores here. Mitchell beat Huron 5-1 earlier. Watertown with a sweep of T. Harrisburg beat Jefferson 7-3. O'Gorman beat Roosevelt 7-2 as a first pitch to Jackson Goodman will miss for ball 1. Here to start the top of the fourth. Mitchell also swept Huron with a 2-1 win. So the Colonels are right back in the win column after they started out 4-0 and then lost a game. And that would be fouled away off the end of the bat by Jackson Goodman. The count goes to now 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll bounce in. The count's now 2-1. Mitchell now, they're 2-0. Now they're 4-1 on the season. Harrisburg remains unbeaten now at 4-0. Governors have moved to 5-4 in South Dakota play, although they didn't lose any points currently. But they didn't gain much of anything, as that one will be taken for a strike. Obviously, things will change because Aberdeen, this is only the first game, so you want to get 41 points in these two games, meaning that you beat them twice, and then Aberdeen can go win plenty of games to help you out. Here is a high fly ball to left center field, but Aviles will get underneath it to make the catch for the first out here in the top of the fourth inning. Got a good jump, but it looked like as Goodman got a piece of it and hit it out towards left field, looked like it was going to carry a lot farther than what it did. But able to get underneath it was Aviles, and there's one down here in the top of the fourth. And it brings up Sutton Sun and Shine, who is still looking for his first official at-bat in this game with 2 walks so far. First pitch is missing, low and away for ball 1. Coming up tomorrow, instead of Pierre Governor Baseball, we will have for you the play-in tournament. There's a swing and a miss, and it counts now 1-1. And it will be both games. We'll have the doubleheader of the 2 games. Then on Saturday, we've got Minnesota Wild and Dallas Stars, game 1 of that Western Conference first-round series. That'll miss low and away, and the count's now 2-1. That'll be followed by one of the NBA games. I can't remember which one it is. Maybe I can figure that out here pretty quick. That'll be followed by the Rockets and Lakers for that first game of that series. That will be fouled back, and the count's now 2-2. So tomorrow is the Hornets and Magic playing at 6:30 with coverage at 6, followed by the Warriors and Suns. We'll have both those games. We've got then the 4:30 puck drop between the Wild and Stars. There's a swing and a miss by Sun and Shine for a strikeout. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the fourth inning. Maybe a 4:30 puck drop, 4 o'clock coverage between the Wild and Stars, that game one of that series. And then it's the Rockets and Lakers that will follow that. Then on Sunday, if there would be, for some reason, no games, we'll have the 76ers and Celtics at noon. And that one will miss low for ball one to Trip Lindekugel. And then we have one of the games, maybe the Bruins Sabres, maybe the Canadians and Lightning. It all depends, and there's no times yet as it counts 2-0. So that'll all depend on how the rest of tonight finishes out for the NHL. Here's the 2-0 pitch upcoming here to Trip Lindekugel. That'll be upstairs. Ducking underneath it was Lindekugel. The count's now 3-0. Lindekugel's walked twice. He has been on base all 7 times with 3 hits and 4 walks, or 3 walks and a hit by pitch. 3-0 pitch is over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. He singled in the 2nd, 3rd, and doubled in the 5th in game 1. Then was walked and hit by a pitch in the 6th and 7th. Then walked in the 1st and 2nd inning. 3-1 pitch is fouled back, and the count's now 3-2. And looking for a 1-2-3 inning here is Ridley Waldo. 3-2 pitch from Waldo to Lindekugel. There's a fly ball towards center field. Coming and diving and can't make the catch as Aviles. It'll get down for another base hit for Lindekugel, who is now a 4-hit day. He has been on base all 8 times. He's come to the plate. And a runner on at first with 2 away here in the top of the 4th. It brings up Parker O'Brien. The on-base percentage for Lindekugel is .647 coming in. And you think probably not going to stay .647. Probably going to go down. That first pitch is over for strike 1. Boy, Waldo, that was a really quick pitch.
Parker O'Brien will dig in. He takes the first pitch strike.
Here's the 0-1 now from Waldo. That'll scoot in and scooped up by the catcher and Levi Hoffman. But somehow for Lindekugel, that .647 on-base percentage has gone up. And it's still it's gone up a lot here in this doubleheader. That one will miss inside. The count's now 2-1 to Parker O'Brien, who is 2 for 2 with 2 singles and an RBI in each of those 2 singles. So 2 runs driven in, 3 overall today for O'Brien. 2-1 pitch. There is a high fly ball to left center field, but Aviles, another good jump. Well, we track that one down with plenty of room to spare, and it's the 3rd out here at the top of the 4th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a man left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th, and it's still a 6-4 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the 4th, and it is a 6-4 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Maddox Dockin, who has been strong in relief of Hudson Stosher, has to deal with 9-1-2 in this bottom of the 4th inning. Wheeler Malsum, Jael Aviles, and Ridley Waldo to get us started here in this bottom of the 4th inning. 5 strikeouts on the 6 outs that has been recorded for Maddox Dockin so far. First pitch is over for strike 1. Here to Wheeler Malsom, who drew a walk in his first trip to the plate in the bottom of the second. Will strain it over at third. Here's the 0-1. That's a breaking ball that will drop right in for a strike, and the count's now 0-2 here to Wheeler Malsom.
Like I said earlier,
Dockin is really feeling good on the mound right now. Another curve ball that just missed upstairs. Didn't break as much as he wanted it to. And the count's now 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Another curveball taken for strike three. And another strikeout looking for Maddox Dockin. His fourth backwards K of this ball game. And his sixth strikeout overall. And it brings up J.L. Vilas. How about this first outing for Maddox Dockin? Again, he's not satisfied with 6 strikeouts so far in his outing. Or maybe not so much just satisfied with how many strikeouts. He wants to go as far as he possibly can in this game. Just because he's retired 7 guys, he's not done yet. He wants to continue to pound the strike zone. As the top of the order, J.L. Vilas. Here's a ground ball back up the middle. That will get through for a base hit. And Vilas is now 1 for 1 in this game, the third time he's reached base. He walked and also hit by a pitch. So you expect the way that he has been running the bases, the speed that he has, would expect that he's going to be trying to take second somewhat fairly quickly in this at-bat with Ridley Waldo to the plate. He struck out looking in that bottom of the second inning, the first man that Maddox Dockin faced. And Maddox Dockin says, hey, I want to do baseball here from our home plate umpire. And we'll check that baseball, maybe put it back in the pocket. Nope, they will throw that out. And so that one will not be returned to the ball game. Avilas leads away from first. Dockin, first pitch, runner takes off, pitches outside, the throw to second, the tag, but the ball is dropped by Furman. Avilas was out, but Furman had dropped the ball. And so a stolen base for Avilas. And now a runner on with a 1-0 count. Boy, great play all the way around until the final second. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Dockin. I want to be upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. Avilas dancing over at second, trying to maybe force Dockin to throw it over there. Avilas is very confident on the base pass. The 2-0 pitch is upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. Avilas is kind of dancing back and forth. Now he's almost strutting like Ric Flair almost out at second base. You hear a big woo from him. 3-0 pitch should be over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. 3-1 count here to Ridley Waldo. Dockin, again, has been paying attention to a lot of what Avilas is doing out there. 3-1 pitch, ground ball on the left side. This will be ate up by Lindenkugel and no play. So it's now going to be first and second. It'll be an air charge to Lindenkugel. And so it's now first and second, one away. And the double play is now set up here for the Governors. Jackson Post, who tripled home a run. And then he struck out in his 2 trips to the plate. First pitch will be a breaking ball that stays upstairs, maybe a bit inside as well. The count's 1-0. And ground ball can get you out of the inning. But the tying run is now aboard for Aberdeen here in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the 1-0. There's a sharp ground ball left side. That'll be fielded by Furman. The throw to third. Lindenkugel stays on the bag. And a great play there from Furman to make the sliding stop. And then the throw to third to make the play. Lindenkugel stayed on the bag like a first baseman. And there's now 2 down. And that's a big, big play for the Governors. Got that lead runner, at least got somebody out. And so a fielder's choice, you don't see it very often, but 6-5 on the fielder's choice for the second out. And it's still first and second here with 2 away, and it's now Joe Cogley to the plate. First pitch will bounce in, and it'll get to the left of Sunshine, and no chance to make a play. A wild pitch will make it second and third. And Cogley now has got an opportunity. A base hit would tie this game up at 6 apiece. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Cogley. That'll be upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. Waldo's at third. Post is at second now. Cogley, who is 0 for 1, he walked in the first and flew out to the right fielder Johnson in the second inning. 2-0 pitch. That one's at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 2-1. Both teams with 4 hits apiece. 2 errors for the Governors. 4 errors for Aberdeen right now. 6-4 lead for Pierre. 2-1 pitch. That one missed low and away, and the count's now 3-1. On deck is Mike Dutenhofer. Dockin looking to try and get through this bottom of the 4th inning without allowing a run to score, but the tying run is in scoring position. Runners at second and third. 3-1 pitch to Cogley. Swings and fouls it back, and the count's now full at 3-2.
Runners will be running on the pitch here with 3-2 and 2 outs. At least this runner at second for sure post. We'll get a good jump start on this pitch.
Second and third here, 3-2 pitch. Dudenhofer make that pitch from Dockin is flown out of play on the right side. Dudenhofer's waiting on deck. Dockin's trying to get out of this inning. And the throw from Sunshine was wide of Dockin, but with everybody still having to get back to the bag and play not resumed, you can't advance on it. 3-2. 2 outs. Runners at second and third. 2-run lead for the Governors. Aberdeen threatening to try and tie this game up. 3-2 pitch. That's fouled back again. Another 3-2 pitch upcoming. Another payoff pitch upcoming here to Cogley. Looking for his first hit in this ball game. Could tie the game up. 3-2 pitch from Dockin. And that one will float into center field. That will drop in for a base hit. 1 run will score. Both runs will come in to score. The throw, that's going to be off of the first baseman and Alec Eilers as the throw came to him. And then taking second with the throw. So it's a tie ball game now with a 6-6 score. Joe Cogley will drive in both runs. And it is tied again here in the 4th inning. So an 2 RBI single. Dudenhofer now's got a chance to give Aberdeen the lead. They did lead 3-1 in that first inning, but not have led at any other point so far in this doubleheader. Here's the first pitch. That one is over for strike 1. Dudenhofer 0 for 2 so far, reaching a fielder's choice in the first inning. And then he struck out looking in the third. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Dockin. Instead of pickoff attempt, the runner was going over. And they will say he's safe at second. That was very, very close. Hudson Stocher was jumping up that he had got him picked off. But the base umpire says that he was safe at second. So the count is remaining at 0-1, and that runner still on at second. Here's the 0-1 now to Dudenhofer. That'll bounce and get away from Stosher. Runner will get to third, and then he tripped over the third base bag. I don't know if he was thinking about maybe trying to take home on the wild pitch or not, but that one kept him from having any more thoughts about trying to score. And so now a runner on at third here with 2 outs. Already felt like a base hit was going to make it 7-6, but for sure now a base hit makes it 7-6. Ground ball on the left side. Brecken Furman will field. His throw to first is going to be in time, and that will retire the side here in the bottom of the 4th inning. But it is going to be a 2-run single to tie the game up at 6-6. We're halfway home in game 2. We're tied at 6 between Pierre and Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 5th inning, and there is a 6-6 tie. The American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard as we welcome you back here for our second game of our doubleheader. Jen Brazilius back at the station. John Winkler with you on this Thursday night. The late nights here in Aberdeen as we are just halfway through this ball game. We got the 5th, 6th, and 7th still to go. A 6-6 tie. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the warmth of the house, whether you're watching on YouTube or maybe listening as you're getting ready for bed, and maybe we'll help you get to sleep tonight by listening to listen to the game here on KCCR. It is going to be 5, make that 6, 7, and 8. Will Eilers, Alec Eilers, and Aiden Johnson to the plates. He might reach his base. It'll be Hudson Stosher. First pitch will be over for strike 1. Ridley Waldo, who came in relief in that 3rd inning, got zeros in the 3rd and 4th, as this one will be a grounded foul, and the count's now 1-1. A walk by Waldo in the 3rd, but it turned into a caught stealing of Brecken Furman. Then a base hit by Lyndon Kugel in the 4th, the only 2 base runners that Waldo has allowed so far. Here's a line shot. That'll be off the glove of the second baseman. He'll pick it back up. Throw to first is going to not be in time. And he will be safe at first. Will Eilers will make it there. It was a very close play at first, but it does go down as an error to the second baseman Haskell on that line shot that came to him. And so a runner on at first with nobody out. First pitch to Alec Eilers will be upstairs for ball 1. So good job by Will Eilers to get up and down the line to get over to that first base bag. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Here's a ground ball that is going to be fouled down the third base line, and the count is now even at a ball to strike. You can see that the players are starting to kind of get a little chilled as they're bouncing around like bunnies out in the field and trying to stay warm. Not a lot of long sleeves were probably brought, with the high being 83 today. This will be fouled in a play by Alec Eilers. And the count's now 1-2. With that wind, just like any South Dakota day, that wind wouldn't be as bad as it is. It wouldn't feel too bad outside. 1-2 pitch. It'll be upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. Thankfully, the wind is blowing out to right field. If it turns and starts blowing into the to the third base dugout, I was going to say there's a lot of people going to be going home pretty quick. It will not be fun in the press box anymore. 2-2 will be upstairs. That's now a 3-2 count to Alec Eilers. Never stopped a broadcast short of a end of a game. It might be the only time I would. I don't think I will, but 3-2 pitch. Runner takes off, taken for a strike 3. The throw to second, not going to be in time, but it is going to be a strikeout for the first out. It's a backwards K for Ridley Waldo, as Eilers is now 0 for 3, and it brings up Aiden Johnson to the plate. Johnson reached on an error in his first trip to the plate. Then he also popped up to the first baseman, Jay-Sean Rivera, who made that great play out in the shallow right field as the first pitch will miss for ball 1. Hudson Stoscher is waiting on deck. 1-0 pitch. Johnson, fly ball to shallow right field. That will drop in for a base hit. Runner will take to third. It's first and third here with 1 away. And a base hit there from Aiden Johnson, his second hit today. And it's now first and third with 1 away, and a chance for Hudson Stoscher to try and get the Govs the lead right back here in the top of the fifth inning. Stoscher 0 for 2, struck out looking in the second, ground out to the third baseman in the third inning. Here's the first pitch. Runner takes off for second. Stoscher will foul it back for strike 1. Johnson was off with that first pitch. It is Will Eilers over at third. Runner takes off again. Ground ball. That's going to go through the left side for a base hit. Aiden Johnson with him on the move. Move that shortstop over to the second base side, or second base bag, and it turns into an RBI single for Hudson Stoscher, and it's now a 7-6 lead here for the Governors in the top of the fifth inning. An RBI single here for Hudson Stoscher. He's now 1 for 3 with an RBI, and it brings up Brecken Furman, again looking for his first hit today, as he'll foul the first pitch back for strike 1. 0 for 2. He did reach on an error, and he also has walked. So while he's looking for his first hit, he's been on base 4 times in this doubleheader, leading off the leadoff spot. Been the shortstop in place of Carter Schuffelbein, who was at the track and field meet. They might be home pretty soon, or might be home already. I've already heard from Derek Schuffelbein, who has been watching and listening. Counts 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Brecken Furman. That'll be over for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. See if we can't see some of these results from the track and field meets. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That is upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. Yeah, Jaron Deal, George Rapp, Carter Schuffelbein, Carson Waltai getting second, the 4x100. And they also got third in the 4x200. That was Will Danberg joining Deal, Rapp, and Schuffelbein. That'll miss, low and away. The count's now 3-2. Rapp, Porter Hunsley, Schuffelbein, Caleb Morris got first in the sprint medley relay race on the boys' side. So a good day overall for the Pierre Governors on the boys' side, and obviously the girls had a good day as well. 3-2 pitch. That was a line shot. That's through for a base hit. And then rounding third and coming in to score is Johnson after it was bobbled out in left field. And it's a RBI hit for Brecken Furman, his first hit today, and it's now an 8-6 lead here for the Governors. Back-to-back RBI singles. And now it's Jackson Goodman to the plate. And Pierre can add on to this 8-6 lead. Goodman, who has an RBI, is 0 for 3. That's going to go the other way. That's going to get down for a base hit. It's going to be bases loaded now but the ball will get away from the second baseman when it was thrown in, so another run will come in to score. Be the 6th error of the ball game now here for Aberdeen. And it's now a 9-6 advantage for the Governors. It will not be an RBI for Goodman, but it is a base hit for Goodman. And then the error will be charged to the right fielder.
That is now the 4th consecutive single.
And now it's going to be Sun and Shine who will take the first pitch for ball 1. 4 hits, 2 errors in this inning, 3 runs for the Governors. Sun and Shine will get into this one out to left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases. It'll go all the way out to the wall. One run will score. A second run will come in to score. Sun and Shine on his way to third. He's going to be standing up with a triple. And it's now 11-6 for the Govs. A 5-run top of the 5th inning. Another triple for Sun and Shine. He drives in 2. And the Govs will take a 5-run lead. And for Sun and Shine, who is coming into the day with 9 runs driven, and he had 2 triples already, he's now got 2 RBIs in this ball game with that triple. His 3rd triple, and now 11 RBIs in total. First guy to get double-digit RBIs, as Waldo will come out of the game, and we'll have a pitching change for Aberdeen with 1 out here in the top of the 5th. So we'll take a break. We'll come back with our pitching change coming up in just a moment. 9-6 lead for the Governors over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Stulkin Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stulkin Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
So Ridley Waldo will go 2 1/3 innings. He will come out of the ball game for Jay-Sean Rivera. The lefty will come in to pitch, trying to limit the damage now here in this top of the 5th inning. A 5-run top of the 5th. It's a second 5-run inning for the Governors here in this ball game. 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. 1 walk and 2 strikeouts for Ridley Waldo, who threw 49 pitches in game number 2. He only threw 53 in total of the ball game. And now Jay-Sean Rivera, the 3rd pitcher to be used in this ball game. And overall, it is going to be the 7th pitcher to be used by Aberdeen in this doubleheader. We can't close the book quite yet anyway on Waldo, because Sun and Shine is still his responsibility over at third base. And so Rivera will go on the mound. Looks like Dutenhofer will come in to play first. And so Rivera will be on the mound. And I believe it is going to be Kiso that was out in right field. The first pitch to Trip Lindekugel will be off to the right side of Levi Hoffman, and that will miss low for ball 1. So Lindekugel, he is 1 for 1, been on base all 3 times in this game, as that'll be at the top of the zone for a strike. The count's now 1-1. He is 4 for 4 today, and on base all 8 times, with 3 walks and a hit by pitch. Here's the 1-0. Make that the 1-1, excuse me. That's outside, and the count's now 2-1. Landry Van Rokel is running for Sun and Shine, who had the 2 RBI triple. Here's the 2-1 pitch. There runs a chopper to the right side, or left side. Rivera will throw to first, and scooped out by Dudenhofer. And the first time that Lindenkugel has retired in this doubleheader. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the 6th. There's 1-3 on the putouts, and Parker O'Brien, the 9th man to come to the plates in this top of the 5th. Second time that the Govs will have at least 9 come to the plates. With that 5-run second inning, now the 5-run 5th inning. First pitch to O'Brien. That will bounce in. Good block there by Hoffman. And there's a 1-0 count. O'Brien's 2 for 3. RBI single in the first and second. Then flew out to the left center fielder, Navilas, in left center field. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Looking for what would be his 4th hit today, which would also be his 4th RBI as well. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll be outside, and the count's now 2-1. Closing in at 10 o'clock at KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station. Still going strong. We're only the top of the 5th of this second game of the doubleheader. Governors won the first one 15-11. This will be outside, and the count's now 3-1. It is 11-6 here in the top of the 5th. 1 run in the first, 5 in the second, and 5 in the 5th for the Governors. 3 runs in the first for Aberdeen, 1 in the second, then 2 in the 4th. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That'll be upstairs for ball 4, and O'Brien will reach, and that will bring up the 10th man to the plates here in this inning as Will Eilers is back to the plates. He led off the inning with an error. Came around to score on the Hudson Stosher RBI single. And he also had Brecken Furman with an RBI and Sonnenschein driving in 2 runs. So 4 of the 5 runs have scored with an RBI. Stosher ended up scoring from an error as well. As the first pitch will get a stolen base for Parker O'Brien. And second and third, an opportunity here for Will Eilers. The 1-0 pitch. That'll get to the backstop, and Landry Van Rokel will come in to score to make it now a 12-6 game. And so now the count is 2-0. O'Brien makes his way to third. Scoring is Van Rokel. And so now a runner on third. It is I guess I didn't put in that those 2 runs. It's an 11-6 lead. Now I got too many runs up there. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll miss outside, and the count's now 3-0.
3-0 the count.
So 3-0 count here to Will Eilers, the 10th man to come to the plate in this ball game, in this inning. 3-0 pitch. He's swinging on 3-0, and he will pop it up on the right side, and the second baseman will make the catch in Haskell, and that will retire the side here in the top of the 5th inning. But 10 guys come to the plate. It is a 6-run inning for the Governors, as they were able to get a total of 5 hits. There was 2 errors in the inning, and 1 man left on base. We had 2. The bottom of the 5th. It is a 6 to make that a 12-6 lead. I had it right. It is a 12-6 lead for the Governors over Aberdeen. The Govs got the lead. We'll come back in a minute. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gale's Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
It is the bottom of the fifth inning. First pitch is foul back for strike one. Here to Will Haskell. As Haskell, Hoffman, and Jay-Sean Rivera, 6, 7, and 8 to get us started here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And then this will hit Haskell. And there will be a runner on at first with nobody out to lead off here at the bottom of the fifth inning. And it'll bring up Levi Hoffman. So getting the text confirmed from Spencer O'Brien, one of the coaches for the Pierre Governors. Sunday is a go, 2 o'clock with that second game to follow against Brookings. So we will have that game starting with coverage at 1:45. And it'll be a 2 o'clock first pitch at Hyde Stadium on Sunday. We'll have it for you on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. First pitch to Levi Hoffman is over for strike one. Getting some activity out in the right field bullpen again here for the Governors. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll be fouled out of play. And the count's now 0-2. 0-2 count. Nobody out, one on here in the bottom of the fifth. 12-6 lead for the Governors. A 6-run top of the fifth. Here's the 0-2 from Maddox Dockin to Levi Hoffman. That'll be high and outside, and the count's now 1-2. So make sure you join us for the home opener on Sunday from Hyde Stadium. Much warmer day scheduled than it will be for tomorrow. 1-2 pitch. There's a swing and a foul back. Hoffman barely got a piece of that.
Levi Hoffman, who has the only homer in 2 games. He came in the first game, 2-run shot. Does have a single.
1-2 count. Maddox Dockin looking for another strikeout. He's got 6 so far, looking for strikeout number 7, but that will miss outside. And the count's now 2-2. So again, don't come to Hyde Stadium tomorrow. You won't be able to get in, but you can be there Sunday for the doubleheader against Brookings with a 2 o'clock first pitch. 2-2 pitch. That one will come inside. That was. I'm not sure that was not ball 4. That was only a. That was only a 2-2 count. And he's trying to see if the base umpire has got the count. And so now we've got. I don't believe there was only a 2-2 count. Yeah, it will be a 3-2 count now. So everybody will make their way, and there's not any argument from the Aberdeen Smitty's coaching staff, which tends to lead that he also knew it was a 2-2 count. So the count is 3-2. And Hoffman, who got to first base, comes back, and now he's ready to dig back in for a full count pitch. 3-2 pitch here from Dockin to Hoffman.
And the pitch.
And looking and hitting it down the right field line, but it is foul. Just foul down the right field line. It sliced just a bit too much for Hoffman. Otherwise, that was the extra base hit that could have made it a 12-7 game. And over at first base, and Will Haskell, he knew that ball was down. Like if it's a fair ball, it was going to be down. So there was no hesitation. As soon as that ball was hit, he knew it was going to be down and was thinking about maybe scoring on that one. 3-2 pitch again. There's a line shot over the head of Lindenkugel into left field for a base hit. It is now first and second here with nobody out. And so just a couple extra pitches to get Hoffman his second hit, but on base. Make it first and second here with nobody outs in the bottom of the fifth inning. And it brings up Jay-Sean Rivera, the now pitcher for the Aberdeen Smitties. There was activity in the right field bullpen. No longer activity out there for the Governors. Runners at first and second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth. This will be fouled out of play for strike one. First and second. Nobody out. Jay-Sean Rivera, 1 for 2 in the ball game. He singled in the second, struck out swinging in the third. Didn't come around to score the Aberdeen's lone run in that second inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's taken for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2 here to Rivera. Strikeout or a ground ball here from Dakun, trying to start a double play or at least get that first out. 0-2 pitch. That one will miss high and outside, and the count's now 1-2. Runners at first and second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth. 1-2 from Dockett. That will bounce, so we'll get to the backstop. Both runners will move up. And now the runner at third is trying to make his way home, but he will stay at third. And it's now second and third. 2-2 count. Base hit could make this a 4-run ball game. Jay-Sean Rivera looking for his second hits. Looking at his first RBIs of the season as well. Aberdeen down by 6 here in the bottom of the fifth. Here's the 2-2. That's upstairs, and the count's now 3-2. So full count pitch upcoming here from Dockin to Rivera. Wheeler Malsum is on deck. Looking for a strikeout here is Dockin. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one will miss inside for ball 4. Hit by pitch, a single and now a walk is low to the bases here with nobody out in the bottom of the fifth inning. And it's now Wheeler Malsum, number 9 man in the batting order. This is danger territory here for the Govs right now. With number 9 man in the order and go back to the top of the order. And outside of that second inning, and the 3 times that the top of the order has come to the plate, they've been on base. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 have been on base all but twice. 7 of the 9 times they've come up to the plate, they've reached base. This one will miss for ball 1. Wheeler Malsum, 0 for 1. Walked in the second, struck out looking in the fourth. Swing and a miss, and it's now a 1-1 count. Dawkins trying to get through this fifth inning here. And again, got a 6-run lead, but with a 12-6 game, we've seen how a lot of runs have scored in a short amount of time. 1-1 pitch is upstairs, and the count's now 2-1. No lead feels safe in this game, and we're in this doubleheader overall. As the count's now 2-1. Bases are loaded. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. 2-1 pitch to Malsum. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 2-2. Dockett again looking for that 7th strikeout. Looking to strike out Malsum for the 2nd time in a row. Here's the 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Taken for strike 3, and there's a big strikeout for Maddox Dockin. 1 down here in the bottom of the 5th. And it will bring up J.L. Aviles. Aviles has been on base all 3 times, walked, hit by a pitch, and then he singled. And now a ground ball, probably going to be somewhat right back to maybe Dockin to try and start a double play. It's going to be hard to double off Aviles on a ground ball. First pitch, back pick to third. That almost got over into left field, and Lindenkugel, the big frame, was able to keep it in the infield. The ball missed for ball one. Haskell was far off that third base bag. Not a bad idea. Just you got to make sure the throw was good, or at least Lindenkugel, what he did was keep that ball in the infield. Here's the 1-0 pitch now to Aviles. That's upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. Aviles trying to reach base for the fourth time in this game. It'll be the seventh time overall today. Lined out to short, ground out to first. Only time that he's been retired so far. 2-0 pitch comes inside, and the count's now at 3-0. I don't believe you'll have a green light. If there is a couple guys on this team, Aviles is probably one of them to have a 3-0 green light. But the way this game has trended, the doubleheader has trended, you probably are going to at least take a strike here if you're Aviles. 3-0 pitch. He'll swing at it, and he'll foul it back. Again, if you're going to have the green light, I think he's one of those guys that will have it. And now a 3-1 pitch. Still a good hitter's count here for Aviles to drive it somewhere.
Searching for a seventh hit right now. You get 7, you most likely get 2 runs in. As Aviles.
Bases are loaded here with 1 out. 3-1 pitch upcoming here for Maddox Dockin to J.L. Aviles.
Get the side. He's at the set at the belt.
3-1 is fouled back, and the count's now full at 3-2. So battling all the way back from a 3-0 count is Dockin to try and get a strikeout, maybe a ground ball here of Aviles. And we've run out of baseballs once again. And
6 hits, 6 runs.
so it is still a 3-2 count with 1 out. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Well, they say it's 2-2. It should be 3-2. 2-2 pitch. That'll be upstairs. That is now ball 3. But it will be a full count now at 3-2. I think the first pitch did not get recorded by the umpire on the back pick over to Lindenkugel because that was ball 4. But Aviles will stay at the plate. Here's a 3-2 pitch now from Dockin. Here to J.L. Aviles. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. And there's 2 down. And the Governors will get a huge break. And that's the second out. And it's now Ridley Waldo to the plate. Boy, the Govs are catching a huge break on that one because Dockin had walked Waldo and walked in a run, but then the next pitch he gets a strikeout. Maybe why that Aviles swung at the 3-0 pitch because he thought it was a 2-0 count. As the first pitch will be upstairs for ball 1 to Ridley Waldo, who walked, struck out looking, and then has reached on an error. So 0 for 2 in this ball game, but the 2 times that he's been on base, Keesaw is the one that's hitting. This will get to the backstop. No, it actually hit him, so it doesn't matter anyway. The run's going to come in to score, and it's now a 12-7 game. So Keesaw will make it a 12-7 game. An RBI hit by pitch. And it's Jackson Post now to the plate. Post tripled in the first inning and scored a run. Also reached on a fielder's choice. He has scored twice as well. Here's the first pitch from Dockin to Jackson Post upstairs for ball 1. 12-7 here in the bottom of the fifth. One run is scored so far. The bases were loaded with nobody out. Dockin got 2 strikeouts, but then end up hitting Donovan Kiso that scored a run. Now a pickoff attempt to first is going to go off of the first baseman's glove, and Alec Eilers make that. Alec Eilers, and a run will come in to score to make it 12-8. And Pierre will pick up an error that scores a run, and Coach Rowley will make his way out. Not happy about that decision to make this a 12-8 game. And so now it's 12-8 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And that will also end the day for Maddox Dockin as well. And so it will bring in a new man on the mound, and it will be Bridger Babcock that will come to the mound to try and get the final couple outs here, final out of this inning, but then also try and get the final outs of the ball game too. It is 12-8. It is Bridger Babcock that is going to be on the mound with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth. Back in a minute. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features. You can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
So as we welcome you back, it is Bridger Babcock now on the mound here for the Pierre Governors, as he will try and get the final out of this bottom of the fifth inning. Maddox Dockin will go 3 2/3, 4 hits. Can't close the book on him yet. 1 walk, 8 strikeouts for Maddox Dockin on 83 pitches. So he will be available again on Tuesday. So here is now the 1-0 pitch from Bridger Babcock. And a line shot that's going to get through for a base hit. Another run will come in to score. It'll be away from the left and center fielder. The throw will come to second. They got to get the tag down, and he is out at second. Hudson Stocher is just able to get the tag applied in time as the runner at second in post was getting to second. He basically toe-picked himself to get up in the air to try and get away from the tag, and ends up being tagged down before he can get to the bag at second. A run does come in to score to make it a 12-9 game. And we head to the top of the 6th inning with Pierre leading by 3. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong, built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
So as we welcome you back, it is the top of the 6th inning, and it is 12-9. The Governors lead it by 3. here in this now top of the 6th inning. And for Maddox Dockin, he will officially go 3 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs, only one of them earned, 1 walk, and 8 strikeouts. And Bridger Babcock did give up that hit, but was able to get out of that in just the one batter that he faced, as the first pitch to Alec Eilers will miss for ball 1, as Jason Rivera stays in the ball game. 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-1. So 12-9 was a 3-run inning. Didn't even get the full totals in there. 3-run inning, had 2 hits in air, and then 1 man left on base. There's a line shot into right field for a base hit, and the leadoff man is aboard to kick off the top of the 6th inning. Good piece of hitting going the other way for Alec Eilers. His first hit. He is now 1 for 4 in the ball game. And so it brings up now Aiden Johnson. 7-8-9 here for the Govs in this top of the 6th inning. Johnson is 1 for 3 in the ball game. He reached on air in the second, popped out or flew out to the first baseman Jason Rivera, made that diving play out in the right field for the first out in the top of the 3rd, and then he singled in the 5th inning. That first pitch will miss inside for ball 1. So for the line score right now, 1 run in the first, 5 in the second, nothing in the 3rd or 4th, then a 6-run 5th inning for Pierre, as the 1-0 pitch will be fouled back by Johnson. 3 runs in the first for Aberdeen, 1 in the second, nothing in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 3 in the 5th. And we just have not seen a whole lot of zeros between these 2 games. 1-1 to Johnson. That will bounce in. Good block there from Hoffman. And the count's now 2-1. Two-one count here to the number 8 man in the batting order. That one will be upstairs, and the count's now 3-1 here to Aiden Johnson. In the bottom of the 6th, it'll be 4, 5, and 6 for Aberdeen. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That'll be upstairs for ball 4. And his first and second. Oh, did he call a strike? I think he called it a strike. So the count is now full of 3-2. That one strike at the eyeballs. So a full count with a runner on at first.
Time is called there for the wind.
I'd say the wind has caused some of the dirt to fly around a little bit more, and again everybody is dancing around over in the infield and in the outfield for Aberdeen, trying to stay warm right now. 3-2 pitch is going to be upstairs for ball 4. That one will be ball 4. And it's now first and second here with nobody out here at the top of the 6th inning. Then it brings up Hudson Stosher. Stosher an RBI single back in the top of the 5th inning. And that one got the first run of the inning in. And then also scored on an error. Here's the first pitch. Stosher will drop a bunt down the 3rd base line. It's going to be a tough play for Rivera. The throw, and it will be caught by the first baseman. Stosher is out. That was a heck of a catch by Dudenhofer. And it's now 2nd and 3rd here with 1 away. How that the ball didn't hit Stosher. The glove impact with Stosher didn't make Dudenhofer drop the ball. That was as minuscule as that it could possibly be with nothing bad happening for Aberdeen. It's a sacrifice bunt. And it's a 1-3 on the sack bunt for the first out. But credit Rivera to make that throw. As a lefty, that's a hard throw to make, to turn around Fielding it down the third base line. And then this will start to get away. Doesn't get far enough away. The throw, the tag. He is going to be out at the plate. And it will be Eilers that will be thrown out, trying to take home on the ball that didn't get far enough away. And so now the count's 2-0. But a huge play to get the runner out at the plate in Alec Eilers. 2 down now here in the top of the 6th. And Brecken Furman just one man in score position. That one is maybe one to circle back to. Here's the 1-0 to Furman. That'll miss, make that the 2-0 that missed outside. The count's now 3-0. So Furman most likely taken here on a 3-0 pitch from Rivera. That'll be over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. Furman with that base hit RBI in that 5th inning, and his first hit of the doubleheader, looking for his second hit and driving in another run. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That'll miss low for, nope, that's going to be a strike 2. And the count's full at 3-2. So, full count pitch upcoming here to Brecken Furman. Rivera looking for the strikeout now. After a 3-0 count's now 3-2. And that will be ball 4. That will get fully to the backstop, and Aiden Johnson will walk in to score to make it a 13-9 ball game. And Furman draws the walk on top of it. And so it's now a 4-run lead again here for the Gups. So the walk, it's not an RBI for Furman, but it is a walk that puts him on at first. Jackson Goodman to the plate here. Pickoff attempt, and that one off of the backside of Furman. That one might have stung him a little bit. Might have hit the tailbone of Furman diving back in. So as he gets back up, and time was called for him to shake it off, and he is ready to go as he'll get his lead over at first base again. First pitch will be outside for ball 1. Here to Jackson Goodman, who is 1 for 4 with an RBI, ground out in the 2nd. Singled in that 5th and came around to score in the 2 RBI triple from Sutton Sunshine, who is waiting on deck right now. Here's the 1-0. That one just missing outside, and the count's now 2-0. Leading away from first is Furman. 2-0 pitch. This will be popped foul out of play, and the count is now at 2-1. So a 2-1 count. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. 1 run has already scored for the Governors. The 2-1. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 2-2. 13 runs on 10 hits, 3 errors for Pierre. 9 runs, 7 hits, 6 errors for Aberdeen. Those are the totals that will drive coaches crazy all the way around. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Runner takes off. There's a ground ball to the right side that's going to get through for a base hit. Furman will stop at second. And it was Jackson Goodman. I don't know if he thought it was a hit and run or what it might have been with 2 strikes. Probably it was a pitch that he kind of tomahawked there. It was well above the zone. But he was able to get a base hit to make it first and second. And now Sutton Sunshine. I mean, it was a perfectly placed ground ball by Goodman. Just maybe not the best swing by Goodman, but a hit's a hit. You'll take it anytime you can get it. First pitch will miss low and inside for ball 1 to Sutton Sunshine. 2 walks, a triple that drove home 2 runs in that top of the 5th inning. 1-0 pitch. That one is at the knees for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll miss low. The runner takes off for third. The throw, and that will get into left field. Furman was a little slow to get back up. And so it will be runners at second and third now here with 2 away. Counts at 2-1. Furman will steal.
2 outs here in the 6th.
Goodman was taken off kind of late, but still gets credit for the stolen base. And the count's now 2-1. 2 runners in scoring position. Sun and Shine swings and misses, and it's now 2-2.
2-2 here. 2 men on. 2 out. 4-run game.
Furman at third. Over is at second is at Goodman. 2-2 pitch is fouled away by Sun and Shine to stay alive. Remaining at a 2-2 count.
11 hits. They've scored 7 in the last 2 innings. Trying to add on here with second and third.
Here's the 2-2. That one's taken for strike 3, and that will retire the side here in the top of the 6th inning. 1 run does score. It is 2 hits in the inning, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the 6th, 13-9, a 4-run lead here for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pure Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pure Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pure Closets, organized for life.
As we welcome you back, it is a 13-9 lead for the Pierre Governors on American Family Insurance. Brittany Shuffleby and scoreboard. Jen Brasilia is still back in the studios. John Winkler with you on this Thursday nights. I'm glad you're still with us, hanging out with us on this evening as it still gets cooler and cooler. Right now, feeling 39 degrees here in Aberdeen, 53 overall. That wind has really made a mess of this beautiful evening. The once was a beautiful evening. I mean, it's not evening anymore. 20-mile-an-hour winds out of the north, gusting at 33. As the first pitch is over for strike 1 to Joe Cogley. At a high of 84 today, and now we're getting the wind chills in the 30s. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 0-2. And Bridger Babcock, who again came in relief of Malik Stockin. The first batter that he saw was Jackson Post, who got a base hit and then was thrown out trying to go from first to second. That did score a run that made it a 12-9 game, now a 13-9 game. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bridger Babcock, and that'll be upstairs, and the count's now 1-2.
Doubleheader started.
We'll have final scores, final results on KCCRradio.com early in the morning tomorrow. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul. Barely got a piece of it was Cogley to stay alive. Counts now 1-2. We'll have results from golf. We've got baseball, this doubleheader of baseball. Softball results. We'll have track and field results for Pierre and for Stanley County, all on KCCRradio.com. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It'll be upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. And again, no game tomorrow. Pierre will not play tomorrow anymore. It's scheduled for the home opener. It will be now a 2 o'clock first pitch on Sunday against Brookings, and that is a full go for that doubleheader. 2-2 pitch is fouled back. And we will do it again at a 2-2 pitch. Tomorrow's high at 52 degrees, which will be hit at midnight tonight. Game time temperature on was going to be 45 degrees. That was the actual temperature. Sunday is supposed to be a high of 63, so going to be a lot better of a doubleheader on Sunday than what would have been for the doubleheader tomorrow. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Bridger Babcock will start the bottom of the sixth with a strikeout. And there's one down here in the sixth inning, and it brings up Mike Dudenhofer. This is 4, 5, and 6 here for Aberdeen in the bottom of the sixth. As Aberdeen led 3-1 after one, but a 5-run second inning got the lead to a 6-3 game. It ended up being 6-6 after 4. This one will be popped up on the right side. This will be over. The second baseman will make the catch, Hudson Stoscher. Dudenhofer thought he fouled it away. He didn't run towards the first base. It was caught by Stoscher anyway. So there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Stoscher could have got him out even if he had not made the catch. So there's 2 down, and it brings up now Will Haskell to the plate. First pitch is over for strike 1. Haskell's 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, was hit by a pitch. Here's the 0-1. That'll hit him again. So he's been hit by a pitch in the last 2 innings. And no clean inning here for Bridger Babcock. We have seen a total of 0, 1, 2, 3 innings, although you can say the top of the third. We'll give the top of the third credit because there's only 3 official plate appearances or at-bats in that top of the third. Otherwise, it was the first inning that we had a 1, 2, 3 inning in game 1 as the first pitch is a swing and a miss for strike 1. Levi Hoffman at the plate. He's 2 for 3. 2 singles in the third and the fifth inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This will be skied out towards left field. Coming in is going to be the left fielder to make the catch. And Goodman, it made it look interesting, but he did make the catch, and that retires the side here in the bottom of the sixth inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left on base. Hey, to the seventh we go. It's a 13-9 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
Did you know a well-maintained AC will last up to 40% longer? Save money and extend the life of your equipment with AirTech Heating and Cooling. From Oneida to Fort Pierre, we help homeowners and businesses slash their energy costs with high-efficiency cooling systems and precision maintenance. Don't let a dirty filter or low refrigerant drain your wallet this summer. Experience the AirTech advantage. Call AirTech today at 605-945-0160 to join our maintenance program. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned, keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
As we welcome you back, there is a discussion over around home plate, but not sure what the conversation really was. But it is going to the top of the seventh inning, and we do have a new pitcher. And Levi Hoffman, the catcher, who has caught all but now the top of the seventh, will be the pitcher for the Aberdeen Smitties. And he's got to warm up the whole time because it is the catcher has not come into the game yet. 13-9 is their score. Let's get you the totals for Jason Rivera, Jason Rivera. Well, Haskell is now going to be go behind the plate. They've got Mike Dudenhofer over at second. So they got a lefty playing second, which hasn't happened. I haven't seen that in a long time. Jay-Sean Rivera goes an inning and 2/3. 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 3 walks and 1 strikeout. 40 pitches overall for Rivera. And so now Hoffman with Haskell behind the plate. And Dudenhofer is now, again, over at second base. So that right side of the infield is full lefties. Jay-Sean Rivera is back at first. You have Dudenhofer over at second. And then I believe Kiso's out in right, so that would be another lefty that's out there. So everybody on the right side of the field is going to be throwing left-handed. Levi Hoffman will go for Trip Lindenkugel, Parker O'Brien, and Will Eilers. It'll be 4, 5, and 6. And Hoffman has got a lot of warm-up pitches, or it feels like he's got a lot of warm-up pitches to throw. But he also is a new pitcher, so he gets a little bit more of a warm-up tosses. Trip Lindenkugel is 1 for 2 in the ball game. He has walked twice, single in the 4th, and he was retired for the first time in 9 tries with a ground out to the pitcher in the top of the 5th inning. Trip Lindenkugel here in the top of the 7th inning to lead things off. Lindenkugel, first pitch to him from Hoffman. Will miss low for ball 1 to get us started here in the top of the 7th. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one will miss inside. The count's now 2-0. Dudenhofer at second. Rivera over at first. And then you got the same left side of the infield of Post and Malsum, as the count is now at 3-0. Again, you just don't see a whole lot of lefties play at second base or anywhere other than first on the infield. 3-0 pitch. Had a miss for ball 4, and then it'll be a 4-pitch walk to Lindenkugel. And leadoff man is aboard to kick off the top of the 7th, and it brings up Parker O'Brien. As a lefty myself, outside after Little League, and Little League I'd played short and other positions on the infield. I think they're going to have a runner for Lindenkugel. And so they will have a pinch runner. Hudson Schaefer, I believe, is going to be the one that's running for Trip Lindenkugel. So Lindenkugel draws the walk on base for the 4th time in this game, 8th time today. Excuse me, 9th time today. On base 9 of 10 times. Parker O'Brien will take outside for ball 1. Did play second one time in JV baseball, and then also catching, or maybe it was even a varsity game. I think ended up going to second base. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There's the pitch that's low. Schaefer will try and steal second. The throw will hop over the shortstop glove, and it's now a stolen base for Hudson Schaefer. And now a opportunity for Parker O'Brien to get an RBI. The 2-0 count, 6 straight misses right now here for Hoffman on the mound to this start, as Schaefer is in scoring position here with nobody out. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll miss upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. With the time when I played second, the Coach Sander had looked around and couldn't figure out where things were at, how things were going. Didn't want to get me out of the game and put me back in. This will be ball 4, and that will get Schaefer over to third. And now he's going to try and score the throw, and he will be tagged out. And so it's a out at second. So Parker O'Brien will make his way to second on the walk. There's one down now here in the top of the seventh. Schaefer is thrown out trying to score from second on the wild pitch. This will get to the backstop. O'Brien will get over to third. And it's now another miss from Hoffman. He has thrown 9 straight balls, but he does have an out. So Schaefer was thrown out going from third to try and score. Here's a 1-0 pitch now to Will Eilers. That one will be taken for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Here's the 1-1 now from Hoffman to Eilers. Here's a ground ball that is going to be fouled down the third base line. And the count's now 1-2. Will Eilers is got a triple, RBI triple. He's been on base 3 times, hit by a pitch, and also reaching on air. Here's a line shot that's going to be caught by the second baseman and Dudenhofer. So the lefty can play second. Makes the catch. There's now 2 down. And it brings up now Alec Eilers with 2 outs and a runner on at third. 13-9, Pierre leads here in the top of the 7th inning. That pitch will get to the backstop. Parker O'Brien will glide on in to score. And it's now a 14-9 lead. So a walk on a wild pitch that got O'Brien to second. He can get to third on the wild pitch, and then he scores on the wild pitch. 1-0 count here to Alec Eilers. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-0. Aiden Johnson will wait on deck and then be followed by Hudson Stosher. In the bottom of the 7th, Jayshawn Rivera, Wheeler Balsam, and J.L. Avilas will be the first 3 hitters. This will go to the backstop, and the count's now 3-0. Be on the air Sunday at 1:45 on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports for the home opener for Pierre taking on Brookings. 3-0 pitch will miss for ball 4. And a walk to Alec Eilers to put him on at first with 2 outs, and it's now Aiden Johnson to the plate. Johnson is 1 for 3, reached on an error, popped out to first, singled in the 5th, and walked in the 6th. Ground ball on the left side. It'll be fielded by the shortstop, but it's bobbled, and it will keep the inning alive. First and second now with 2 away. And be the 7th error of the ball game by Aberdeen. So with 2 outs, that's now the 14th error tonight by Aberdeen. 7 in game 1 and now 7 here in game 2. First pitch will be upstairs for ball 1 to Hudson Stosher. He's number 9 man in the batting order. Brecken Furman waits on deck. Alec Eilers at first. Aiden Johnson over at make that out. Alec Eilers at second. Aiden Johnson at first. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-0. Bridger Babcock will have at least a 5-run cushion to try and get this win. This will hit in front and went off the shin guard of the catcher in Haskell. And it's now first and third with a 3-0 count, and Stosher will be taking all the way, especially with the top of the order up. Here is the 3-0 pitch. Over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. And then the throw will get away from the pitcher, but and probably not far enough away. Dudenhofer kind of backing up a little bit. Could have been another error charge to Aberdeen if Alec Eilers would have scored on that. Runner takes off. 3-1 pitch is popped up on the right side. Foul territory. Rivera will make an over-the-shoulder catch again. A basket catch by Rivera. That is two unbelievable defensive plays by Rivera at first. And that will be the third out here in the top of the seventh, and it will take us to the bottom of the seventh. The run does score for the Governors as they do all that without a hit, an error, and 2 men left on base. To the bottom of the seventh, 3 outs away from a doubleheader sweep, a 14-9 lead for Pierre over Aberdeen. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
It is the bottom of the seventh. The Governors are 3 outs away from picking up a doubleheader sweep of the Aberdeen Smitties. And it is 8-9-1. Jay-Sean Rivera, Wheeler Malsum, and J.L. Aviles. Bridger Babcock will try and get the final 3 outs. Here's the first pitch to Aviles. Make that to Rivera, and he'll swing and miss for strike 1. Rivera is 1 for 2. Single in the second, struck out in the third, and walked in the fifth. He's been excellent in the field with 2 fantastic plays over at first base. This will be popped out towards left center field. Coming in, O'Brien will slide and make the catch, and the leadoff man is retired to kick off the bottom of the seventh inning. Big catch there from Parker O'Brien. And there's 1 down here in the bottom of the seventh inning. 2 away here for 2 more for the Governors. Finish out this doubleheader sweep. Balsam is 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch will bounce in for ball 1. J.L. Aviles waits on deck. The top of the order. Here's the 1-0. That one is over for a strike, and the count's now at 1-1. Hudson Stosher went 1 inning complete. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. Max Stocking went the next 3 2/3 innings, and Bridger Babcock trying to get the final 7 outs of this game. 1-2 pitch. That'll hit, though. That'll hit him in Wheeler Malsum. So runner now at first with 1 away, and it's now J.L. Aviles to the plate. Aviles is 1 for 2. Walked, hit by a pitch, singled, and then struck out swinging, which could have been ball 4 instead of that strikeout. And everybody up here had 4 balls thrown to Aviles as there's a swing and a miss for strike 1.
Dad, what do you make for dinner?
Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss outside. The count's now 1-1. Aviles, 1-1 to him. That'll be over for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. You think about that particular inning, as here's the 1-2 that it's going to be upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. Aviles draws the walk. The bases were loaded. Would have scored a run. He would have been on base. You get the hit by pitch that would have scored another run. And then the base hit that scored a run that actually ended the inning, but probably could have scored 2 runs. And as the count remains at 2-2. Yes, the next 2 guys then were retired, but potentially what could have been in that inning could have turned the tide a little bit, but Pierre took advantage of what should have been ball 4. This will be fouled out of play on the left side. Goodman gives a long run. Well, it will remain a 2-2 count. We will have a quick post-game show. Here's the 2-2. This will be fouled out of play again on the left side. But again, we'll have a quick post-game show, and then we will get on our way. We've got to wait for more baseballs to come back in. 7 minutes away, we've got ourselves a 3-hour baseball game. Make that 6 minutes away, we've got ourselves a 3-hour baseball game. As we're rolling up to 11 o'clock at KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station. One baseball will come flying back in. Other couple baseballs are coming back towards the home plate umpire. So it remains at a 2-2 count to J.L. Vilas, the top of the order. 5-run lead for Pierre here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's the 2-2. There's a ground ball. Babcock will field. He thought about going to second, but made sure he got at least 1 out, and he will get the man out at first in Aviles, and there's now 2 down, and the Govs are an out away from picking up a doubleheader sweep, as it is going to bring up Donovan Kiso. So 1-3 on the ground out. Malsa moves to second, and now it's 1 out away here for the Govs. So first pitch will miss low for ball 1. Leaning away from second is Malsum. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one just misses, and the count's now 2-0. Kiso could pass it on to Jackson Post, and then Joe Cogley. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 3-0. But Bridger Babcock is wanting to finish off this game on this at-bat, but he's going to battle back from a 3-0 count. 3-0 pitch. That'll miss outside, and it's now first and second. Second free pass issued in the inning. Here is Jackson Post. 14-9. Governors lead it by 5 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. First and second. First pitch here to Jackson Post from Bridger Babcock. That one is over for a strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bridger Babcock. Line shot right over to the second baseman, Hudson Stosher, and that's the ball game. The Governors will win both games 14-9 in game number 2 and pick up the doubleheader sweep of the Aberdeen Smitties. We will step aside for 2 minutes and come back and wrap it up quickly. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
As we welcome you back, it is the final score, 14-9. The Pierre Governors will beat the Aberdeen Smitties here in Game 2 of our doubleheader, and will sweep the Smitties. 14 runs on 12 hits, 3 errors, 11 men left on base. Aberdeen had 9 runs, 7 hits, 7 errors, 9 men left on base. Max Dockin will get the win. Ridley Waldo will pick up the loss, as Dockin went 3 2/3 innings, giving up 4 hits, 5 runs, only 1 earned, 1 walk, and 8 strikeouts. Bridger Babcock at the final 7 outs of the ball game, as the Govs pick up a total of what will end up being 11 strikeouts for the Aberdeen Smitties, for the Cougar Governors over the Smitties, as big RBI triple from Alec. I make that from Will Eilers. A big 2 RBI triple from Sutton Sunshine. The Governors scored 5 runs in the second after being down 3-1 to make it a 6-3 lead. It was 6-6 after 4, a 6-run 5th inning, and a run in the 6th and the 7th helped the Govs pick up that 14-9 win and go to now 6-4 in South Dakota play and 8-4 overall. They have now won 6 straight on the season, and will be at home on Sunday, 2 o'clock first pitch on Sunday. We'll have it for you with coverage at 1:45 on at KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Time of the ball game was 2 hours and 56 minutes. Time of the ball game in game number 1 was 2 hours and 28 minutes. That is a grand total of just about 5.5 hours of baseball here tonight on between the 2 games. But I want to say thanks to Jen Brazilius back at the station. John Michael here signing off. It is a first game win of a 15-11 score for Pierre, and then 14-9 in game 2. John Michael here signing off as the Govs win both games, and we say goodnight from Aberdeen.
You've been listening to Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Doors, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Fording Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE. Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, First Dakota National Bank, Envirotech, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, Hunsley Auto Body, Oahe Federal Credit Union, Cone Egg, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric. Join us all season for more Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. This has been a special presentation of Riverfront Broadcasting Sports, Central South Dakota.